Okay, we should be good. All right. This is exciting. So don't worry. For anybody who's just tuning in, we're just getting started. My name is Christopher Bruce. I'm with King Creative. And don't worry, we only have 24 hours of live streaming to go. We're going to be rocking this all the way to 6 p.m. tomorrow. That's right. It's 6 p.m. now. We're going till 6 p.m. tomorrow, Friday, March 5th. And Do More 24 is an exciting campaign. And to help us kick this off, I want to bring in Michelle Taylor from the United Way, who's a huge partner along with Spur Impact, making this happen. So, Michelle, let's have a little fun. Let's talk. It's great to see you. And I'm excited. 24 hours of fun here.
Absolutely. I'm super excited. This is like better than a Super Bowl.
Oh, man, Super Bowl's got nothing on this. You know, we may not have a halftime show, but we've got 24 hours of nonstop show. So I'll take it. Let's go.
Yeah. And you know what I was thinking about, right? I was always like analogy. So I have been getting already in my inbox, right? Just email after email after email from people sending out around it's game on, time to go. It's 6 o'clock. We're live now. And so their stories that the community will be getting is just like the commercials. You know, the best part about the Super Bowl is the commercials.
Oh, yeah. And we've got a lot of great conversations lined up over the next 24 hours. It's been fun kind of figuring out, okay, how are we going to fill 24 hours? But we've got a ton of content. We've got videos that are mission videos talking about what they're doing in the community that are really great moving pieces. We've got a lot of, like I said, a lot of conversations. And I'm just excited to kind of get lost in all of these charitable worlds and share that with everybody at home. And that's what this is all about. It's about supporting our community and doing it in a really amazing way in one day. That's right. It's Delaware's Giving Day, 24 hours of charity, like just drive. And we're going to be pushing hard all through the way.
Yeah. And the partners have done their part, right? So the community should have received already just kind of heads up that this day is coming. You know, as I said, they're already pushing out their emails. And I think what makes this day more special is, you know, we're just still, like, I like to think we're coming out of the pandemic, right? But we're still in it. And our healthcare workers, while they have been amazing on the front line for us as a community, our nonprofit leaders have been those unsung heroes that have been holding up our community. And so, you know, I think this is an opportunity for the community also to recognize and to give back. It's just as much as around a time for the community to say thank you. It's their way to recognize that their mission has made a difference, that, you know, for every senior that had a meal delivered, for every person who came in to get food baskets, you know, that needed them in the community, for the diaper drives, the medication deliveries, you know, all the things that our community, the PPEs at the beginning where we couldn't find masks, right?
Yeah, no, it was
people were making
wild.
them for the community. You remember that was the time to do that early on? And so many people came together and the community really leaned in. And so I'm just super excited for our partners, for the community-based organizations to keep telling their story.
Yeah. No, and that's what it's all about. And here, I mean, with King Creative, that's what we love to do. We actually say our story is your story, so let's tell it together, because it's what it's all about. We love to get lost in those stories and in those worlds and share that with their audiences. And so for us to be able to be a part of this, we're honored, we're excited. And, you know, my story, you know, is now involves a 10.5-month baby girl. So she's going to be saying goodbye to daddy and going to bed here soon. So almost 11 months, actually. She's almost 11 months. Katie Beth, say hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
You're here to kick us off. She said she's here the first 24 hours.
Yeah. So you have to go to bed, unlike your daddy tonight. But I'm glad I could see you. Everybody say hi. Katie, you want to say hi? You want to say hi? We'll move this mic a little bit. Say hi, Katie. Look.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, my goodness.
Hi.
Yeah. So anyway, Katie, I love you. Mwah. I'll miss you tonight, but that's okay. It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. It's for her future, right? And that's a big reason why we do this. And it's part of the motivation. It's why these charities are here, is because we all have these stories and we all have our families and our friends and those that we care about that, you know, we fight for on a daily basis. And this may be one day of giving, but all of these charities we're going to talk to over the next 24 hours, it's a year-long mission and it's a day-to-day struggle. So we're just happy we can make a big impact by doing this the way we're doing this. And hey, let's have some fun. It's 24 hours. Let's go.
That's right. It's only the beginning.
It's just it. That's right. And the good thing is, for anybody that's looking for more information, just go to the website. You can see that on the bottom of the screen. It says domore24delaware.org. All the information is there. Support your favorite charity. Look through all of them. See what's there. Maybe you'll discover one you didn't even know existed, but really hits a nerve or sparks something in you, and you might want to get involved, volunteer, or support them in some way. And I think that's another thing that's really cool about this, is getting a lot of these organizations some publicity and just some awareness.
Right. And then, because of foundations and other organizations, the agencies themselves, right, get to win like some amazing prizes.
Yeah, we've got a lot of incentives.
Which I know you're going to be talking about a little later. I don't want to steal that thunder, but you can help the agencies, right, increase the amount of giving that comes to them, right, just by giving.
Yeah. And that's it. But just by giving, you don't know that $1 extra might actually be what they needed to make that next stretch goal, or to win some kind of an incentive or a prize that'll benefit them. So, if you're thinking about it, just do it. Throw it in there. Throw an extra couple cents in on top of it, just to round up. And, that could go a long way.
Right. And I want to just be able to say, every amount matters. I was talking to a lot of young leaders in the community, and, and I was just talking to them about give $10. Yeah. If you can give $10, $20, $25 in order to be able to sow back in the community and to be able to pay it forward, it all matters.
No, there's no question about it. And I think a lot of times people do, maybe they, for whatever reason, they're embarrassed. Like, oh, well, my $10 isn't good. What's that really going to do? Right. That's what I think a lot of people think. But the fact is, it's all the little donations that add up to make the big impacts.
That's right.
Don't hold it back. Those $10 go a lot further than you think. And there's a lot of organizations that really could use that $10. So give it, willingly, give it freely, and just know it's going for a great cause and feel good about that.
Absolutely. Well, I know I'm going to be joining you at the end of the 24 hours.
Okay, good. Well, we're going to see how I look by then. I'm sure. I think I've already got bags under my eyes, and I just got started. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like then, but we'll hang in there.
All right.
So, Michelle, it's always good to see you. Thank you so much for everything. And we're going to keep this party rolling. And I guess I'll see you on the back end.
That's right. You'll see me on the back end.
All right. Take care. Enjoy that rest tonight.
Okay. Thanks. I'll get enough for you too.
All right. I appreciate that. Hey, we're all in this together, right? So that's perfect.
That's right.
All right, Michelle, we'll see you.
Bye-bye.
So, guys, we are in for a treat. There's a lot of great stuff lined up for you. Like we were talking about, we've got a ton of awesome conversations lined up with people throughout our community representing over 400 nonprofits. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to talk to all of them on the live stream, but you can support all of them on the website. So be sure to do that. Share posts, get involved, spread the love. That's what it is absolutely all about. And I know that we're going to have Charlie Vincent from Spur Impact joining us here in just a little bit to talk about things on their side. Or Sarah, I guess Sarah might be joining us instead, and that's great. So I'm going to add her in now. So Sarah, what's shaking? How's it going? I'm going to unmute you too so we can hear you, hopefully. Can you actually, I've asked to unmute you, but maybe you can hit a button too. There we go. We're good. We're off. Yeah, that's perfect.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like clanking around. I'm doing a lot of tag teaming here, kind of monitoring messages and things. So, so excited that you're hosting this for us. I cannot think of a better, Delaware personality than the one and only Chris Bruce to host this and keep that energy up for us for 24 whole hours. So thank you for taking this on with us.
No, it's my pleasure. And, we appreciate everybody's support at home. That's what it's all about. And I'm just happy we could be in a position that we can help, right? And that's, I think, what this is all about. So if you're at home and you're thinking, you know what, I've gotten through this okay, or even if, again, just a couple dollars, or if you just want to learn about some of these organizations, go on the website, read through some of the profiles and get to know them a little bit more and find ways to contribute that make sense for you. But every bit helps. It all adds up.
Well, absolutely. And Chris, so as you know, at Spur Impact, this is one of two big initiatives that we run, the other being the Millennial Summit. Yeah. And I think a lot of people are like, okay, I think I know what Spur Impact's about. I think I understand definitely why they do the Millennial Summit, because they're young professionals and they're really plugged in. But I think sometimes people are like, why are they involved in Do More 24? Let me tell you. So millennials get a bad reputation. I'm sure you've heard it. Millennials are lazy. Millennials are, freeloaders. We, all of the kind of misconceptions about our generation. But I think that there's something that's really powerful about millennials, and we're also actually one of the more philanthropic generations. So while we don't have a lot of money to give, we're going to give a disproportionately higher percent of our money. And that's, I can back it up. I've got the receipts, but there are a lot of studies that show that millennials really want to give back. And we really understand the power of our nonprofit community. We understand, what it means to kind of live in a more collaborative, more sustainable mindset. And so, we see a lot of potential here with Do More 24, Delaware's Giving Day, that isn't so focused on those big 6-figure donations, right? I mean, wouldn't it be great if we could all write, a check with a lot of zeros to our favorite organizations, put our name on the side of a building? That's just not the reality for a lot of people.
Yeah, no question.
And go ahead, sorry.
No, I say no question. I was going to have some fun and say, I can write a check with a lot of zeros. It just might not be on the, the side of the decimal you want it to be. And that's different, but
right. Absolutely. So, it's so hard, because I think sometimes you see that there are people who individually can make a huge impact, and you're like, well, what is my $5? What's my $20 going to do to actually, really benefit an organization? And I think that there's so much power in empowering younger people to say, no, we want your $5. We want your $10. Yeah. If you can give $10 when you're 20, this is where we trust our nonprofits to be a good steward of you, that donor, and if they build a relationship with you, by the time you're older and your paycheck's bigger, you'll be able to give those bigger gifts. And so one of the things that I'm really excited about is by having a day that's so focused on social media and that kind of peer-to-peer outreach. Yeah. Like, for example, Chris, when was the last time you gave to a nonprofit? Do you remember the last time you donated to a nonprofit?
Recently, I do a lot with a couple charities, but I know that I'm maybe more involved personally than some, but yeah, it's important though. And every time you do it, it feels good. So I would say do it more.
Well, that's actually a really good point. And one of the things that I was going to mention is the average millennial, the last time they gave to a nonprofit was probably because one of their friends was having a birthday, and on Facebook, they designated a nonprofit and were raising money on that Facebook function, which is awesome. Yeah. But I find myself giving $5, $10, $20 to random nonprofits that I've never heard of, just because my friend is having a birthday. And I'm like, oh, well, it's Chris's birthday. He's raising money for this organization. Yeah, so absolutely. Of course I'm going to give it some money. So, I think millennials are really inclined to do that kind of instant gratification. Oh, it's Chris's birthday today. I'll give some money today. Oh, it's Do More 24 today, and you're telling me there's incentives right now.
Today? Let's do this. Today. Yeah, now's the time.
Yeah. So listen, I know you've got a lot of other folks lined up to talk. I will be here kind of as filler throughout the next 24 hours. But again, I'm so excited that you're here and kind of helping to keep the momentum up, keep all the energy up. But I see we've got some other folks in the waiting room here.
We do. And I know that we have Stu from the Delaware Community Foundation's on the line, but we're looking for Tiara, but you know what? We can always skip ahead and go to Stu and then come back to her if that works, or if she's ready.
Let me tell you, Tiara is my partner in crime over at the United Way, and I guarantee she is being Superwoman right now, solving someone's crisis. So we're going to let her go do that. You'll see more from us. But I'm really glad I get to speak before Stu because he's a tough act to follow. So I'm glad to get out of the way before he gets on screen. So thanks, Chris.
No, it's my pleasure, Sarah. And I'm sure, like you said, I'll see you throughout this live stream. But it's a lot of fun working with you guys, and we're just happy to be a part of it. So have a good one. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
Great.
All right, cool. So we're going to be moving on, like we said, to Stuart Comstock-Gay from the Delaware Community Foundation. I'm going to bring Stu in. Stu, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. This is an exciting time, right? The next 24 hours and all the energy. This is a big deal.
It's a huge deal. And, at 24 hours, like I was just joking with them, we're just getting started. And don't worry, guys, we only have 24 more hours to go. But
organizations right here, baby.
We've got a huge list of great folks to talk to. I'm excited to go through it. that's what's going to carry me. And people are like, wait, you're doing what? 24 straight hours of streaming?
Are you literally doing that, Chris?
Oh yeah, no, I'm literally on for 24 straight hours. I just kissed my baby, sent my wife and kid home so they could actually rest like human beings.
So are you a coffee? Are you caffeine pills? Are you
I'm not, I'm going to do some coffee throughout a little bit. And I'm going to graze like little, it's not nothing big, but little stuff throughout. And, I'm just going to stay in the moment. And I think for me that works. And the stories of those that I'll talk to are going to carry us through. So speaking of which, I want to learn more about what you guys are, doing, why you're involved in Do More 24, why it's so important for you and your organization.
Yeah, well, our mission is to improve quality of life for everybody, and we do that through giving, through philanthropy. Yeah. And there's so many different forms of philanthropy, and people often think, oh, it's about the Ford Foundation, it's about Jeff Bezos, but it's about all of us. It's about, I heard Sarah talking about it, it's about the $1 gift, the $5 gift, the $10 gift.
Yeah.
It's about a collective enterprise of supporting the things that matter in our community. And you think about government, you think about the private sector, the nonprofit sector, the social sector props up so many of the things that make life great.
Yeah.
We ask the government to make sure our roads and our police are all taken care of. And we ask the private sector to creates jobs and creates a lot of entertainment, but a lot of and much more in manufacturing and all that. But what the nonprofit sector does is it fills in, it creates a robust life, honestly, a robust life. And that's why we're a part of that. That's why we do the kind of work we do.
Yeah, no, and that's great. And it's that kind of passion and that kind of energy that really drives a lot of these nonprofits. I mean, usually somebody gets involved with a charity because of something that's happened in their lives that they're connected to. And you're going to hear that throughout this 24 hours, I'm sure, as we go through and hear these stories and really get inspired by the missions that they're setting off to do. And, that's one of the things I'm really excited about this. In 24 hours, we can make a huge impact. I know last year, they raised over $400,000. We're looking to make a really big impact this year. I'm excited to see how that comes together, and we'll be monitoring that obviously throughout this and reporting on where we're at and pushing people and really aiming at some of these goals. And there's a lot of great incentives for the nonprofits and for the individuals. We actually have that Jimmy Allen experience at the end of this, that for anybody who raises $50 or more, and that can be across the board. You can give a little to this charity, a little to this one, spread it out. But a total of $50 is going to get you an invite to this exclusive Jimmy Allen virtual concert experience, which is going to be so much fun. And I'm excited for that. That'll be one of the things that keeps me up as well, right? So that's good. And we even have a quick, and Stu, I'll just show people this real quick, this poster. So there's the Jimmy Allen poster. That's going to be at 8:00 on Friday. So you're going to want to make sure you get in on that. All you got to do is raise $50 or more, and you're going to get invited to that experience. And that's pretty cool. So you got to love it. And, anything you want to kind of leave, talk to us about or kind of inspire the folks at home to do? Or
well, I just say, we got great organizations in this state. Everybody does around the country, but we got great organizations. They've really stepped up during the pandemic. And the need for these organizations to continue doing this great work, it's not going to be resolved by a corporate donation. It's not going to be resolved by a private philanthropy. It's going to be resolved by a lot of people stepping up and caring about these things. And the one other thing I would say is, the number one reason people donate to an organization is because somebody asks. So if you really care about a particular cause, make your own donation, but call up your friends, send them a text or post something, call them out on Twitter or whatever your preferred social media is and say, I did it. What about you? And, people give, I heard Sarah talking about it, people giving to birthday party or birthdays or whatever on Facebook. This is a great opportunity. And with all the matching money.
Right. There's a lot of that going on. I know there's a lot of the charities have been announcing that there's a lot of matching going on through this campaign. So that just means this is the best time you can give because it's going to stretch it even further and your dollar is going to count twice. And that's a big deal. And that's a great point. I'm glad you mentioned that because I've seen a lot of charities promoting that. So that's exciting.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. We're excited. It's a great partnership with Spur Impact and United Way of Delaware, making this thing happen together. Two strong organizations, and then 400 or so organizations that are on the list. So it's
quite an army that we've accumulated here in Delaware, doing some really, really good things.
Yeah, it's great.
So that's awesome. Well, hey, Stuart, don't be shy. If you want to come back, I've got a lot of openings in the middle of the night. I think we're pretty open between 3 and 4 in the morning. So if
I'm sure you are.
feeling frisky.
Unless my dog wakes me up, I don't think I'll be up at 3 o'clock.
Well, no worries. Just know there's an open invite, so you're welcome back. And we'd love to hear back from you. So thanks again for checking in with us. We appreciate all the support. It's really all of these efforts coming together to making the impact. So thank you so much for that. And we do have Tiara, so we're going to be bringing her on now.
Great,
so Stuart, take care of yourself. Have a great one. We appreciate you, and we'll see you around. Thanks.
Go Tiara. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. So as I said, we now have Tiara. She's going to be coming in. So let me just bring her in now. So Tiara, what's shaking? How's it going?
Everything is going good. We're so excited. How are you? Your first 22 minutes in?
Yeah, I mean, I feel great. I don't feel like I'm even 20, like you said, 22 minutes. Yeah. So if I can go 22 minutes, I can at least go 22 hours. And then if I can push myself, I'll get the rest of the way. So I think we'll be all right. We're going to find a way.
You're going to do fine. I'm so jealous. Like, I want to do this. Like, you look like you are a rock star and you're going to have the time of your life. So this is.
Well, I appreciate that. And again, I threw that, invite out to Stu as well. So you can feel free to pop back in anytime. We got a nice little window there in the middle of the night.
In the morning?
You're
going to catch me at 3 a.m. and you're going to be so surprised when I'm up with you.
I'm okay with it. Come on back. I'm not shy with it. So literally open invitation. Please do if you're up. If you happen to be up, I'm here.
Oh no, I'm going to be up. This is like
good hours.
Christmas for me. Like this is the only 24 hours you're going to see me awake consecutively.
Well, what we could do is we could do check-ins on the totals, and maybe we can do some, like ongoing reporting on that. If you want to keep checking in on that, that'd be great.
I'll come and hang out with you. I'm going to hang out with you all night. Don't you worry about it. What's funny is you mentioned totals, and we don't have an update on the number yet, but there are over 500 there have been over 500 donors already.
Wow, that's awesome. And we just got started. Like you said, we're just a few minutes in, and there's already 500 people that have donated or 500 donations that have been made. That's amazing. And literally just started. So I can't imagine what that number is going to be like at the end of this. That's exciting. That's awesome.
I already told Sarah, I can't make any predictions because I don't want to jinx us. But
I'm going to knock on wood. I got you.
Yes, don't knock on wood, cross all the fingers and toes. But it is looking up. We're looking way past 400,000. That's for sure.
Well, that's exciting. And I know we've got a pretty nice goal. We're not going to throw that out there, but we want to beat last year by far. So let's keep pushing. That's the goal for sure. And, anything specifically you want to talk about in terms of some of the stretch goals or the incentives? I know Sarah and I are going to be talking about some of that as well, but anything specifically you want to make sure people know about at home?
There's a few things. One thing that I definitely want to talk about is that there are a lot of different prizes, but one of the prizes that we are most excited about at United Way and the Delaware Racial Justice Collaborative is this BIPOC prize. So we actually have a prize for organizations that are led by persons of color.
Cool.
And that's something that is new this year. It's a really amazing opportunity to just give those organizations some extra shine, some extra light. So we are very excited about that. I don't know if anybody has seen, but when Charlie and I were thinking of our master plan of prizes, we were trying to think of cool prizes to do throughout the day. We were literally thinking of master plans like we were together, like, this is going to be a great one. The magic hour is one of my favorites. The magic hour, there's a couple of them, but there's one in the middle of the night. So like the 3 a.m. slot, there's one in the middle of the night.
I saw that. And actually there's one organization that signed up for 3 o'clock, I think, to play their video for that reason. Because they were like, I want somebody to donate at 3 o'clock, so I get in on that. So that's awesome. I love it.
Exactly. And so the magic hour is pretty awesome because it's just the first 20 organizations to get a donation during that time.
Yeah.
So some things are about, people are all nervous because they're like, we're not the biggest organization, or we don't have as much board support as we wish we had, or we don't have a big social media presence. And what I told them was, if you have a plan, and you are excited, you're going to do well with Do More 24 because we've made it that easy and that exciting. And we have so many great partners, made it so we have an awesome prize categories, and we have a prize pool. I know Sarah will talk a little bit about our prize pool, but that makes all the difference. And I think for our donors in particular, you've already said this, today is the day to give. If you're going to give today, because today your $5 donation can turn into a $100 donation in 1 hour. Yeah, and there is no bank that can give you those type of returns.
No, I'll say that's a crazy percentage right there. That's one where if you actually could get that on any regular basis, you'd be all right. I like it. Today is the day. That's amazing. And that's really good to remind people too. And I do think that there are a lot of folks that, for whatever reason they kind of question, how much can I really make a difference? And I think today is the kind of day that there is no doubt that you can. So jump on board, get involved. Every single dollar really does make a difference, and it'll stretch. It's going to stretch further today than it would tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow, but Saturday.
Yes. Well, yeah, Saturday, because tomorrow will still be.
We'll still be cranking and still be awesome and still be just
we'll still be on this live stream.
Yeah, we'll be basking in the the impact zone, and we're going to be making all the differences. But these people that are a part of these organizations, yes, today and tomorrow are hugely important, but these are not one-day problems that they're fighting. They're year-long, day-after-day problems. So this is why it's so important to just get involved and figure out an organization that makes sense for you to support, whether it's with your time or your money or your resources, your connections, you name it. And this is a good chance to learn about new organizations that you didn't know about. And there's so many on the website. I can't stress that enough. I just want people to go on there and just dig in.
Search. Yes,
search
everybody.
Hit that search function, because there's so many great stories, and there's bound to be one that you'll really connect with.
Absolutely. Chris, when United Way of Delaware first brought the idea of Do More 24 to Delaware, we brought it from the United Way of National Capital Area 6 years ago. And it had never really been done to this magnitude in Delaware before. And so we did it just for the very reason that you said. Nonprofits in Delaware are showing up every day for our everyday community, for our communities. And we wanted to make sure we did something to show up for them. And that is exactly what Do More 24 is. It's a way for us to show up for the nonprofits that care about us every single day. And so we're on year 6. We have this amazing partnership with Spur Impact that has amplified Do More 24. But we can't forget our humble beginnings, but we're so excited for what we have right now, because you all can make a difference no matter who you are. If you have $5 and a credit card, guess what? Today is the day that you give, and today is the day that you make the largest difference. We're so excited, and we just can't say thank you enough, because I'm going to thank you in advance for all the people that are going to donate. And all the people that are listening right now, I'm thanking you all in advance. Just go ahead and get your wallets out.
That's right. Well, and they're all saying thank you, and they appreciate you thanking them. So I hear them thanking you for thanking them, and there's a lot of things going around.
Thank you.
It's like thank you. I see you thanking me, thanking you, thank you.
We all see each other. I love it.
So much seeing. It's like the vision is so clear. Here we are. Let's do it. And I'm excited about it. I really am. I'm excited to go through this list. There's so many people lined up to chat and to talk about their stories. It's going to be really fun to just go through and get lost in them. And there's stretches
Chris,
where it's what's up?
I have to tell you, I can't wait. We're going to do it later. Okay. But there was a video contest.
Okay.
And you're going to be excited to see these videos. These videos were awesome and amazing. Did you know there was a Do More 24 song?
I did actually. I heard it. We saw there's a thing. So I got it. Well, we kind of had all the stuff had to come through us to get it ready.
Oh yeah, I guess I already.
So we got a little bit of an inside, peek.
We already told you. But there's a Do More 24 song. We literally recorded it a couple weeks ago for this very day.
Where did you guys do that? Where did you record it?
Well, you know what? We have a mastermind at the United Way shop. His name is Marcus Watkins.
Yeah.
He's actually a recording artist, and he's toured the world.
That's awesome.
And when we said we wanted to create a song, he's like, yes. And so he recorded it.
Cool.
The vocalist is actually his sister.
Oh, fun.
And so it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was a little family affair, right? They got in and got to work and came out with a little something to help the cause, and that's great.
Exactly.
I don't know if you knew this, but we actually have a recording studio, full audio recording studio here at Being Creative as well. So in the future, we should get him and you guys over here, and we could.
Oh, we're coming. We are coming.
Let's make that happen.
Can't even tell us that because
I did. I already did, so I can't take it back. So it is what it is.
And it's on live stream, so it's
yeah. This is locked in. It's official. I can't. Yeah. Shoot. Oh man, I really should have thought.
Facebook official. Yeah, Facebook official.
That's as official as an invite gets, I think.
Exactly. Well, you know what's also cool? I have to show you. So I have a throwback. It's Throwback Thursday.
Yeah.
So I got a throwback Do More 24 T-shirt. You know, we don't have T-shirts anymore. I keep saying like you can't really do T-shirts anymore because COVID and you don't see people. But I pulled this out of the closet from circa 2016, and I'm so excited.
No, it's good to have that vintage gear, right? You know, you got to bring it back. You know, that retro vibe, and I love the branding, by the way, for the campaign. I just love that kind of retro feel to the Do More 24 campaign. I think it looks awesome. It's just got a great look and a vibe to it. So I'm about it. And I know that we have. I don't know if Sarah wants to join us. We could do a little.
Yeah, she says she does.
Let's up for it. I think that would be a lot of fun. So let's bring her back in. Let's see.
My partner in crime. What's up, Sarah?
Hey, Sarah, let's get that mute thing happening again. She's good. She's listen. She's just being careful. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's not.
I'm at the mill, and there's like people here, which is great because I love the mill, and you know, I'm someone who like working from home has been really great because I get to hang out with my dogs and my fiance. But at the same time, working from home means like you are with your dogs and your fiance. And so I've been really excited to get back into the mill. Which is a co-working space here in Wilmington. It's incredible. They just repainted, so they've got this lovely like blue-gray. It's great. But that said, there are actually people here and other things going on today, which is actually a really refreshing change of pace. So happy to be here. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, no, it's good. And we were just teasing about the audio, but I know you were helping us out. Make sure that's not getting anything kind of filtering in. So that's all good.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just address, we're getting some comments. So every individual page is updating their totals in real time, but because there's such a high amount of traffic, and I think Tiara mentioned this, because there's so many people who are making donations right now, we're having it's going a little slower to get that first like leaderboard and first total up. But you guys, there have been over 600 individual donations so far. We are over the moon about how many people are responding in this first hour. We're not even
half an hour in.
I know, it's crazy.
We're a half hour in, 600. That's insane. That's awesome.
I'm just like furiously refreshing my page, and I'm so excited to see like when it hits, because I think it's going to be a really big number. So, taking bets on, what that first number is going to look like. But man. I know I'm not even. Oh, go ahead.
I'm not even going to try to guess because I don't want to do. I'm just excited to see it. So I can't wait for you guys to report it.
We're excited.
When are we going to know? I feel like a kid on Christmas. I'm like, when are you going to tell us?
I know. We thought that there would be a couple minutes of delay. And so candidly, we're sorry about the delay right now. I know we've got a couple of nonprofits who are messaging. And if you're watching this being like, how is it possible that they've raised $0? We have not. There are some pages, just to shout out a couple that I've noticed. So Read Aloud Delaware has already raised over $2,000.
Wow, that's incredible.
People has already raised over $2,000. Like
so that's that's 4,000. I can do math.
Right. So like,
what else? What else you got?
Well, so it's hard to look through. If I could just scroll and tell you, but a lot of organizations have raised $50, $100, $200 here already. So, I'm confident that the pages are working. It's just, we want to make sure that we get that, it's really fun to kind of sit and watch that main number of all of the total amount raised, just watch that climb. So once we get it,
we'll obviously report on it once it's available, but we're excited to share it. And there's so much good stuff. And I know that we have some content, and we even have some commercials from some of the, the sponsors that we want to share at different times. So actually, if you guys are cool, we're just going to hop in and we're going to do a quick little commercial break, and we're going to highlight one of those, and that is coming up here in just a second. So enjoy this, and we'll be back in about a
The
minute.
racial and economic disparities that have long existed in this country have only been widened by the coronavirus and amplified by the most recent acts of injustice. People around the world are coming together with greater urgency to demand action. At Bank of America, we know we all have a role to play to overcome the very real consequences of systemic racism and inequity. This includes individuals, governments, nonprofits, and the private sector. Racial equality and economic opportunity are deeply connected. That's why Bank of America has committed $1 billion over 4 years to address critical gaps in affordable housing, access to healthcare, employment and job skills, and the resources small businesses need to succeed. We can do more, and we need to do more now to further advance racial equality and economic opportunity for all.
So, I mean, that's a great message. You gotta feel good about what that's about. And I think that's, a cause that, we're all very much behind. So I'm excited. Like I said, I love people just doing good things, helping each other out. We got to lifting each other up and not breaking each other down. And that's just a general feeling. And I just think that all these organizations represent such a great part of humanity. And that's what this is all about.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Tara and I are reading each other's minds at this time. But no, Chris, I think you're 100% right. The nonprofit community here in Delaware is really cool. Obviously really deeply empathetic, deeply caring people. But one thing that I'll say that I've really noticed a lot more of this year is I think a trap that sometimes I think you can fall into in the nonprofit space is you do a lot of work and you rely on grants, you rely on meeting certain metrics, and sometimes you get into survival mode. And in a year like 2020, when you've got a global pandemic that makes, dollars so much more scarce than they've ever been before, which makes your working conditions just crazy unpredictable. I mean, there's just been so much hardship and so many unforeseen obstacles that have come up this year. But I'm really proud of, so many people in the nonprofit space, nonprofit leaders, but then also sector leaders. So let me just shout out the United Way of Delaware, DCF, we heard from Stu, Philanthropy Delaware, Dana. These guys came together and really pulled together a lot of critical COVID relief funds and kind of shined a light on organizations who were having a hard time. So shout out to them. But the other thing that I'm seeing is so many organizations are taking this moment where there's scarcity, where there's uncertainty, and are really, instead of kind of shutting down and getting into their turtle shell, I think people are looking for opportunities for collaboration, to extend a hand to others. We're seeing a lot of, either geographic areas where nonprofits have kind of come together. I know in Sussex County, there's this big coalition of 40 plus organizations who came together to kind of be a hub for COVID response. And they, communicate together, they work together, they share. I think they understand some of the inequities that some of those organizations in their group face where others don't. And they've really kind of combined together to do some awesome things. Another example is the Wilmington Alliance has worked with groups like Nerd It Now. I know Barclays has been a big supporter of this, but Mark Kivas over at Nerd It Now, their team has done a really great job of jumping to make sure that students and nonprofit staffers were able to get really critical, devices. You would hear stories all the time of students who maybe were, there were 3 or 4 siblings who were all sharing one laptop or one iPad to do school in the early months of the pandemic. That's just crazy, and it's crazy inequitable. So, there's just been so much innovation and collaboration. And it's just been really heartening to see so many nonprofits kind of in the spirit of that clip that we just watched, really kind of putting it all on the field to help each other right now, which is just, it's just incredible.
It is. And obviously, Sarah, you and I worked a little bit on that campaign with Nerd It Now. And you know, we worked with the Wilmington Alliance on the Wilmington Strong Fund, and we created some video content for all those campaigns. And it was during a time when things were very uncertain and things were up in the air for many businesses, and a lot of stuff was happening, not just from the pandemic, but with social unrest. And it was just it was a very, very uncertain time, I guess is the best way to say it. And as a business owner, we were just trying to figure out ways to stay relevant, stay proactive, stay busy, so we could almost just like not, stop, because there wasn't much that we could do at that time. So we just were like, you know what, if we can't do that, we're just going to try to make an impact. And that is at least something that we can feel good about. And then we'll see where we'll see where we end up. Right. And it was just a really meaningful, really valuable part of, I guess, getting through this last year for us. And it allowed us, like I said, to just keep moving. And that, I can't imagine what it would have been like if we hadn't done that.
And you know what's really awesome? I just saw someone say, in the midst of a pandemic, when we're working from home, we're alone most of the time. They said Do More 24 has made them feel so much closer to the partners in the work. And I think that was an awesome realization and revelation, is that I have probably never felt more close to our nonprofit partners, and all the phone calls and all the conversations and really understanding their mission and helping them tell that story than I have getting ready for Do More 24. And I'm just so proud of them. Like so proud of them. We did this, Delaware. Like Delaware really has shown up for so many people. And their nonprofits have really shown up in so many ways. And I'm just so proud. It's very exciting.
No, there's a lot to be proud of, and you should be proud. And, we got a little bit of a glimpse of that even the last couple of days, and then last week getting content together for this live stream and working with everybody to make sure that they had what they needed, and just, making sure they were, good. Like, no, we got you. We got your files. We got your stuff. We're all set for this time. And just, they care, and they just want to make sure it's right. And, and they're busy, right? They're not just, this is an initiative for them, and it's an important piece of what they're trying to do, but they also actually have organizations to run, and they have missions to carry out, and they have people
in front of them.
And, that they have to
for food.
Exactly. Like, they're literally making an actual difference in our community, and that's what their main focus is. So where this stuff is very important, it's not maybe what they do naturally or as well as what they obviously are doing in their mission work. So it's always interesting to kind of see that all work together.
Absolutely. It's been really fun. It's almost, I've gotten a lot of phone calls, and it's cute because they're calling me and they're like, I don't know, T, I don't know how to do this. We've never done this before. And I'm like, go for it. You can go live. All you have to do is press the button. And they're like, well, what if I say something wrong? You can't say anything wrong. When I was prepping people for this live stream, I'm like, Chris has got you. There's nothing that you can't do this wrong. He will make sure you're interesting.
And I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to say.
No, I think it's definitely been a really good year. I mean, I think, Tiara, you might have been saying this earlier, but like, so many organizations, I think, went on their first Zoom call a year ago, right? Like, organizations were not using a lot of the features that were available to them. This virtual space of having to like stare at your face in a little box on screen for a lot of your workday, that used to be really uncomfortable. But now I think people are more comfortable on camera. I think people are more comfortable with like, a lot of the features that social media provide you. I think there's just like a different air of like how business operates and how we communicate with each other. And I think I think people are leaning into that this year. And I think that there's a lot of new skills and new strengths around the table, especially in our nonprofit community. So I'm excited to see what people do with that this year.
People adapt, right? I mean, at the end of the day, when you're pushed and you're forced to, you adapt. And, we've been evolving and adapting since we've been on this planet. And I think it's been really fun. It was awesome to see, like, grandma and grandpa hopping on Zooms and getting it before some, others, right? Like, well, if they can do it, which, whatever that means, then you can too, right? And it was just really cool. And it was fun to see people connecting in ways that they hadn't been, and really starting to appreciate, especially those that are in distance type scenarios where you're not next to your family or your friends in a way that you could just drop by. They started to connect in a way they hadn't before. And that's actually been one of the things that's maybe a plus through some of this, and learning how to leverage the technology to actually improve your life. And
that's
been cool.
It's been amazing. I haven't seen my colleagues as much as I've seen them in the last 8 months on a regular day. Like if on a regular day, I would be closing my office door and trying to just do my work quietly. Now we have very regular Zoom meetings where I get to look at them all the time. It's been awesome.
It is. It's nice. And, of course, it always helps when you like each other, but let's not worry about that. You can always, that's what the mute button's for. That's what, you find your way through it,
A godsend. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
No, all kidding aside, but we're cruising along. It's already, we're 45 plus minutes in, and we're rocking and rolling. We're having fun. We are just getting started on our 24-hour live stream. Believe it or not, we're going to be going all the way till 6 p.m. tomorrow. And we're going to be having fun the whole way. And some of my team is like, we're going to take a picture of you every hour so we can kind of see the difference. So that's kind of funny.
We need a meme that's like, this is how it started. This is how it's going.
And then we're like, so anyway. No, we're going to do our best to hang in there. We're doing this. We got this. And we got a few people coming up. I know fairly soon. We've got Jen Cho from Barclays is going to be hopping on to talk to us a little bit, and that's coming up here, scheduled for 6:50. So any moment she'll be hopping on, and we'll be kind of looking out for them. And then after that, we've got a video for Pathways to Success, and some more conversations lined up after that. So lots of good content coming. And again, go to the website, right? Check it out.
Absolutely. Chris, you mentioned Pathways to Success. I just want to shout them out. Yeah. They are one of these organizations that has done a phenomenal job getting on social media this year. Their Facebook and their Twitter game has been on point. They have done a really great job.
Well, that you could argue that social media is just another pathway to success. So it's good that they're able to,
especially in Do More 24.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. No, they're crushing it, and that's awesome. And I look forward to being able to share that with everybody here in just a little bit. And good of you to give them a shout out. They deserve it. And so does all these wonderful organizations. And I know we're going to be keeping our eyes on the website over there at domore24delaware.org for some totals, and just to be kind of keeping in touch with what's going on. I'm excited. I want to see that first number, and oh man, it's got to be coming here soon. I can feel it. It looks like we actually do have, which is great. Jen's queuing up and going to be on here in a moment. So fun talking with you guys for now. We will keep this party rolling. I know we'll see both of you later on in the program for sure. And, stay awesome. We appreciate you. I'm going to hop over, Jen. We're going to come over to you now. So that's how this is going to work. I'm going to flip over. Bam. And Jen, you're on. So we are going to just keep that a 2-shot. Hold on there. They're excited. They don't want to leave. They don't want to leave. That's okay. They're beautiful people, and we should have kept them. But for now, I just want to introduce you. So Jen over there at Barclays, tell us a little bit about why this is so important, why being involved in the community is so very important for you guys. It's such a big deal that you guys, the impact you guys make is very impressive.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. We're so excited to be able to support and be here live today with you guys. Barclays obviously is really honored to be able to support Do More 24 this year, to really help nonprofits across our state who've done so much to support our communities. I know Tiara and Sarah talked a little bit about that, but this past year obviously has been so difficult for so many, and a lot of our nonprofits have stepped up to really make Delaware a better place to do more this past year. And so now it's our turn to do more to support them. And to really be able to give back, to help them serve more people in the community as well. So we hope that, we can take this next 24 hours and really rally all the people in the community to give back today and support and win some of the amazing prizes that we have. We're getting our colleagues involved as well. We're put a call to action out to all of them. And so we always say giving back to our communities, what we do in the community is such an important part of our DNA and our kind of who we are as a company. And so we're really excited to be able to support today and this next 24 hours and some of the hours that are coming up, actually.
Yeah, we are actually, we're kind of gaining on that first hour. So we almost, 23 plus hours to go. Not that I'm counting. But Jen, yeah, right. We're like, okay, so that's 23 to go. We're moving along. But you guys were really involved. We were working with the Wilmington Strong Fund and the Wilmington Alliance, and you guys were a big supporter of that. So talk about, that program and maybe some of the other specific initiatives you guys have been a part of or are currently, a part of that you just think maybe people at home should know about.
Yeah. So, Barclays as a whole, last year, actually, given COVID and the impact of COVID, we knew it was going to be important for us to really be able to support, those most vulnerable. And so last year we had announced a $125 million COVID community aid package to really support all of our communities globally. Some of that funding, as you mentioned, Chris, was to support the Wilmington Strong Fund. A lot of small businesses were hit so hard during COVID. Some of them had to shut down temporarily. And so we really wanted to be able to support some of our local Wilmington businesses. And so we put a call to action out with Wilmington Alliance and with Cornerstone CDC to be able to do a matching grant of $100K to help them raise funds to support a lot of our small businesses across the city. And so they've been able to support and deploy a lot of those funds, helping thousands of small businesses already, which has been great. We've also done a ton with, I think Sarah and Tiara mentioned Nerd It Now and Marquivas. We work with them, and then Wilmington Alliance also to stand up a technology fund to support a lot of the workforce programs to be able to help them get back into operation virtually as well. And so we know kind of getting a job, getting that kind of workforce training is such an important part of that first step to financial independence and picking yourself up. So that's a really important area of focus for us philanthropically.
Yeah, no, that's great. And, I know that, we as a business in Delaware and just as part of this community appreciate all the work you guys are doing because it makes a difference. It makes an impact. And, there were so many small businesses, like you said, that were just hurt. I mean, it was tough. And it still is, right? It's a tough time. But those that are finding their way through it, those that are kind of pressing on and being creative and sort of proactively taking steps to realign themselves, reposition, and make their way through it are the ones that are benefiting. But some of those programs that you're a part of are really what's helping allow them to do that, right? Or allowing them to be able to kind of stay in the game or to make some moves and to kind of put themselves in better positions. And that's really important. And that's really great. So I want to say thank you, from a business owner's perspective and just know that what you guys are doing matters and we appreciate it.
Thank you. And honestly, we cannot take credit. The organizations and the nonprofits that are on the ground doing that hard work, supporting small businesses and those in need are really the ones who should take all the credit. I think they're really their blood, sweat, and tears kind of every day really supporting our communities is really what makes Delaware such a great place. And so we're very appreciative of their work. And we're so excited to be able to support over the next 24 hours. We're hoping they're going to raise a ton of money.
No, that's the goal. And we're excited to kind of get that first total. I know we've had a really incredible number of donations already, record number in the first, less than an hour now. I know just over a half an hour in, we'd already had like 600 donations, like actual, transactions, which is an incredible number. So we're just getting started. It's exciting. I know last year we did over 400,000 in total, and that's an amazing number and something that we were obviously very happy about. But I don't know, we're, knocking on wood, but we're feeling pretty good about where we're at. We've been working really hard, and all those nonprofits are getting the word out there, and they're really, really kind of taking advantage of what this day is all about. And that's just a day of giving. So it's a beautiful thing. So anything else you want to share or, you want to kind of leave with us, but we really appreciate you checking in with us and being a part of the program and supporting.
Yeah, no, we're really excited. I think Sarah wanted to actually come on board and maybe announce the first
wonderful.
winners.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's
exciting. So let's bring her in. Let's not even wait.
Sorry. So I know we're still waiting on the grand total, but while we have Jen here, First of all, just want to say, Jen, thank you again for your generosity and your support for this day. Really glad to have Barclays on board. And we know that you guys have this awesome, opening prize. So if it's okay, can I read the 20 organizations?
We'd love to hear it. I'm waiting with bated breath. It's amazing.
All right. So, for a reminder for anyone watching, the first 20 organizations who could get to 25 unique donors wins a cash bonus. And these nonprofits are as follows. The first is the Candlelight Theater, Pause for People, Clear Space Theater Company, Read Aloud Delaware, Tatnall, the Delaware Children's Theater, Family Promise of Northern Newcastle County. I believe this is the Shepherd's Office, Do More for the Homeless, Hungry, or Lonely. That's Jim, I bet. The Barbara Brooks Transition House Fundraiser. The Delaware Manufactured Homeowners Association, 3 Sussex County organizations in a row. You'll love to see it. All right, longest intermission ever. I'm trying to think of what that page is. It's a theater page. I'm going to have to circle back and check because these are just the titles of the fundraiser.
Is that the Bootless Stageworks?
Oh, it might be.
That's my guess. That's my guess. Throwing it out.
Okay, I want to circle back to number 11 just to make sure I'm not lying to the good people of this live stream. Then we have Children's Beach House. High Five for Weston. Oh, I got to look up that one too. Planned Parenthood, Sanford School, Cradles to Crayons, the Delaware Alliance Against Sexual Violence. That's a new organization. Good for them. First State Montessori Academy. Provide support for a child in need. I'll need to look up that one. And Forgotten Cats. So I got to look up 3 pages to make sure I know what organization they are. But those 3 pages are called #longest intermission ever.
Okay.
High $5. That's clever. High five for Weston. And then provide support for a child in need. I will put in the chat what 3 organizations those are. With 400 plus organizations raising money, it's hard to keep track of them all. But congratulations to all of those organizations. We will publish those on our website very soon. But what an accomplishment to beat out all of these competitive organizations. Yeah, round of applause.
No, that's awesome. Seriously, round of applause to them. And, just the first of many winners. They're all winners through this campaign, and that's the beauty of it. But that is awesome to be able to honor those organizations that are making it happen, that are getting out there, that are hustling, and they're taking advantage of what this day has to offer. So good stuff. Yeah, I look forward to, kind of getting some clarification on a couple of those, but that sounds really good. And we're moving right along. But yeah, thanks for that update. And again, we're waiting on our first total number. I know we have a ton of transactions. Do you have an update on the number of donation, actual transactions?
We're well over 700 at this point.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think I'll let you know when we hit 1,000, but
okay.
I think we're going to hit 1,000 pretty early into the evening.
All right, good. Well, I'm gonna ring that bell when it's ready, and we'll kind of keep it going. But yeah, again, awesome. Yeah, Jen, thanks for being a part of this. Thank you for the support. Thank you for just sharing in that moment with us and celebrating those organizations. That was awesome. Obviously, you're welcome to pop back on at some point if you want throughout the program. I know I have some time. I keep offering this 3:00 in the morning spot, but nobody seems to be biting on it. But, it's up to you.
I think I'll pass on that, but I will be back tomorrow at 4:30. And before I leave, I just kind of wanted to plug the 2 other, I know you're going to be plugging some of the other hours, but Barclays is sponsoring the Coffee Break Power Hour tomorrow at 10 o'clock, where we're awarding $4,000 total in prizes. The top 4 nonprofits that receive the most donations in that hour, both in the small and large nonprofit categories. And then we have the Barclays Home Stretch Prize at the last hour at 5 o'clock tomorrow, where hopefully, Chris, you're still awake and empowering.
That's the hope.
Where we're sponsoring a $1,000 prize to the top 3 nonprofits in each of those categories as well. Those that raise the most money by the end of that final hour. So really exciting, some amazing prizes. I know that others are sponsoring. So we're so glad to be able to support, and hopefully we're excited to rally behind all the nonprofits that are in running and raising money today.
No, that's awesome. And yeah, we appreciate it. So yeah, thanks again. I guess I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. That's fine. You don't have to jump on at 3 a.m. I'll let you slide on this one. I'll take it. And we'll go from there. But Jen, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And we'll see you soon. So Sarah, pretty good stuff. Great announcement there. Looking forward to more of those great announcements, and we'll keep kind of rolling along. We are going to be moving on. We got a great message from Pathways to Success that we're going to share here in a moment. So we're going to kind of queue up for that and kind of go from there. So Sarah, anything, you said we're a little over 700 or so, last checked at least. I know we're probably more than that ultimately. But
absolutely. Yeah. Last time I got an update, we had over 700 individual donations, which is just really incredible. Obviously, there's a lot of momentum in the first hour. So that's not to say we'll have 700 donations every hour, but maybe it is to say that. Who knows?
It's hard to say. I think it's very possible. With the number we said, I would put my money on 700 in the first hour. That's why I'm throwing it out there.
I like it. I like it a lot. You know, I think that the predictions game is not one that I want to be in, but I do think that there's, I think we can look pretty high to the goals this year.
And I do think that you could say that if, say, there were 700 donations in the first hour, that would be a really nice pathway to success in itself. So with that, I think let's share a great message from Pathways to Success.
Awesome.
Hi, this is Sarah Gilmore with Pathways to Success, and I'm the outreach coordinator. And this is...
Hi, my name is Dominique Scott. I also work for Pathways to Success, and I'm also the marketing coordinator and also the fair housing coordinator.
We are just so excited about this.
The day has finally come.
Oh, it's so
Yes!
wonderful. It's so wonderful. And for those of you that don't know a whole lot about Pathways to Success, we serve students that attend Cape and Lopin High School, Seaford High School, Sussex Tech, and Milford High School in beautiful Sussex County. And you can see our beach in the back.
Yes, we really wanted to bring in the scene just because it's such a exciting day, and we just feel like that the kids that we serve, kind of the purpose of our fundraiser is going to benefit them so much. And kind of what we're doing and the reason why we are raising, and our goal is $8,000. So we are going to be tracking that throughout this fundraiser. So thank you for everybody that has listened to all of our radio stations and all of our TV, different things. But we are raising money for dorm room baskets because this year and last year education has been affected so much by the pandemic. So we are raising money for students that are a part of our 4 schools that are going to go off to college. So dorm room baskets is kind of the ask that we are asking for, raising money to kind of support them in their transition going to college. So, yeah.
Yes, it's really, really exciting. And we just want to let you know that any amount would be most appreciative. You know, every little bit helps, or, it all adds up. So whatever you can do, we really would appreciate it, and our kids would appreciate it. These are our kids that, some of them are first time in their family going to college. They, may not be able to afford things that we are going to supply them through these dorm baskets, which will make them feel more comfortable and focus on their studies.
Absolutely. So along those same lines is like what our goal is to have a level playing field. Mm-hmm. So when they're on campus, they can feel like, they have all their toiletries and they have all their beddings and they have all their school supplies that they need for the transition, because a lot of our students, obviously because of COVID, they're trying to lower numbers on college campuses. They haven't been able to do college tours. No. Which is so crazy. They're doing virtual tours, so they don't get the feel of, being on campus. And how they say when you select a college, when you go on campus, and a lot of kids they have to come up with that they already know, and they're doing it through a computer screen. So we are just trying to support them in all different ways, especially the kids that have been so much affected through the academic system. So that's kind of our ask. And yes, thank you. Thank you.
Looking forward to this, and so looking forward to seeing that number go up and up and up and up.
Yes.
By 6:00 p.m. Friday, you have to donate, and like I said, we would really appreciate it. Our kids would really appreciate it.
So when you go on the DoMore24de.org website, you can just type us in, Pathways to Success. And yes, please get us to reach our goal. And thank you very much to all the donors.
Thank you.
So there it was, a great message from Pathways to Success. So be sure to support that organization and all the other organizations on there as well. Take a look at the page. You're going to love it. Dig in, learn more about these organizations. They're doing great work in the community, and we are excited. We're moving right along. We are into our second hour now. So we're only 23 hours to go in our live stream. And we've got some more guests on the way, of course. So we're going to be bringing some more folks in. I know that next up, we had scheduled Lindsay Lancaster from the Healthy Foods for Healthy Kids group, followed by Catherine Harris. So Catherine's going to be coming up here in just a little bit as well. Looks like she might even have a guitar ready for us, possibly. So that's exciting. And I am going to be kind of cruising along. We're going to give Lindsay a second. Looks like Lindsay is just coming in now. So we're going to bring Lindsay in. Lindsay Lancaster from the Healthy Foods for Healthy Kids organization. Lindsay, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
We're doing great. It's exciting. We're just getting things rolling here. We're an hour into the campaign so far, and it's going great. How's everything on your side?
Fabulous. Thanks so much for having us, Christopher. We are so excited to be here. We're so excited to be part of Do More 24. It's very exciting for us, and we just want to thank all of the sponsors, United Way, Spur Impact, and everyone else.
Yeah, it's all of us together making a huge difference on one day in Delaware, and it's a special day. It's the Delaware's Giving Day, and it's all part of this Do More 24, campaign, and we're excited. So tell us a little bit about what you guys do with Healthy Foods for Healthy Kids. I'd love to learn more about it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. We are a small nonprofit. We are working to vegucate the first state, I like to say. So we partner with schools to start vegetable garden programs on site at the school during the academic day. We currently partner with 30 plus schools in Delaware. We are in the process of expanding statewide, serving 11,000 students. So our program that we have is all hands-on. It's a science-based program. We plant both in the fall and in the spring. So we're actually just a few weeks away from kicking off our spring gardening season, which we're really very excited about. We grow cool other fast growing crops. So things like arugula, kale, turnips, spinach, peas, chard. So everything that can be grown in about 6 to 8 weeks, which is really great because it allows us to have a seed to table experience for the students. So all the produce that we have then goes to the cafeteria where it's served to the students, which is a great part of our program. And all the students in all the grades get to participate, which is something that's really unique about our program.
Yeah, that's really awesome, and it's a huge impact that is happening in the community. So with that, spring, it's crazy to hear you say spring is on the way. It almost doesn't feel real. I almost feel like, can you say that slower? Because that sounds so nice, right? We've had some winter and some cold lately, and I think it's starting to turn a little bit. We got some decent forecasts coming up, and with spring and with all of that, the growth of those vegetables and the stuff that you guys work with, talk a little bit about what inspired you, particularly when it comes to what you do with this organization and in the community.
Sure. So I have a teaching background. So what really inspires me is the education piece as students learn the science, the hands-on science that coincides with the gardening program. But then I think what really grew on me as I've been involved more with the organization is really the fact that the healthy eating piece, and that students through the gardening are able to discover a love for vegetables, which is just so important to healthy living and to eating. And that piece is something that's just really taken me as I've been with the organization, to just see students have that experience, to taste a lot things that they wouldn't have tried for the first time. So things like bok choy or arugula. It's just been really inspiring to see students try.
Yeah, no, I think that's important, right? To give them some new experiences, to push them a little bit out of their comfort zones. And food is, in a way, it's kind of its own way to travel and to experience things from around the world, and to introduce yourself to just possibilities and other things. And I know that maybe that's a little grandiose type of statement, but I think it's really important to kind of open your palate up a little bit and to maybe travel through the plate sometimes. And it changes people's perspective, and perspective is such an important thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's really cool. So how do people find you guys? How do they learn more about you and support what you guys are doing?
Absolutely. So feel free to visit our website, healthyfoodsforhealthykids.org. A lot of information there. Specifically for this campaign for Do More 24, I really encourage everybody to visit our Facebook page, Healthy Foods for Healthy Kids, and also to follow us on Twitter at HealthyFoodsDE. For this campaign, we are posting gardening and cooking tips on the cooking tips and tricks on the hour, every hour. Also doing some fun Facebook Live demos to check out. Also visit our Do More 24 page. There's a full schedule of live cooking and gardening trips demos that will be coming up tomorrow.
No, that's awesome. And that's great to hear. So make sure you guys are supporting their organization. It's a big deal that we're supporting all of these nonprofits. So we really appreciate you coming on for a few minutes, Lindsay, to talk. Good luck with everything over the next 24 hours. And we expect to see you and everybody really benefit from what is an amazing day here in Delaware with Do More 24. So thanks again. It was really fun to chat with you, and hopefully we can do it again sometime.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
All right, absolutely. Take care. We'll talk soon. So we are now going to be moving along. Like I said, we have Catherine. I believe Catherine is coming on, right? Catherine Harris is queued up for us, and you are with the Lewis Community Gardeners Society. So that's pretty cool. I'd love to learn more about that. So Catherine, we're going to bring you on and get you into the conversation and say hi a little bit. So what's going on?
Hi. Well, what a great segue, because we are also about gardening, sharing, and education. It's an organic garden. We are committed to donating to the community. We have designated beds just for donation. And then the gardeners that have their own beds also donate. We've had weekly contributions to both the Greater Lewis Community Village and nice. The Community Resource Center in Rehoboth. It's a food bank for the area. And we've only been going for 2 years, but last season we were able to contribute 600 pounds of produce. Wow. So
that's amazing accomplishment. Great. I mean, especially for being a new organization. What inspired you to get involved, or why did the organization get started in the first place?
Because there wasn't a community garden within 30 miles.
Wow,
and
that's
a great gardening community. They've got the award-winning Lewis and Bloom planting flowers everywhere, but we weren't growing enough food.
Yeah.
So I was actually researching it the last year before I retired, is how to start a community garden. It took us a long time to find all the right people and finally get the lease signed off with the city and with DenRec, who control the park where our garden is located.
Yeah.
But yeah, we finally made a start in 2019, and despite COVID, we're able to keep going last year. But now our big push is to make a proper fence. We didn't have enough money for a professional fence.
Yep.
And we started very small with just a volunteer built fence. But if we can get the money to really build out the land that we've been leased, we can probably double the amount of beds that we have.
Wow, that's great.
And the amount of people that we serve.
And this may be obvious, but for those at home, why is a proper fence, for instance, so important for you guys?
Oh, deer. It's to include beds. It's to include people. It's to keep the deer and bunnies and other foragers out.
Yeah, it's like, all right, listen, you can make your own garden, little bunny foo-foo. This is ours. We need this food. So I think that's great. And just talk a little bit about the benefits of a community garden in general, because I know it's a thing that's been popping up around the country and around the world. And, there's definitely some really cool things that I think that they bring to a community. So talk about that if you can, and talk about what you guys have seen through that.
It's an international movement.
Yeah.
It gets people exercising outdoors, sharing, and one of our important impulses from the beginning was to donate. Was not just to be personal gardening, but to be able to donate.
Yeah, and that's a great comment. I think it's nice to have access to be able to grow in your community. If maybe you don't have the space at your house, or maybe you're not set up well enough to do it. But I think that combination of being able to use it, for personal use as well as to do it on a philanthropic side is really a nice thing. And so was that what you guys do? Are people able to grow kind of their own, but as well, or is it just
yes? There's some people. There's some that beds that are just for individuals, but we really encourage people to help with the general work and to donate. And we've also sponsored families that couldn't pay the rent for their bed. And it was fun. Even one of those was even giving to our weekly donation, even though she was sponsored. She was helping with our weekly donation. So, and we're trying to expand. There's a couple of groups that are trying to join us this year. One is one that works with teenagers and teaching about gardening.
Nice.
And there's a group from the Unitarian Church that's thinking about maybe having a garden at their property, but they're going to start with working with us in a bed.
Oh, wonderful. I think that's great. And you're inspiring people to take an interest in their food, which makes it a little more of a mindful process. We're not, I think through that you become naturally a little more, healthy, and you're more conscious about what you're putting in your body, and you just, it's a good thing all around. And I think it's a benefit to the community. And I think it's great what you guys are doing. And the fact that you're just 2 years old as an organization, that doesn't mean anything, right? It's just the beginning, and you guys are off on a great journey, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
So we appreciate you coming on and chatting with us a little bit. We're rooting you on, and we're excited to see what you guys are able to do through this whole campaign and over the next 24 hours, how it all shakes out. But either way, keep doing the good work in the community, keep, growing as you could say here in this case, I guess. And, if you need anything, let us know. And, we're excited
for one chorus.
Oh, sure. I'd love to. Yeah, absolutely. I thought you had a guitar there. I thought I snuck that visual in.
Bed by bed families, join our garden community. We learn and share and donate food to those who are barely making do. Bed by bed families, join our garden community, and we share and learn and donate food to those who are barely making do.
That was awesome. Well, thank you for that. That was great. And I just want to say it's been a pleasure to chat with you, and it's really nice to have you on to learn a little bit about your organization and just to be a part of this bigger effort of Do More 24. It's exciting, and we'll just continue to wish you guys luck, and like I said, keep growing. That's what it's all about. So thank you so much. We'll see you around. If you need anything, let us know, and good luck. So there you have it. That was awesome. That was again Catherine Harris from the Lewis Community Gardens Society, a young organization doing some community gardens. Developed a really nice opportunity to donate a great number. I think they had a huge number of 600 pounds of food, and they're a young organization doing great work in their community, and that's what this is all about. And we are going to be sharing some more. We got a message from the Delaware Museum of Natural History, which they have a short video that we are going to be sharing here in just a minute. So let me cue that up now, and you guys can enjoy that. So here you go. Again, this is a message from the Delaware Museum of Natural History.
Hey everybody, it's Megan from the Delaware Museum of Natural History, and we are so excited to be a part of Do More 24 Delaware. This year, our museum is closed for our metamorphosis as we become the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science. Around me, you can see some of our incredible specimens in their temporary home while the rest of our museum gets completely renovated. One of our goals as the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science is to connect people to the incredible world all around them. What better way to do this than to bring a dinosaur to the museum that also called the Mid-Atlantic home, just like we do? With your help during Do More 24 Delaware, we can do just that and bring the Dryptosaurus to the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science. Never heard of a Dryptosaurus? That's okay, I hadn't either. Similar to the T-Rex that we all are familiar with, the Dryptosaurus was a large theropod also found in the late Cretaceous period. It had hollow bones like a bird, three-toed limbs, and was about 6.5 meters long, which is like 3 Michael Jordans laying down on the ground. That's crazy. The name Dryptosaurus means tearing lizard, so it's no surprise that the Dryptosaurus was a carnivorous dinosaur like the T-Rex also. The Dryptosaurus will be a part of our Paleozone gallery, where it'll be joined by many other specimens and fossils, including the Delaware state fossil, the belemnite. When you visit the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science, you'll see many specimens and fossils throughout our galleries. But up here, in the Collections and Research Division, we have millions more. Bringing the Dryptosaurus to the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science would help us inspire endless curiosity about the nature and science found all around us every single day. We would love your support in this effort. From the Waterbug, myself, and everyone else here at the Delaware Museum of Natural History, soon to be the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science, thank you. Thank you.
Now, thank you so much for that. And we're going to just cue that up again, just so we make sure you guys got the whole message.
Hey everybody, it's Megan from the Delaware Museum of Natural History, and we are so excited to be a part of Do More 24 Delaware. This year, our museum is closed for our metamorphosis as we become the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science. Around me, you can see some of our incredible specimens in their temporary home while the rest of our museum gets completely renovated. One of our goals as the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science is to connect people to the incredible world all around them. What better way to do this than to bring a dinosaur to the museum that also called the Mid-Atlantic home, just like we do? With your help during Do More 24 Delaware, we can do just that and bring the Dryptosaurus to the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science. Never heard of a Dryptosaurus? That's okay, I hadn't either. Similar to the T-Rex that we all are familiar with, the Dryptosaurus was a large theropod also found in the late Cretaceous period. It had hollow bones like a bird, three-toed limbs, and was about 6.5 meters long, which is like 3 Michael Jordans laying down on the ground. That's crazy. The name Dryptosaurus means tearing lizard, so it's no surprise that the Dryptosaurus was a carnivorous dinosaur like the T-Rex also. The Dryptosaurus will be a part of our Paleozone gallery, where it'll be joined by many other specimens and fossils, including the Delaware state fossil, the belemnite. When you visit the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science, you'll see many specimens and fossils throughout our galleries. But up here, in the Collections and Research Division, we have millions more. Bringing the Dryptosaurus to the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science would help us inspire endless curiosity about the nature and science found all around us every single day. We would love your support in this effort. From the Waterbug, myself, and everyone else here at the Delaware Museum of Natural History, soon to be the Delaware Museum of Nature and Science, thank you. Thank you.
Well, hi, everyone. It's me. I'm not your host, but I'm just filling in for a few minutes. Chris will be right back. I know that we've got a lot more time on the clock, but I did just want to say that I know we've had some technical difficulties, but if you go to the Do More 24 homepage right now, you can see the amount of money that we raised. And let me tell you, in our first hour and 24 minutes, we have already raised more than $250,000. So far, we have raised $252,656 in 84 minutes. That's insane. That is like a crazy amount of money. Just a reminder, last year we raised just under $400,000 in 24 hours. And you guys, the Delaware nonprofit community, raised $250,000 in like an hour and a half. This is insane. This has literally never been done before in Delaware. We are so excited to see just how much money you guys are going to raise over the next day. I can't even believe it. It's incredible. I hope you are high-fiving your teams right now, giving the elbow, virtual, fist bumps, making sure that you're sending those congratulation texts, calling your friends and family. I mean, this is just an unprecedented amount of money. I see that Chris is back.
Yes.
Thank God. Did you hear the good news?
I heard some good news, but tell me exactly what's the number. Did we have a number?
We do. Do you want to guess the number?
Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm gonna get it. I really don't. I think that it's gonna be a number that I'm gonna be overwhelmed by. Are we talking about the total number donated? Or are we talking about so far? Or are we talking about the number of donations?
I don't actually have a number of individual donations on hand. I'll have to go run back into like our little war room to find that. But as of right now, we have raised over $250,000.
Whoa.
In the first 86 minutes.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I thought you said we've raised over $250,000 in the first 80 something minutes. Is that what you said? Is that what was said? That was what was said.
Chris, I cannot believe. I knew it was going to be a lot of money. I knew that there was a reason our website was moving so slowly. I had no idea.
That is crazy. To be honest with you, I wasn't going to guess $250,000. I was probably going to say like 100, 150, maybe tops. But that's crazy.
That's what I was thinking, dude. I honestly did not have any reason to suspect we would have raised so much money by now. It's really incredible.
Well, hey, listen, I'm okay with that. We're rocking and rolling. We just had, Catherine on a guitar singing a song about our organization. And that's because they love what they do. They're passionate, they care, and that's coming through in that number, right? Because people support because they feel that passion, they feel that love, and they want to be a part of things that are making a difference in our world. I think that's more present than ever, especially after the year we've all been through, that we all say, you know what, enough's enough. I'm going to care about what I care about, and I'm going to support it, and this is the way I want to live.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree with that message more than right now. Chris, even in the last minute that we've talked, we've raised, the total continues to climb. So we're up to 254. Get on your phone, get on your device, keep hitting that refresh button. It is just,
let me
it's
see.
gratifying to watch that amount go up.
Yeah, no doubt. And then just tell people on the website itself, where is that located exactly?
That is right on the homepage. If you get to domore24delaware.org,
hit the refresh page. Oh, there it is. I just,
you'll see our countdown clock.
Wow, I see it. $254,658 raised so far, and we are just getting started. We're literally have 22 and a half hours to go. This is crazy.
And Chris, as a reminder, this is not people writing six-figure checks. This is people giving $10 contributions, $25 contributions. I mean, think about the volume of transactions. I mean, honest to God, that's why the website was moving so slowly for a while there. It's because we had so many freaking people donating at the same time.
Absolutely flooding it. And that's what's up. That's awesome. We have a lot of great organizations lined up we're going to be talking to, and just to give you a heads up, and if you got to run, that's totally fine. I appreciate you hopping on. Awesome. We are going to be talking to Melissa from ACLU of Delaware. We've got the Delaware Teacher Academy Foundation coming up here in a little bit. We got the Imperial Dynasty Arts Program. We've got Supporting Kids. So many great organizations, and that's what it's all about. And we're going to be talking to so many of them over the next 22 and a half hours with what's remaining left here in our live stream. And it's just been fun. It's been fun to get lost in some worlds already, and we're just getting started.
Thanks for being here, Chris. Talk to you soon.
All right. Sounds great. All right. So anyway, obviously the Sarah from Spur Impact, she does so many great things in so many different ways. And she is one of the main key members there making this whole thing happen. So we got to all say thanks to her and the rest of the team there. And all these organizations really, reaping the rewards. And look at those numbers again. If you go to the homepage, hit that refresh button. I'm really excited to see. Yeah, it just keeps climbing. It's going up. The clock is ticking, and we're just getting started on our 24-hour live stream experience. Again, my name is Chris with King Creative, and we're just proud to be a part of it all. And we have some people coming on here in just a little bit. Any moment, I think we should have Melissa Bryson. If she doesn't hop on, I might have a video. It looks like we do have Michelle, I believe, is here possibly in the group from our Delaware Teacher Academy Foundation. So if you guys are good to go, I think let's get into a conversation. We'll have a little chat, learn more about what you guys are all about, and welcome to the program. What's going on, guys? How's it going? You got a nice group.
Yes. How are you?
We're doing great. What's going on? So where are you guys right now? Are you driving to the studio, or what's
We're out planning our state conference. So we're in midst of doing all that while we're doing this event with you guys.
Oh, that's awesome. And I don't know if you saw, but yeah, the numbers so far are amazing, and it's just an incredible effort. So tell us a little bit about what you guys are all about. Tell us about the organization, and maybe even the conference you guys are putting on there. That sounds great too.
All right. So the Delaware Teacher Academy Foundation is an organization that houses Educators Rising and the Delaware Teacher Academy. So it's for high school students and college students that want to enter the field of education.
That actually might be one of them now. They're calling for an opportunity to learn about how to do that. Yes. That's great. It's
so we host conferences and professional development, and I'll let Caitlin take over.
All right, Caitlin, you're on.
Hey, thank you so much for having us. So
it's our pleasure.
I'm Caitlin Thomas. I'm currently serving as the Delaware State President. So really what I love about Educators Rising is that it has become a home away from home for me. It's inspiring being around motivated people that share my passion for education. And that's really what all of our organization is about. My state officers here, they've become like a second family to me. And then
what's up? I see you back there. You got your seatbelts on? Let me see. We seatbelts are on. All right, just checking. Your safety first. All right.
No, well, we're in a parking lot right now, so it's okay.
Okay, all right. You're parked. All right. Actually, that was my next question. I was like, are you driving right now, or you're actually parked? So that's great.
Oh no, we're parked. No worries. Thanks for the concern. But
yeah, we gotta look out.
We're doing our conference this year, and then our main goal with that conference is to champion for all. So that's our huge slogan this year. We're focusing around building an inclusive environment in education that caters to everyone. Our motto this year is learn, listen, love, lead, and rise up future educators.
That's awesome. That's an amazing thing. So what inspired you guys to get involved in this mission? Like why this ultimately?
So I am actually doing my doctoral degree and found out this through one of the resolutions with the state Senate. And it is an awesome thing that was driving people to serve and do more within the 24-hour period. And that's basically what we're talking about all year, has been championing for people. And you guys were doing that for everyone in Delaware to make a better future for all of us.
That's such an important thing, and it's our future, right, at stake. And I don't think there's any better way to put that. It's simple, but if you really think about it that way, it puts some perspective into what we do and why we do it, and in the choices we make. And I love that. I think our future is such an important thing. When you think about it that way, you start to question, well, maybe I shouldn't do that. I should do this instead. And that's great. That's awesome. So with this, I know you were talking a little bit about the conference, and maybe some, maybe the back row there can chat a little bit. You guys want to chime in a little bit about what you guys do and why you're so involved with the organization, what you love about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to start. My name is Jake Ogman. I'm the Vice President for Finance Membership with Delaware Educators Rising. The great thing about the conference competition is that how it's set up is that every year there's national competition. And so we as a state level bring all of our students from Delaware into one location. This year will be virtual, but we bring all of our students into one location and we hold competitions. And these competitions range anywhere from job interview all the way to planning a lesson up to public speaking. So all the way from the classroom all the way out to advocating for education. So I definitely think that the organization focuses on the student body and just the future. Like, we are future educators, and bringing us as a state together, these are the people we're going to be working with. So getting to know now and building connection, that's something that's really important to me and something that I value.
No, that's great. That's awesome. And how about you? You know, right there on his right shoulder.
So hi, I'm Tyler. I'm a senior at Laurel High School, and I'm Vice President of Public and Community Relations for Delaware Educators Rising. And yeah, I mean, both what Caitlin and Jake have said, I mean, I can't thank Educators Rising enough for how many opportunities they've given me. I've competed in public speaking a lot, and I know I used to be very shy before high school, but I think public speaking has definitely allowed me to branch out, and the connections I've been able to make with the people that I both locally and statewide, I mean, have really been valuable.
Yeah, that's great. And, you know, it's nice to be able to kind of find a little bit of confidence in to learn, and to get that experience allows you to grow, where maybe without it, you wouldn't have had that chance, right? And you wouldn't have maybe felt able to take those steps forward for any number of reasons. So I think it's really great what you guys are doing. I think it's important. Obviously, teachers, as we've seen over this last year, even more important than ever, what an impact they're having. So it's great that you guys are doing what you're doing. We really appreciate that. And just, really appreciate you coming on the show and coming on the program. I've only got 24 hours to fill. So, you know, every minute I can do that is a really, you know, that's my charity case, I guess, is over the next 24 hours, right? I think it's awesome. So keep up the great work. I look forward to hearing a lot more about what you guys are up to, and be safe out there. Make sure you're wearing those seatbelts, and we're focused, eyes on the road and all that good stuff. But thanks again for checking in with us. We really appreciate it. Good luck with everything. And, you know, I've been throwing it out there. Anybody wants to jump back on later in the night, we've got some openings. It's weird, but that like 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. time frame is really open. So come back on. Just pop in, check it, say hi. I'm going to be looking for people to talk to, so it's all good. But thanks a lot for coming on. We appreciate you guys. All right, see you. Good luck. All right, so we're going to keep things moving. We've got a short message now from ACLU of Delaware that we're going to share, and we will keep this program rolling. Again, we're on a 24-hour live stream, and, well, we got a little ways to go. No doubt about it. Thanks for being with me.
Hi, my name is Mike Brickner, and I am the Executive Director with the ACLU of Delaware. And I'm here to ask you to help support the ACLU on the Do More 24 campaign, March 4th and 5th. Donate to the ACLU of Delaware and help us do more to advance and protect the rights of Delawareans. For over 100 years, the ACLU has been at the forefront defending our right to vote, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, education equity, justice reform, free speech, all of the things that are most important to us as Americans. And so we're asking you, donate to the ACLU today. We have a great board match going where every dollar up to $5,000 is going to be matched by our board. So donate today. Help us become a more powerful organization so we can continue the fight in 2021 and well beyond. Thank you, and thanks for all your support.
Well, there you have it. That was a great message from ACLU. We really appreciate the work that you guys are doing, so keep up all that great work. And we're moving right along. We've got a lot more to go. We've got some conversations queued up. We're supposed to be hearing from the Delaware teacher. No, we just did that. So we're going to the Imperial Dynasty Arts Program. They're supposed to be coming in here shortly, followed by Supporting Kids, along with a whole host of others that include the Candlelight Dinner Theater, the Newark Partnership, Family Focused Development Center, and a host of others. So it looks like we have our friends from the Supporting Kids group. And looks, if you're ready, let's do it. Let's bring you in and let's have a little conversation. So welcome to the program. We have Louise Cummings from Supporting Kids. What's going on? How's it going?
Thank you so much. Hello. How are you doing?
You know, we're doing great. We're just getting rolling here. We got a lot of good things happening. It's Do More 24 Delaware. It's a huge day, and we are just getting rocking and rolling on our 24-hour live stream. So what's going on with you? Have you been watching these numbers?
So I am here at the Center for Grieving Children, supporting kids We help children and families who have suffered grief and loss, and I'm the interim executive director. And as you can see, like our colorful, let me move out of the way real quick, our colorful area back here, you can see our walls are decorated. We've got butterflies, and we have different rooms here. We have a caterpillar room, a ladybug room, and it's super fun. All of the rooms that we have are age appropriate to help children who have suffered loss. So for example, the loss of a parent or of a sibling. And in Delaware, I don't know if you know this, it's an astonishing number, but 1 in 12 children will lose a parent or a sibling by age 18. So that's about 17,000 children. And that's why our goal of raising for Do More 24 is $17,000, so that we can honor that number in those children here in Delaware.
Yeah, that's amazing, and what you guys are doing is awesome, and I love that room. I think it's so much fun with all the butterflies and the colors, and it's just like really a creative, inviting environment, and that's really important. And I think it's important. I love that you guys are doing that. You're putting a number that makes sense, and it relates back to your cause, and it puts some meaning behind what you're shooting for, and that's great. It gives you guys something that really is tangible, and it speaks to your mission and your organization, and that's really smart. I love that, and hopefully you guys get that. Hopefully you beat it. Hopefully you beat it.
Appreciate it. I actually have a guest. I have 2 guests with me because I thought it would be more fun for you guys to hear from a volunteer, because we are very heavily based volunteer organization, and then also from a parent who is a client. So I would love to introduce Katie McCormick, if that's okay.
Yeah, I would absolutely. Katie, come on over.
Come on, Katie.
Come on in. Yeah, let's talk to Katie.
Kid chair now.
All right, so Katie's coming on. There you go. Hi, Katie. It's a pleasure to meet you. So yeah, talk a little bit about what you do with the organization, why you love it so much. Why is it something that you've made a part of your life?
So I actually, my daughter lost her father when she was 2 years old. And it took a few years as things progressed and she got a little bit older that the questions started to get a little bit more over my skis. And I realized that I needed help. I actually was a volunteer here 20 years ago and got a lot out of it just because of the respect that I have for the organization. Yeah. However, I later found myself, I needed them. And they just continue to deliver. I will tell you that coming into this, they helped understand me. So as a mom, it really helped put me at ease to help me simplify how to talk about grief, so that I felt more confident. And then my daughter knew that she had a safe haven here, that whatever she was going through and needed dealing with, she knew it was private for here. And they would consult with her first and bring me in when necessary. But they really give kids the power to understand their feelings and that they need to have respect for their feelings. And I can't say enough about this organization.
Well, and that's what it's all about, right? These organizations represent a way for us to channel our emotions, to put purpose and meaning to our lives in a way that's, really fulfilling, and it matters. The work matters. That's what it really comes down to. And so tell us a little bit about some of the impacts you guys are having right now that you're just most proud of.
I think, at least for me as a mom of a child in this organization, I think a misnomer for me that I didn't know coming into here is I actually thought it was kind of for that middle-aged child. But I have, like I said, what was a 2-year-old and a college student who all have respect and want to interact with the folks here. So I think that, to me, is something that's very respectful. I think the wide span of children or youth or young adults that they serve here, especially at a time like right now when everyone is feeling really locked in and really kind of stuck in their own emotions, to have a place that can help you deal with this extraordinary environment that we're in right now is something that I am incredibly proud of. The tools that these guys have always had, they're the experts anyway. So you add, things as they are now, and they already know what to do. So that, for me, is huge.
That is awesome. And it's really nice to hear it from your perspective. And I think that was really smart to open it up and to bring some others in. So I love that. And, so Louise, very, very good on you to share in this moment.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we're at our time or not.
No, we've got a second.
Okay, I'm going to pop Kendra in. Kendra is a rock star volunteer.
Awesome.
We got the color coordination going on.
I'm excited to match the butterflies.
No, that's awesome. I love it. So yeah. Come on in here. Kendra, talk to us a little bit about what you do there. And again, why you're so passionate about the work there
Yeah,
with
so
supporting
I've
kids?
been a volunteer at supporting kids for over 15 years. I've been able to interact with children aged kindergarten all the way to 18. I have found personally that as my own kids have aged, I do better with the age group my kids are in. So now that I've got teenagers, I feel like I can connect a little bit more. But when I think about what the children are going through and the fact that they don't feel like anybody gets them, they're in a classroom or in a room where nobody else has lost a father or lost a sibling. They can come to a room where I actually do very little of the conversation and they talk to each other. And someone says, oh, it's really hard now that I can't play baseball because somebody can't get me there. And someone says, yeah, I know, I had to move houses. And the impacts of loss are not just that the person isn't there, it's all the other things that change and how you can adjust to those. And I think that they can talk to each other and feel like they have somebody else who gets it immediately is really key for them.
Yeah, that's really amazing, right? And I think that when you look at these organizations, again, they touch us in so many ways, and it's just the work that you're doing is amazing, and it matters. It works for so many people in a way that they probably don't even know how to express at times, but they appreciate it and they value it, and just keep up that great work. And you said you've been there 15 years, right? So that says a lot in itself, and you're still obviously clearly very passionate about the work. So I think that speaks volumes, and it's just really great to talk to you guys, and we appreciate you guys coming on. We are going to be shifting gears. So yeah, Luis, we've got to run. We've got
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And thank you to Spur Impact and the United Way of Delaware. And Christopher, thank you.
No,
we
it's
appreciate
absolutely my pleasure. Thank you for sharing, and just good luck with everything. Good luck in reaching that goal. And
thank you so much. And thank you everybody that's contributing, not only to us, but across the board. The nonprofits really need it. So thank you.
No, absolutely. Luis, take care. We'll talk soon.
Okay, bye.
All right, see you. So there you have it. That was our group over there with supporting kids, but we actually have a group here from the Bootless Stageworks that looks like they're on. We've also got Doug's checking in from another group, and we're going to just kind of queue them up as we can. So I don't know if Bootless Stageworks, if you guys are ready to pop in for a few minutes, or if you're just a little early. I'm trying to figure that out, but that's all good. Let's just check in with you real quick anyway, just to see how you're doing. Hey, Bootless, what's going on?
Oh, hey!
How are you?
Oh, you know what? I can't say that I'm as fabulous as you are, but hey, it's good to see you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank me very much.
Well, I absolutely do thank you. So thank you for allowing me to thank you, and that's awesome. So how are those snacks treating you? It's a great time for snacking.
It is a good time for snacking, and I gotta tell you right here and now, these ones, the hers, they're just as good as the Cheetos, and they have the price.
Well, there you go. That's a good tip for those of you at home if you're watching. Local company, and you want to support them just like you want to support all these nonprofits. That's great. Just be careful you don't get some of that that cheese residue all over your beautiful outfit. Not that you could tell, I guess. Oh, that's what you're. Well, that makes sense. You're just saving money on makeup as well. There you go. That's another tip for you.
I'm full of it. I'm full of them.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Are you full of cheese puffs or are you full of it? I don't know. There's a difference. But it's great to have you guys on. So what's coming up for Bootless Stageworks? Anything you guys want to share?
Well, coming up next for the telethon, let me start that, is the Red Hots. They will be playing next.
Okay.
Far as Bootless, we really don't have anything going right now in the theater. Again, we shut down, and even though we're allowed to reopen and we could meet capacity that the state regulated 30% or 50%, and we can spread everyone out, it's really about the artist and the artist safety. I can't put artists together up on stage and feel comfortable about it. So again, our mission is about our artists, and their safety and their health and their welfare comes first and foremost. So until it's really safe to come back, we're not going to do so in a large fashion. We may do a 1-person or a 2-person show, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, and we're all itching for some live theater. I know everybody's excited for it.
Yeah, Cookie says she's ready. Okay.
I do. It's just me. It's a one-lady stage, one lady show.
Okay.
Here at the
Boots List. Look at
Boombox.
Okay, Boots List.
Bender that Cumberbatch.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's been a while since she's gone bootless, so she can't relate. That's the problem. So
a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay though. That's all good. So we got you. And so you got, it makes sense. So there's a lot of people at home that are, you know, I love theater, I love entertainment, you know, and we're starving for it, right? And it's easy to think, you know what, we're going to just do it anyway, right? But I love that you're taking a responsible approach, and you know, we'll get there eventually, right? We'll get there into a time where we can do it right and we can do it safely, and we'll be able to enjoy that. But for now, we have to get creative, and we'll have to enjoy it in different ways and kind of make that work, right?
And so what we did during our downtime is we've rebuilt the entire stage. We ripped out the old one. We put a brand new one in. It's now actually half sprung floor for dancing purposes, so that my dancing musical theater peeps don't kill their little ankles anymore.
You got to be, well, you don't want a full sprung floor, because that can cause problems.
Right. No, it's a semi-sprung floor. And we were, you know, just doing other things, updating our green room. We now have created a stage door for the artists, so that the artists don't have to share the same lobby door with our patrons anymore, and things like that.
And our fans can greet us there after the show for autographs, and photographs and phone.
Yeah, you've got like the whole thing there. That's perfect. So that works out really well.
You know, we took the downtime, and it's really one of those things where instead of just sitting around doing nothing, let's renovate the facilities, because so that way, when we do come back, and we are going to come back very, very soon, and when we come back, we are ready to greet every one of our fans, old and new. We're hoping to get new fans in when we start back up again. And, you know, they're going to feel safe and secure in knowing that they can come back to live theater and do it responsibly.
Yeah, no, I think that's really great. And we're excited for that day when we can have that live theater come in and make sure that, you know, we can get there in a way that makes sense. So we'll get there soon enough. And we appreciate you checking in. Stay tuned. I know you guys are doing a bunch throughout the night as well, right? You kind of have your own thing going on, perhaps. Is that true?
We are running a 24-hour telethon. So we started at 6 o'clock.
Yep.
And have 5 hours of live entertainment tonight, and then we'll go into pre-recorded, plus also clips from, not just clips, we're going to run full shows of some of our favorite shows and things that are in the overnight, and then we start back up again with live entertainment here tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock, and we'll have another 5-hour block of live entertainment.
Well, there you have it.
Ways doing all those live hours. So we just gave away our first basket of chocolate.
Oh man.
So.
Well, that you gave away your chocolate. Oh, that was that's a dangerous move, but you know, that's very nice of you to do. So we'll applaud you for that. And thanks again for checking with us. We really appreciate it. And we will be checking in with you guys. We're wishing you luck on your fundraising efforts and the telethon. So great, you know, save some of those cheese puffs for later. You don't want to, you know, crush them all in one sitting. You know,
I can go all night. Is that Mike Douglas?
No, goodness.
Oh.
Say goodbye, Cookie.
Goodbye. Thank me.
Oh, I already did. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see y'all soon.
Bye-bye.
All right. So there you have it. We are moving along. Obviously, it's a live stream. It looks like if I am freezing up a little bit with that at home, I apologize. But you know, hopefully you can still hear me. We've got a few folks in the queue ready to go. So we're going to kind of move this along. I think, Doug, you were actually in the queue first. So if you're ready, we'll chat a little bit and we'll figure out what's going on with you. So Doug, how's it going? Welcome.
Doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing very well. So tell us a little bit about yourself and, you know, what you're all about and what, you know, the organization, and we're going to go from there.
All right. I'm the curator here at the Greater Harrington Historical Society. We have existed. We're one of the earliest historical societies in Delaware. We were created in 1977. We have 3 buildings and over 70,000 artifacts between the 3. So we've got a lot of history, not only of just our community, but of the state as well here in our buildings.
Yeah, that's awesome. And tell us, I guess, a little bit about how you've, you know, kind of became involved maybe with the organization, a little bit about your, you know, maybe the fuel behind why you're, you know, so passionate about being a part of it.
Well, I've lived in this town all my life. So you kind of get that, you know, passion for your hometown, no matter how you look at it. And then I became a member probably, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And then I retired. So I had a little time on my hands, and my mother said, hey, why don't you come help me do something? And yeah, that created a landslide, if you will. I rearranged some of the buildings and I've dug into our artifacts and photos. I've written 4 books.
Wow.
2 on Harrington and 2 on the railroads of Delmarva. So it's a passion I've always had. I've always loved history, and this was kind of a good fit for the retiree to do.
No, that's awesome. And we, I think they all appreciate the work you're doing. So, keep up that. And what are some of the specific things that you guys are doing that I think maybe they really appreciate? Just tell us a little bit more about some of the services, I guess.
Well, our services, we have been open since July, I believe it was, when we reopened. Thanks to Delaware Humanities, which is one of the groups you guys are pushing through your Do More 24 program here. They gave us some grant money. We were able to safely reopen with COVID supplies, hand sanitizer, etc. So we're open back up for tours. We have a lot of unique things, as I said, not just for the local community, but we have a history of a gentleman who grew up just outside of town who was one of the 4 lead planners for the glider-borne operation of D-Day. If you've seen the movie Saving Private Ryan, that glider portion is his story.
Wow,
so that's really unique that you can see those artifacts.
No, that's really cool. And, I think that's a unique experience and something that people, if they didn't know about before, can now take advantage of. So that's awesome. And what are you guys doing to take advantage of this whole campaign? And I know we've got, Jim Martin from the Shepherd's office in Georgetown. I see you, by the way. We're going to get to you in just a minute. So hang tight for me, bud. What are you guys doing there to take advantage of this Do More 24 campaign and to make this all work?
Well, I've got them right here in front of me, as a matter of fact.
Oh, there you go.
These are 2 volumes, volume 1, and let's see if I can turn it here for the camera. Hey, volume 1 and volume 2. These are known as Scharf's History of Delaware. These are first editions. We just acquired them recently, donated from out in the West Coast. And as you can see, they're in a little rough shape. It's about $1,500 to have them restored back to a style where people can read them. The pages themselves are in very good shape, but the binding is a little rough. But they are considered see if I can open one here without damaging anything, the definitive view and history of Delaware.
Wow.
So to have these restored and in our museum, certainly there's newer copies and we have online digital ones, but to have the actual first edition is a real feather in the museum's cap, and certainly can be a draw for us to bring people in.
No, that's fantastic. And that's really cool to have something so, historic and just so original, right? To be able to see that and just to watch you touch it, I was almost like, oh, don't, be careful with the binding, right? The pages, but it's just so cool to have a piece of history like that. And that's just amazing. So I just find that to be really, really awesome and a great thing to know about. I think a lot of organizations like yourselves, do a lot to really preserve and to commemorate, what's got us here. And that's an important part of it, and you want to remember the past so that we can drive towards a beautiful future together. And it is important to have those resources. So thank you guys for being one of those and, sharing some of that information. That was really good to know. I didn't realize you guys had some of those things.
Thanks, Chris. We appreciate it. And we invite anybody to come by and visit with us. Hop on our website, it's ghhsociety.org. Look us up, and we hope we can get these books restored, and you can come by and see them soon.
That's perfect. Well, hey, thanks again for stopping by. We're going to keep going. We got a lot of folks to talk to, as you can imagine, throughout this 24-hour live broadcast. But we really appreciate spending a few minutes with you, and we'll definitely see you around. Good luck with all your fundraising efforts and everything you're working on. That's awesome.
Thank you, and thanks for the group from Do More 24 as well. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, there you have it. We are going to be moving right along, Jim, I promised. And here you are. We got a little out of order just because of the timing, but here you are, sir. Jim Martin from Shepherd's office there. What's going on down there? I assume you're in Georgetown, I would imagine. So talk to us.
We're in Georgetown. We have a grassroots community organization here. We mainly focus on food and clothing. And the prices are really good. It's free food and free clothing for our guests. And we focus on the homeless, the hungry, or the lonely. And we're out here pretty much every day, even on Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays. But we mainly are focused on the free meal and then engaging the people that are hurting with homelessness, hunger, or loneliness. And we try to engage them at that level. And then we try to figure out what's next to make their life better.
That's fantastic. And that's great work. That's important work. Obviously, all those people you guys are serving, I'm sure, really appreciate it. Tell us a little bit about maybe some of those recent interactions. Tell us some stories about the individuals you're helping.
Well, there was a man who got out of prison, and it was Sussex Correctional Institute, and he ended up at the Redner supermarket, and he had to keep his ankle bracelet plugged in, and he was up there for 4 days because he was worried about losing power to his ankle bracelet, and then they would rearrest him and put him back in prison. So that was his main goal, was to keep that charged up, but he couldn't really focus on anything else. I became aware of him, and then we engaged here at the Shepherd's office, and slowly but surely we got him back on track, found him a place to live, he found a job, and then he made a small donation, a $13 donation to us. And to me, that was like $1 million donation coming from
that's amazing, right? You got a guy. I mean, just imagine, where do you think he'd be without you guys? I mean, if you hadn't found you and had the guidance in really everything you guys did to support him, where do you think he might be right now?
I'm probably back at recidivate. It's called recidivation or recidivate, where recidivism, where you end up back in prison. There's like a 90% chance of recidivism in the state of Delaware, and it's a sad fact, because re-entry is so difficult for these folks, and that's one of the populations that we focus on, because we're right here in Georgetown. The prison's only a few miles away, so I mean we just make ourselves available to the people that are already here. And I wanted you to spend a few minutes with Matthew, if that's okay. Matthew's one of our key volunteers.
No. Well, absolutely. And I'm also gonna, hey Matthew, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. And we were gonna add Sarah back into the program too. If you don't mind, I'll have her join our conversation just to kind of add to it. So Sarah, you're in with us now, and Matthew, Jim, we appreciate you guys. And so good to see you. And yeah, Sarah, I know you had some things that you were hoping to add and wanted to share and be a part of this.
Well, I did, but let's hear from Matthew first.
Perfect. That's great. It was funny. Timing's everything. So Matthew, it's your moment. Let's hear from you.
With my schedule is flexible enough that I'm able to spend quite a bit of time here at the Shepherd's office volunteering. I would say it would be an odd week if I wasn't here 5 days a week. And it's a couple hours a day. And I'm blessed that I'm able to give back that time. And we have Bible study here on Friday nights. And one of the things I'm often saying is, we do like a praise report and a prayer request. My praise report every week, and I probably sound like a broken record, is that we couldn't do what we do without the generosity of this community, whether it's, just here in Georgetown or Sussex County or the 2 counties or even the entire state. Look, we get people that, drive up from Long Neck. That's like a 40-minute drive to bring us a crock pot. It doesn't seem like a lot, but I mean, that crock pot can feed 12 people. And, when we're feeding, upwards somewhere, sometimes maybe 100, 150 people a day we're feeding, that 12 meals, I mean, that's many hands make light work. So on a day like this where it's due more 24 and you got 24 hours to try to, kick in, a little bit, every little bit helps, I guess what I'm saying. Many hands make light work.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I just think about it. That's such a great way to put it, right? You think of like a crock pot and you're like, well, how much can a crock pot really do to make a difference? Well, it can go a long way to help feed a lot of people. And that does make a huge impact, right? Jim, I can imagine.
We have about 8 crock pots and 1 crank pot always. In a group of 10 crock pots, we have 1 crank pot. But it's okay.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite crock pot? Is there one of your crock pots that you cherish more than others, or you kind of love all your crock pots the same?
Yeah, what is it?
Hamilton Beach.
Yeah, the type of the crock pot. The type. No, he's talking about the meal. What's it?
No, I was actually talking about the crock pot. She was right. We were having some fun with that. But
okay. Beef stew, if you're curious about the type of food.
Well, I love the stew. The stew sounds great. Yeah, I mean, too bad you're down in Georgetown. Otherwise, I'd say I'd swing down and grab a little, but maybe some other time. And Sarah, tell us from your perspective. I know that you guys are so passionate with Spur Impact to support organizations, and with an organization like Shepherd's Office, like what an amazing thing they're doing, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, last year, it was about this time last year. I remember it was right before the pandemic started. I just happened to be down in Georgetown and I drove past and I was like, wait a second, that's Shepard's office. So I just, I showed up and Jim kind of welcomed me into the front space, which I see him going on Facebook Live all the time with different folks. And he was like, come on, we're doing a Facebook Live. And I was like, all right, we're going for it. So I know Jim is out there. I mean, truly a grassroots leader, someone who just knows how to connect with people and really lean on other people's strengths. But Chris, I texted you and asked me to, or asked you to pull me onto the live stream because Jim, I've got something for you here. Did you know that your organization is currently top of the leaderboard?
Wow. Yes, we've been watching.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait,
Do you know how much money you've raised so far?
I can't wait to find this out. This is great.
You guys have raised almost $18,000 in the first 2 hours. You are at $17,602.
Wow, Sarah, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I am just blown away. So congratulations. I just wanted to be here to break the good news to you guys. So carry on, but great job. You are going to defend this title all day, I bet. People are going to be coming for your organization now to see if they can knock you out of that top slot.
All right. Well, now we know it.
We want to do so well that we have to have the Delaware's auditor come down and take a look. And then what is going on down there?
You're like, wait a minute, this doesn't even make sense. How could you possibly raise that much money in one day? I tell you.
That is a surprise for me. But anyway, listen, is it okay to get Tanya? She's one of our guests.
Yeah, we'd love to. Yeah. We've got a couple minutes. We can sneak you in real quick.
Hi. I'll take my glasses off. That way there's not a shadow. We really are top faith ministries, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And like Jim said, with the crock pots and what Matt said, with people just dropping donations off, this town is really a place to be right now. And we want to put Georgetown, Delaware on the map. Thank you.
No, that's awesome. You guys are without question on the map. You're more than on the map. You guys are doing big things, and you're in first place. That's awesome. You're at the top of the board.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. Listen, we appreciate you folks too, because we love to team up with other organizations, and you're letting us borrow your platform for 24 hours. I mean, it's so expensive to create something like that, and you kind of let us borrow it for a little while. We appreciate you doing that and then connecting us to the rest of the state. So we're thrilled about that. Thank you.
No, you're more than welcome. It's our pleasure, and that's what this is all about. So we're glad you're taking advantage of it, and it's helping your mission, your organization out. So keep up the great work, keep fundraising. We're going to keep track of you and see how you fare for the whole thing. But right now you're on the top, so that's awesome.
Well, listen, I want to do a Facebook Live with Sarah. Come on, Sarah, come on down.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I'm sure she'll take you up on that. No worries. Sarah, I'm sure we'll do that. So, hey, take care, Jim. We're going to keep things rolling, but we appreciate the time, and keep up the great work.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon. So there it is. That was just big news. Shepard's office down in Georgetown is currently at almost $18,000 on their own so far. That puts them in the top spot on the board. We'll keep track of that as we go. And we actually have a quick message we are going to share now from our friends at Pause for People. So I'm going to kind of grab that now and get it ready. But a great organization. Enjoy this video from Pause for People. All right, that was a wonderful message from our friends at Pause for People, and we appreciate them being a part of the program and part of our Do More 24 campaign. Very exciting. So we're going to be moving things on, and I actually have a quick announcement. This is our primetime power hour as well. We need to announce that, of course, right now between 8 and 9 p.m. There's a total value of $2,000, and thanks to Capital One, from 8 right now until 9 p.m., top 2 nonprofits in each of the small and large nonprofit divisions that receive the most donations in this hour each will get a bonus of $500. That's right. The top 2 organizations in each of those categories are going to get a bonus for the most donations in this hour between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. That's awesome. Nonprofits with an operating budget of less than $500,000 annual are in the small nonprofit division, just so you know. And nonprofits with an operating budget of greater than $500,000 are in the large nonprofit division. All nonprofits in the event are eligible for the Capital One Primetime Power Hour prize. So thank you for that, Capital One, our friends there. We appreciate you. And with that, we're going to now move along and talk to our friend Mark from 1in7B Foundation. Mark, how's it going, sir? I want to bring you on and say hello.
Hey guys, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You look and sound great. What's going on, Mark? Great to have you on.
Yeah, great to be on. Thanks for joining the live stream, everyone. We figured we'd do an impromptu food distribution and hygiene supplies we're giving out here at the Red Roof Inn in Newark. A lot of our services now are coming to these places where homeless are staying, and we're able to serve many at one time. And this is just to give you a glimpse into kind of what we do. Typically we'll come out and, from week to week, we're serving about over 100 people, distributing food and hygiene supplies, and we bring clothes, and there are oftentimes families, so we would set up toys and coloring books and crafts for them. So trying to bring a smile and some joy to those kids as well as they're here.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's really great to see you guys in action. I appreciate you guys being able to share that with us. And like you said, give us a little bit of a window into your world. So that's very cool. Can you kind of take us down and maybe show us what you got going on there?
Yeah, we got Dan here. He's helping us with the hygiene supplies. He's got a good organized flow going here. All kinds of good stuff that are much in need here. And then flow down to the food stuff. We got Jeff working down here at the end. This is actually the start. People can get a bag, and then they work their way down the line, and they can get food and hygiene supplies. And a lot of this is more than just getting folks what they need to get them through the day, though. It's a lot about building relationships, and what we really want to do is develop those relationships over time, and in hopes that when people are ready to engage, we can help them connect with the resources that can help them improve their situation. So that's what it's really about.
Yeah, and that's wonderful, and that's really great. I mean, those are important things that I know there's a lot of people out there that really appreciate the work you're doing. So tell me a little bit about what inspired you personally to kind of start a little bit on this mission, buddy, and to do what you do.
Good. How are you? So what inspired me really started in the end of 2018, and there was a homeless shelter closing in the city of Wilmington. I did everything I could to help them raise money and stay open. They were totally reliant on federal and state funds, and they had dried up. So, push came to shove. It was Christmas time, and I thought, man, I got to be down there and do something. So I actually did a sit-in and camped out down there for 4 days. But while I was there, I met a ton of the people staying there. Made a lot of great friends there. Learned a lot about homelessness and the the complexities of it, and a lot of the gaps that exist as well. So that's where one of the gaps we noticed was mobile services, to take services out to the homeless, not just food, clothing, and hygiene supplies, but be able to connect them to resources to help them in their situation.
Yeah, and first of all, that's amazing. But the second, I think there's a lot of misconceptions, right, that come with the homeless population. So what are some of the main misconceptions you think it's really important maybe to talk a little bit about and to share with anybody that might be listening right now that they could benefit from and maybe gain some perspective that you've been able to learn through the work you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big misconceptions is that you can't help them because they don't want to be helped. Part of the problem is that folks sometimes feel invisible. They've been kind of set aside by society as an individual or a group of people that people don't care about. They lose hope, and they're not beyond help. It just takes relationship a lot of times, from what I've learned. A lot of times it's they've been displaced from their family, so they don't have that family sense. They don't have community in a lot of cases. So bringing that back to some of them to show them a little bit of hope that can be there for them at some point is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's really great. I just want to say thanks again for the work you're doing in the community. It's great again to see what you're doing. I think it's just really cool that we're able to kind of look at some of the work and actually see some of the setup and seeing people actually enjoying and benefiting from it right now in real time. So that's really cool. And hopefully that inspires somebody at home to either get involved with what you're doing or maybe support another organization that they're passionate about. But it's great to see out there doing the real work. And we're going to be cruising along here on this 24-hour live stream. So, if you feel like checking back in, I don't know how late you're going to be doing that or how long you're going to be going, but I'll be rocking and rolling here until 6 p.m. on Friday tomorrow. So check in if you want. And we got some time overnight if you're a night owl. So feel free to check back in. But we appreciate you stopping in with us, and good luck with everything you guys are doing.
Yep, we might do that. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, Mark. We'll see you soon.
You guys too. Thank you.
All right. You bet. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
So, all right. That was Mark over there at the 1 in 7B Foundation doing some really cool work and actually doing it right now out there in the community, making an impact. And that is what it's absolutely all about. So next up, we've got another friend of ours. She's coming on. Lillian Harrison is set and ready to go from Elevated CDC. So, Lillian, what's going on? I'm going to bring you in and say hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. And we're just, we're having fun talking to everybody, learning more about what you guys are all about as organizations and celebrating some of this initial success with the campaign so far. We're raising real money. We're making real impact. So tell me a little bit about you and your organization.
So I started Elevated CDC about a little over 3 or so years ago. And we started with the purpose of providing employment and training, good jobs for returning citizens, any ex-offenders coming out of incarceration. And we wanted to be able to give them great opportunities for jobs with advancement opportunities. So we began to partner with local employers as the individuals were coming out and kind of pairing them so that they were getting jobs that were above minimum wage. Yeah.
That's really awesome. And so for you, and how long have you been working in this space? How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing it about 5 years, and then I started my nonprofit about 3.5, 4 years ago officially, and then moved out of housing counseling into my organization full time.
And so what are some of the things that you've seen and maybe some of the moments that have made you most proud of what you do?
Oh, recently. So I put it on my Facebook, even though it was about a week or so ago. So we have a 77-year-old woman who had to be put out of her home for a little while because it needed to be renovated from top to bottom, a full gut, a full clean out. And this is not the first time we've had to do that. And so we actually had some of our guys from James T. Vaughn come out and volunteer to, give back to the community. So while our services help to provide for them when they get out and we're ready to with employment and all those things, they're quick to give back. They're quick to step up to the plate to help someone else. And they didn't know her, but they spent 4 days with us doing a complete clean out, and it wasn't pretty.
No, I am sure. I can only imagine, those types of things can be really interesting, but what was it like when you were done with that? Like, talk about the before and after, right? I mean, I think that's the impact it's got to be pretty amazing.
It is. I love the fact that they have such a sense of pride for doing something. I think the stigma, like you said on the previous interview, there's always a stigma attached with incarceration. They're out for themselves, and true, there may be a few that are like that, but most of my experiences, and by now we've run over 60 or so individuals through our program. That's not what I run into mostly. Before is okay, getting to know them and encouraging them and just showing them that somebody is here to support you. Somebody's going to stand beside you. I'm going to require of you certain things. So certainly I become an accountability partner, but it also opens up an opportunity for them to experience other things, such as giving back to the community, doing something for someone else in which you are going to benefit not at all from it. And so the sense of pride that they have before and after, knowing that they were able to accomplish something. I mean, our guys have built resource centers in Coverdale to this clean out in Middletown. So they get a variety of different types of experiences that allow them to not just be on the receiving end of, monetary rewards, but actually giving back is just a feel good thing. Do it because it's the right thing.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think that's an important thing right there. I love that message. Do it because it's the right thing to do, right? Don't just do it because you feel like you have to do it or you should do it. Do it because you want to do it. Do it because it's the right thing to do. I love that. I think that's awesome. And I think we can all benefit from thinking that a little bit more like that, right? And motivations are better when they're pure. Let's call it let's just call it what it is. It's easy, right?
Absolutely.
So what are some things, how do people learn more about you? How do they find you? How do they support you?
Well, our website is elevated-cdc.org. And we're all over social media. Of course, they can certainly call me at 302-381-7053. And we accept donations and referrals. And we currently operate the Milford Armory. We operate out of the Milford Armory, which is our new home. Well, our new home has been our home for the last 3 years or so. Yeah. And it needs some work. So there are many ways to support us, not just financial. We certainly need mentors for the guys. We need employers to step up to the plate and be willing to take a chance on some of our guys and things like that. We continue with the case management, so it's a partnership. So there are a couple of different ways other than monetary that someone can support the organization.
That's awesome. And, and I appreciate you coming on and sharing a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your organization. And, hopefully through this, you guys will be able to raise some money, raise some awareness, and continue to do the great work that you do. So thank you so very much for coming on, and good luck. I mean, 24 hours of giving, right? I mean, how cool is that?
I know, and I'm making the most of these 24 hours. Thank you so much.
No, you're very welcome, and that's what you should do, right? You should do that. And right now, do you know what the total is? I know what we're over. Have you seen from an overall standpoint, all the nonprofits, combined?
No,
we're over $330,000 already donated, and we're only 2.5 hours in. So that's pretty amazing. And if that's any indication of what our final number will be, it's something that we can all be really proud to be a part of. So,
well, I think that means that people are watching and that people are doing just what we said earlier. They're doing the right thing because it's simply the right thing.
And that's a beautiful thing. So thanks again for coming on. We appreciate you.
Take care
of yourself. Let us know if you need anything, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Hopefully you get some sleep tonight. Sleep for me, because I'm going to be pushing for the whole way. We're going
I'll grab a couple of Z's for you.
All right, perfect. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
You're
Take
welcome.
care of yourself. We'll see you around.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, you bet. So there it is. We're moving right along. Like I said, I did a refresh on the page. You can look at the totals and kind of keep tabs on the progress, but we are over. And if I were to refresh again now, I'm sure it might even be a little bit higher, but yeah, we're over $330,000. That is an amazing, amazing total. And we're going to be moving right along. We've got a great video from our friends at Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Delaware. that I want to share with you guys now. So enjoy that, and I'll see you guys on the backside of that video. Take care.
When I met him and I seen him, I was like, what if I look like that when I get older?
He looks like me when I was little. So it was just cool, like almost seeing your younger self and just thinking about what was possible.
We talk about things that's just going on in our life, like feels like Eric is part of my family.
And then growing up, there weren't really people in my life that I could identify as queer in the media or that I knew personally. To like intentionally form that relationship can be very powerful, I think, for both of us.
I thought it sounded completely out of my comfort zone, which is part of the reason why I wanted to do it, something different. So knowing that I'm a positive role model for my little, I feel like it means a lot more than I expected it to.
Cheryl's like a big sister to me. I don't really like talk to people a lot. I keep to myself. She's like a friend that like I never had before.
So my name is Cheryl, and I have been Sammy's Big for about 5 years now.
I'm Javon, and I've been matched with Javion for a little over 2 years.
My name's Eric, and I've been matched with Levi for about 2 years. Whether it's in like books or movies or in relationships, it's really affirming to who you are and who you want to be able to look out and see someone who's like you and know that whatever you want is possible.
I definitely wish I would have had a big growing up. Just to have somebody to just kind of take me away and do something different. And it feels really good to do something that like Sammy has never done before and just to see how much she loves it.
I think Javion has the potential to be somebody who's very impactful, not only in his family, but in his community. Just the imagination that he has makes me proud to know that like any circumstances aren't hindering him. So I'm proud of the vision that he has for his future.
So to have representation, especially a real live person in their life who can show them what their potential is, I think that's really powerful. And I wish I had had that when I was a kid. And so I'm really excited to be able to do that with the Big Pride program.
Since I've known Eric, I've felt more comfortable in my own skin.
I don't understand the struggles that he's going through. When he talked to us about his issues, it was never a big deal at our home, but we don't know what it feels like to grow up questioning things. I just want him to be happy.
You know, I hear people say if you can see it, you can be it, right? Representation matters because we're not used to always seeing people like us do certain things. They just need that quality time, those words of affirmation to have an example and to know like I can make it.
Cheryl made it possible for me to think I could make it out of college and get a good life and a good job. I think it's because of the way that she's grown, because like she went to college and stuff and she made it out perfect, so I want to grow up like that. I don't know, like ever since I met her, I just love school.
He's the only one that listens to me when I speak. I think it's special because I don't tell nobody else about that stuff but Javon. He's like family to me.
I've seen other organizations like, you know, talk the talk, but Big Brothers Big Sisters has really walked the walk and lean into their values and being able to do it not only within their programming and their mentorship program, but also within their organizational structure, really challenging themselves to lean into that potential that they're seeking, to lean into equity. So I've appreciated that.
That is just awesome. And that's what it's all about. Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Delaware, thank you for that. And we're all just here to inspire each other to do more in Delaware, do more over these 24 hours, do more in our daily lives, do more in our communities. And we can all do that now by donating. If you go to domore24delaware.org and do that at your pace. Do it as you will, do it as you can. So domore24delaware.org. And I just checked the total again, and it is over 341. We're almost at $342,000 raised so far. So we're keeping tabs on that number. It's an amazing, amazing number. Really great to see that continue to climb. We have a few more video messages for you guys to share about some other great organizations. Next up, we have a quick note or a quick message from Teach for America. So I'm going to cue that up now. So enjoy this quick message from Teach for America.
My name is Luke, and I'm a Teach for America core member, currently teaching math at Free Area Charter School of Wilmington. Thanks for considering donating to TFA Delaware through Do More 24. Teach for America provides me with the support needed to have an impact on my students, and your support will help us achieve our mission of providing an excellent education to all Delaware students, and will help make our work towards educational equity for all Delaware students a reality. Thanks.
Well, there you have it. That was Teach for America, Delaware, a great organization. Thanks for that message. We appreciate that. And we're going to keep moving along on the program. We've got a few more of those for you guys. So we're going to cue that up now. We've got the next one up is with a great organization called Delaware Humane Association. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with them, but here's a great message from them.
My name is
Enjoy.
Daniel Condoleezza Smith, and I am the Director of Philanthropy for Delaware Humane Association. I am here with my dog Tucker, a miniature dachshund who I adopted from DHA in 2016 from our Wilmington location. DHA was established in 1957 and is Delaware's premier no-kill animal shelter. Our mission is to make friends for life by connecting people with animals and by building strong relationships to better serve our community. We are excited to once again participate in Do More 24 Delaware. Our goal this year is to continue making friends for life with our friends in Sussex County. After opening our Rehoboth location just under 4 years ago, the center quickly accounted for 1/3 of all DHA's annual adoptions. This past November, we knew it was time to make a more permanent home in Rehoboth and began a full renovation of our center. The new center will be bright and welcoming and a space that is comfortable for animals and people alike, and will enhance the overall adoption experience. Our goal with Do More 24 is to raise the final $10,000 needed to finish the renovation and open later this month. We can't wait to welcome our Sussex community back to DHA Rehoboth and to help people meet their own friends like Tucker for years to come. While we may only have 24 hours to fundraise for DHA through Do More 24, your donation will go on to save countless lives. Your support means the world to us. Thank you for choosing DHA.
We are going to start that. So real quick, that was a great message from the Delaware Humane Association, and we appreciate that. We got a lot of great stories here tonight that we're going to be sharing throughout this program, getting lost in a lot of worlds, learning about these great organizations that are really fueling this effort in our community with Do More 24. It is It's an amazing thing, and we're already making tracks. We've got incredible totals. If you look at the website, you can keep tabs on that. You can see those totals right there at domore24delaware.org. That is the place you want to go. And if I look at it now, and I'll refresh my page here, it looks like we're just cruising right along. We've got a lot of money being raised. We're, again, at least what it says is close to $342,000. I know that number is actually higher than that now, but we're going to keep tabs on it. Lots of great stuff going on. So I'm going to queue up our next one. It looks like we have from the Forgotten Cats Incorporated. We got a great video message, a little story about two cats called Ginger and Tiger. So let me grab that one for you guys here now. This is a fun one. Enjoy. Well, there you have it. That was a really nice message and a nice video with Tiger and Ginger from Forgotten Cats. And you guys can support them and all those other wonderful organizations on the website. Check it out. Dig through there. Learn about them all. Do some research. Maybe you'll find one that really connects with your heart and that just really sits there in that place that makes you feel great. And I appreciate that. Looks like we got a little food delivery, which I'm going to need some of that. So thank you, Victoria. It's her birthday, and she's stopping by. Victoria, everybody. Victoria, yes. So we're celebrating here because it's Do More 24. This is a great time. We're rocking and rolling. I think our total just jumped up. Is that true? I just got a 364, which makes me think that we are over 640. Oh my, 300. Oh, sorry, I got excited. $364,000 so far. That's amazing. We aren't even 3 hours into this thing, and we are coming up on 400,000 already. This is amazing. We're keeping it rolling. Let's keep that momentum cranking. We've got a couple things. Don't forget about our Power Hour in effect right now for those organizations that get the most donations in this hour between 8 and 9 o'clock. You're going to be walking away with that $500 bonus. We've got the top two from both the small and large divisions. You guys are shooting for that extra $500 bonus. So keep raising money, keep throwing some in there. If you got an organization that you really believe in and you support, now's the time to do it. Give them a shot at that Power Hour bonus. And with that, we're going to be moving along to some video content. We got some messages from Ursuline Academy, and that is a great group, obviously, as well in our community. Been doing a lot of great things for a whole host of years. So we're going to start out now with this video from Ursuline Academy.
Hey guys, I'm Maura. I'm a senior here.
And I'm Whitney. I'm a junior here.
Welcome to Ursuline. We're so excited to have you here today.
Come follow us around on our day.
So in my first period class, I took AP Art History, and AP Art History is a really great class because we're actually able to contextualize the art we see in museums and understand their meanings.
In my sophomore year, I took AP European History. It was definitely a tough class, but it prepared me to take future APs in my junior and senior years. I'm involved in chapel choir here at Ursuline. Mr. Loudon does a great job at getting us excited to sing songs early in the morning.
I think for me, academics have also been a really big part of my experience at Ursuline. I know that I've taken some of the hardest classes I will ever take in my life. I'm in AP Chinese, and this class is great because it's allowed me to hold conversations in Mandarin, which is something I never thought would be possible. I know that I've had the support here with so many amazing teachers.
When you come to Ursuline for the first time, I think you can expect a huge community that will welcome you with open arms, but will also push you to explore new opportunities that you might not have thought about before. Right now, I'm taking AP Calculus AB with Mr. Schneider. He does a great job of getting us engaged in the material.
Right now I'm currently taking AP Research. This is a part of Ursuline's capstone program, and Ursuline is one of the only schools to offer this.
Lunch is really a time for us to relax and be social with friends. After lunch, I stop by with Mr. Loudon to review my song for the fall musical. He's always available if we feel like we need extra help with music. Right now, we're doing Once on This Island, and I'm having such a great time with my family that I have in the cast. As far as basketball goes, I know that on the court and off the court, I have sisters on my team that will always be there for me.
I also really enjoy our sports program here at Ursuline. All of the teams are so great, and it's amazing to see how such a small school can have such powerful girls that can do almost anything. I know we have state championships in pretty much every sport. Right now I'm running cross country. This is my fourth and unfortunately final year running. Whitney and I are taking honors physics, and this class is amazing because it's taught by Dr. Wilcox, who has a PhD in physics.
We were working on projectile motion in class, so we were doing a lab to test it out.
What I like most about Ursuline is just the service and values we have in our school.
The sense of community here at Ursuline is my favorite thing about coming to school. When I walk through the doors in the morning, I know my sisters will have my back at all times.
Thanks for following us around all day. We hope you had as much fun as we did.
See you on campus soon.
Any other school will put your daughter on the stage, but Ursuline will hand your daughter a microphone. And that really stuck with me, just to teach me about the empowerment here that we have for each Ursuline girl.
All the grades really support you, and you can walk through the hall and expect a high five from every age level and a hug from 5 different girls.
My favorite thing about Ursuline is that immediately as you walk through these doors, you gain a sisterhood of almost 200 girls who are always there to support you and have your back no matter what.
Don't expect to be here alone, because you're not going to be alone, like at all.
The teachers are really supportive and everyone's really nice.
I really enjoy my math and science classes.
The small classroom sizes give you a lot of opportunities to ask questions and get really comfortable with your teachers and classmates.
As a young woman, Ursuline is the perfect place to see your leadership skills grow.
I came into the school not knowing anyone in freshman year, and people were super welcoming.
Here at Ursuline, we have also very religious values and strong faith, and that's just another thing that we share together.
I'm also part of the Global Education Program. I have gone to Ecuador this past summer.
I've played on the varsity volleyball team since 8th grade, and I've loved every step of the way with Coach Heiss.
I definitely love how competitive we are here, especially in athletics, for being such a small school of just girls and being able to win state championships.
You come to Ursuline and you are surrounded by such amazing girls, such amazing teachers, administrators, and everyone just wants to see you succeed.
The reason that I came here when I was 3 years old was because my mom went to high school here and graduated from here.
So I've been at Ursuline since I was in kindergarten, and I think next year will be my 13th year, and I can really say that I wouldn't have it any other way.
All right, there it is, Ursuline Academy. Great message. I am going to tease this one more time. The Jimmy Allen concert experience is going to be happening tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We had a little bit of an audio issue before, so you might have seen the graphic, but you didn't hear me preaching about how amazing this is going to be and why you want to get involved. How do you get a ticket? Well, it's easy. You just have to donate $50 or more through the campaign. You can do that in one donation, or you can do that across a number of different organizations. Either way, you donate $50 and you're going to get a link. You're going to get an invite to join us for this virtual concert experience with Delaware's own Jimmy Allen. It's going to be amazing. You're definitely going to want to get yourselves in on that. So check it out. Again, virtual concert experience with Jimmy Allen. And we're going to keep things rocking and rolling. We've got some more content for you. We're going to be moving along and highlighting an amazing organization. Well, the American Red Cross. You guys might have heard of them, maybe once or twice, but here we go. The American Red Cross, one of a couple videos we have for them. Enjoy.
Volunteers are critical to making the Red Cross work. They are the lifeblood and what really keeps the organization going. I am the Volunteer Satisfaction and Engagement Lead. We try to improve our retention, making sure that everyone's engaged and has their place within the organization. You want to make sure that your volunteers are happy and feel valued, and I think that's very important. I think all the skills that I learned in my career life I've been able to use volunteering for the Red Cross. Planning, being innovative, being able to give someone answers and being able to help somebody. That's something that we take pride in doing, is listening to our volunteers and then acting upon it. Anyone out there has skills that can be useful to the Red Cross. Everyone's valuable, everyone can contribute to the cause. There are just so many different ways to provide assistance for clients, for volunteers. I really feel like I do make a difference, and that means a lot to me. I feel very valued. It's really a good feeling.
So again, of course, the American Red Cross. And I know that we've got our next guest lined up, but maybe we can hear from the man, the myth, the legend from Spur Impact. So Alicia, just hang tight for us 1 second. We'll be with you in just a moment. We appreciate you being on. But hey, Charlie and Sarah, how's it going over there in the, headquarters, our headquarter number 2 there over at the mill? What's going on?
Yeah, so far so good. It's we've raised a lot of money,
and I think everything's working, right? So
it is now.
Yeah.
It is now. No, absolutely. Charlie, it's good to see you. Look, I like to see this smile on your face. You're relaxed a little bit more because we're moving, we're grooving, we're cranking. Obviously, you know, knock on wood, we're going to keep that up and just do an amazing job with this. I mean, look at the numbers. If you go to the website, like just an incredible thing to watch this climb. We're almost at $371,000 right now.
Yeah, and don't forget, last year in total, we only raised, we raised almost 400,000. So, I mean,
yeah, no, it's
sometime in the
amazing.
next hour, we're going to go over what we raised last year, which was a record last year.
That's an incredible thing. And and again, we've got our next guest ready to go. So I don't want to hold her too long, but very good to see you, Charlie. We're going to talk more. Charlie, you're well out again. We've got lots of time to fill in the middle of the night. So feel free to jump on anytime you want.
Later on.
All right. Very good. Well, sounds good. Thanks, Charlie. We appreciate you. And ultimately, we're going to move things right along. Like I said, and from the Delaware Alliance Against Sexual Violence, we have our next guest. I'm going to add her in now. Alicia Drew, what's going on? How's it going?
Hi, I'm well. Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great. You look and sound awesome. So tell us a little bit about yourself. What's going on?
Yeah, so my name is Alicia Drew. I am the Vice President of the Delaware Alliance Against Sexual Violence, DAASV for short. We are Delaware's federally recognized state sexual assault coalition. So all 50 states and U.S. territories have a coalition that serves as a unified voice for the sexual violence community, advocates and service providers who are working to address sexual violence. So we know that sexual violence is a crime that affects us all. It's not something that we always talk about, but it's really important that we have individuals across the state who are working tirelessly to support victims and survivors of violence. And it's something that it's going to take all of us to do more to ensure that we are ending violence in our state. So we're really appreciative of you all for coordinating this event and providing an opportunity for us as a new nonprofit. We're only about a year old to be able to gain some unrestricted funds that allow us to do more to support survivors in the state. So we really wanted to just take this time to say on behalf of our executive director, Vanita Garvin, our board of directors and our advisory board, thank you to everyone who's contributed to our work so far. We are already a third of the way to the goal that we set as an organization and really excited to see how the remaining time plays out. And we're really appreciative to the United Way of Delaware and Spur Impact and all of the supporters who've put this event together. It's really a testament to us as Delawareans to be able to come together and take care of our residents. We wanted to just let folks know that when you make a donation to the Delaware Alliance Against Sexual Violence, we just launched a new membership campaign. So anyone who donates over $50 today not only will get tickets to the Jimmy Allen virtual benefit concert, which I'm very excited about, but you also will get a membership to the Delaware Alliance. So we'll make sure we contact you all with information about that. And we just want to let people know if they want to learn more about the Delaware Alliance, want to get involved, they can visit our website. It's delawarealliance.org. And then we're also on Facebook too.
That is awesome. Thank you, for just sharing all of that. We really appreciate you coming on to tell us a little bit about your mission and your organization. And, if you can, we got a minute to share. Tell me a little bit about some of the work and why you're so passionate and so I guess moved to do what you do.
Yeah, so actually the work that I did brought me to Delaware. I'm a transplant, so I came here from Pennsylvania to do work engaging boys and men in sexual violence prevention. And I've had the opportunity to really just get to know amazing people across the state, a variety of victim service providers, Child Inc., People's Place, SOAR, the YWCA, the police department, so many agencies. I hate to name them because I don't want to leave anybody out, but tremendous people who have dedicated their lives to serve victims and survivors of sexual violence. And again, every 73 seconds, the recent statistics says that someone in America experiences sexual violence. So it's something that's pervasive in our society. And until we all are committed to doing more, to talking about these issues and doing our part to change cultural norms, schools, we're going to continue to see violence taking place. So it's really a great privilege for all of us to be able to spread awareness about this issue so that we can make sure that we're preventing violence in our state.
Well, I think that's just an amazing thing, and I agree. It's an important issue, and again, just tell us, where can people sign up if they want to get? You said there was a way to really get involved and become a part of that alliance. What was that again?
Yeah, so it's DelawareAlliance.org. You can go on there. We're actually in a process now. Again, we're a new nonprofit, so we're rebranding our website, but there's information on our website and a link to our membership form so individuals can sign on to show their support to the sexual violence community. April is actually Sexual Assault Awareness Month, so we'll be posting a lot of information on our Facebook page for ways to people to get engaged and just learn more about this issue and how they can work to support the prevention of violence in our state.
Well, thank you for everything you guys are doing. Keep up the great work. It's really important. So I just want to make sure you know that we all really do appreciate what you guys are doing, and it means a lot.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you all, and happy to do more. We're really excited.
Yeah, no doubt. To do more, and you're already, like you said, a third of the way to your goal. So keep cranking. We're almost 3 hours into this campaign, and we're just all having so much fun, and just seeing these numbers go is so encouraging. And it's very, very rewarding, isn't it, when you put in the work and you start to see this all come through. So Good luck with everything on your end. We'll see you down the road. Feel free to, stop in. Don't be a stranger. And good luck with everything.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right. Take care. We appreciate it.
Bye.
So there you have it. We're cranking away. We're moving along. 24 hours of live streaming. And yeah, that sounded like a good idea at one point. But we're only 3 hours in. What does that mean? That's 21 hours to go. That sounds like 21 hours. So we'll see how this goes. We're keeping tabs. If you want to do some screenshots at home, I'd be curious to see how I degrade over the next 24 hours. That's just a fun side bet. But we've got some great organizations coming on the line. I know we had a conversation lined up for Delaware State University, so it's not a problem if we can catch you a little bit later. But I do know that we have our friend Maureen from the Candlelight Theater ready to go, so we could bring her on now. So, hey, Mo, what's shaking? How you been? Good to see you.
Hey, I'm good. How are you, Chris?
I'm awesome. It's really good to see you. It's been a little too long, I would say. So it's great.
It's been a long time. I think I have. I don't know if you're able to let more than one person in. Lindsay Mock might join us as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
She was going to hop in, so you might see her jump in the backstage there.
I'll take a look for it. So yeah, if she pops in, I'll just bring her right in. No problem. So what's going on with you guys? How's it going? I mean, theater right now, that's an easy go.
Yeah, right. No, it's definitely been a wild ride the last year or so, right? So theaters shutting down or trying to figure out digital content or whatever way to keep our audiences engaged over the last year with COVID and everything. But Candlelight, the staff there have been incredible. The board, they've been really strong, just getting the place prepared, getting it ready, putting in all the safety precautions we can so we can reopen with a lot of oomph. And they're excited to do that. They actually already are starting to have events there this weekend. They have a sold out event, with the limited capacity. They have comedy shows coming up this March, a new event called Dull Space, which was written by Brian McCall, who was an actor at Candlelight.
That's very cool.
So that's all coming up in March. And then our season is hoping to kick off sometime in the spring. So,
all right, well, very good. Do you happen to know if, Lindsay knows anything about that season? Oh, Lindsay, how's it going?
It's good. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing very well. It's great to see you. How have you been?
I'm all right.
Very nice. Very good. So yeah, it was, nice to see you guys on the list, and I was looking forward to chatting with you guys. And obviously Mo was like, "Oh, is it okay if Lindsay hops on?" I was like, "Well, absolutely. Let's go." So yeah, tell us. We're just getting into the season a little bit. I don't know if you want to share a little bit about what you guys are doing there.
Yeah, we're not, we can't really announce exactly what's going on just yet. We're still kind of working out the kinks, but the season where hopefully it does kick off sometime in the spring. So people can keep an eye out on our Facebook pages or our website, emails. We're going to be blasting out. I mean, we're going to be shouting from the rooftops when we're able to announce exactly what's going on. But we're excited. It's it'd be nice to get back to somewhat normal. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know we're excited to get back on stage too. So as soon as that is safe and possible, I'm ready.
Yeah, well, there you go. And that's all we can do, right? We can do what we can to put ourselves in a position to make it happen when it's possible. And we can't, put people in a position where they're going to be at risk. And it's tough because you want to get out there, you want to perform, and you want to get on stage. It's just that simple, but it just doesn't work that way, right? So we have to ride it out and we have to find our way through it. And hopefully we're getting closer to that point.
Absolutely.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
No, that's a good thing. So what are you seeing? I mean, for the theater community, definitely things are starting to happen, right? There's definitely some movement, I've seen across the board. So what are you guys seeing just from that side, from your side? Like, I mean, it's been a tough go, but like recently, what are those lights at the end of the tunnel starting to look like maybe?
Well, I think number one, the light at the end of the tunnel a little bit is the end of winter, which means that, regardless of the ability to do things inside, the ability to do things outside comes back.
Yeah.
Which I know some places are sort of seizing the opportunity. I've also started to see Broadway starting to advertise some limited ticketed events. So I think that there's some glimmer of light.
Yeah, and it's kind of what I was referring to. You start to see Broadway start to move a little bit, and you're like, okay, wait a minute, we might have a chance here. So that and obviously for different reasons, they're pushing for that. But how long can they go without people in theaters, right? How long can they sustain without some kind of traction?
Well, and I think that's where events like this come into play that are really helping small theaters, continue to stay afloat, so to speak, and bring some fundraising dollars in and remind people that we still exist.
Yeah. No, and that's part of it. You got to stay active. You just got to stay. You got to keep moving.
I gotta say, just coming on, we've only, like you just said in your last talk, we're only 3 hours into this, and we're already, from our goal that we set, we're already over halfway there. That's incredible. And it's unbelievable to me.
That is awesome. And, if we just keep pushing, we'll be able to do so much more. I mean, you guys set a goal. Goals are made to be broken, right? That's okay.
That's right.
We can
I think so.
Let's go.
I think so.
What's the stretch goal, right? That is, you start thinking out a little bit. And, we hold on a second. We got a couple people at the door. I'll get to them in a second. Studio's, active. It's a wild ride we're on here with our live broadcast. We got people flying all over the place. They're trying to find their moments. I'm actually thinking about, when do I take my breaks? Where are my breaks?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Just cross your legs.
Did you schedule those for yourself?
Just cross your legs. It'll be fine. So we're gonna get through it. But I think it's awesome, and I know that Mr. Healy's coming on a little later. We're gonna chat some more.
Yeah.
Got him lined up, and we got a video, your 50th anniversary video. We're gonna play that a little bit later as well. So
Absolutely.
That's exciting. And looking forward to sharing that with everybody. And I think he might have even whipped up another video we're going to play a little later in the night.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be one of my breaks. But I appreciate it.
Chris, do we have a minute to quick talk about some fun prizes that we have?
Sure. Yeah. We can squeeze it in real quick. And then we've got Leanne coming on from the Newark Partnership. But yeah, you got a minute. Let's do it.
All right. I'll go real fast. So no one has gotten this yet, but for a $2,500 donation, we are doing an exclusive private cabaret for the donor and 7 of their friends. And that's going to include dinner and an open bar and pictures with the cast. And this is going to be a cabaret just for them.
Wow.
With several singers on stage and all of those
open
details.
Open bar.
Open bar. Right.
Wow.
It's right there. Pace itself.
An open. I'm sorry. I heard open bar. That's crazy. I like an open bar much better than a closed bar. I'll tell you that right now. That's a fact. And no question, that sounds like a good time to me. So that's awesome. You guys are doing that.
And then my other favorite one, for a $1,000 donation, you can get a walk-on role in A Christmas Carol.
Oh,
and
cool.
the reason that it's my favorite is that you're going to get to hang out with me. So
Oh,
I'm
wow.
going to be helping guide the guests through their role on stage so that they can make their debut for all their family and friends.
Well, that's pretty exciting. Now, if maybe I could come out, I could just be the goose or something. Just
there you go.
Yeah, that's
for $1,000. You can the goose, Chris.
I'm gonna goose it up. Goose it up. That's perfect. Very cool. So we appreciate you guys coming on. Like I said, we're gonna be talking to Dan a little bit later, and we're gonna continue to share your message. And good luck. Great job so far on the fundraising. It sounds like you're doing a really great job. And
thank you.
wish you luck. Break that goal. Keep stretching. Let's go.
That's
Thanks,
right. Thank you so much.
All right,
Take care. Have a good one.
I hope. Take care. You bet.
Bye.
All right. See you. All right. So, Leanne, what's shaking? You're right in the mix here, and we're bringing you on, and you're talking about the Newark Partnership. So, welcome to the program. Welcome to Do More 24. Tell us all about yourself.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. If you want to take a break right now, feel free. I can maybe not cabaret like before, but I'm happy to have you take a break if you need to. But I'm Leanne Moore. I am the executive director of the Newark Partnership. The Newark Partnership is a nonprofit that is relatively new to the city of Newark. We are a community coalition trying to bring together all facets of the Newark community within the city limits and, stretching a little bit outside the city limits too, but bringing together businesses, nonprofits, students, residents to all kind of have a chance to talk to one another, build off each other's assets, skills, so that we can make Newark the best place to live, work, and come to play. So we are really excited to be here for Do More 24. And we have a small goal of 2,000, but we're really looking for help from the community to just make more connections. So if you can donate, great. We love you, appreciate you. But we also would love to just hear from our community, hear more about, I love being able to see this live stream and see all the wonderful nonprofits throughout the state that we might be able to partner with or highlight. We're really trying to be matchmakers from community events all the way to professional development for professionals in the nonprofit world as well as the business world, and then connect the businesses with the nonprofits so that they can do some really cool things with the different skills and networks that they have. So we're super happy to be here. Really, really grateful to Spur Impact for making this all possible for us and making it so easy. So huge shout out, Charlie, Sarah, Tiara. Thank you so much for having us here today.
They're pretty awesome, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, let's just call it what it is. It's an amazing group over there. They do so many amazing things for our community, and as an organization, they support so many others, and that's just such a cool thing. I think doesn't get much better than that, and we got to all say thank you to them. So I appreciate you doing that. And with you guys, anything quick? How do people just essentially follow you? Just want to make sure they can get to you quickly and make sure they support you.
Absolutely. So you can follow us on Facebook. It's just the Newark Partnership. We are also have a great website, and there's plenty of ways to connect, either join a committee or just reach out to us. And that's just thenewarkpartnership.org. Or you can email me at Leanne, Leann, at thenewarkpartnership.org as well. I'd love to hear from you all. Donating, like I said, is great, but we're really looking to make those connections and sustain some relationships even outside of this 24-hour period.
No, that's awesome. We appreciate you sharing that and continue all the amazing work that you guys do. Thank you for all of that. And just good luck with your fundraising efforts over the campaign. And, we'll just all be watching, seeing how it's all kind of coming together. It's amazing how well it's been going so far. And we're just hoping to carry that momentum through the night and into tomorrow, which I feel really good about. So awesome stuff. And, with that, I know we have another group, Family Focused Development Centers, on deck. Great. They're coming on. So Leanne, thank you so much for sharing some time with us, and we'll see you around real soon. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris.
All right, you bet. It's my pleasure.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care. So there you have it. And like I said, next up we have, looks like Charles and, we got two people coming on. So that's awesome. We're going to bring you guys in now. So Charles and Dr. Sensei Fowler, what's going on? Good to have you on the program.
Hi, Chris. It's so good to be here. Thank you for having us. My name is Charles Fowler.
And I'm Dr. Sensei Fowler, and we're the co-founders of the Family Focused Development Center. And we're just really happy to be taking part in this Do More 24-hour campaign.
It's a pretty amazing thing, really, right? I mean, we're all fired up. We're all working together. It's such a cool thing when you see so many people all aligned with one mission. And the power of that is just incredible. You can just see it in the numbers that are happening online and the fundraising efforts and just the awareness that's coming from it. And that in itself is worth everything, right? So tell us a little bit about your organization, why you're so passionate about what you do and how people can support you guys.
Sure. So our mission is really to encourage and strengthen families in the community, low-income communities, as well as communities where individuals have historically not really had access to some of the things that I guess more moderate to high-level incomes have had access to. And we have a number of enrichment programs that we are doing that we actually just launched in August of 2020 during the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we are a relatively brand new nonprofit. And
yes, like you said, by trade, Dr. Fowler is a pediatrician.
Yep.
And I'm also an educator. I'm a teacher, administrator also. So what we're trying to do basically is to make education more relevant to a lot of our youth. So through inspiration, rather, showing them things that actually look like them and people that look like them and, what they can do. So we provide what we call inspirational learning with our enrichment program.
And one of the reasons why we wanted to do this nonprofit is because we think back to when we were kids, way back even in middle school. And I remember saying I wanted to be a doctor. And I remember being told, no, that doesn't make sense. You can't be a doctor. So we really just want to encourage and inspire and be a voice, because we had voices in our lives that helped us get to where we were. And I look back and there are so many people who were so smart in the community that I grew up in, which was low income, right in Newcastle, Hamilton Park. And he was in Rosegate down the street. And a lot of the kids there don't go to college, and it's not because they're not smart. So we want to go against that grain and really just encourage people and give back the way that we received more on an individual basis.
Yeah, that's an amazing thing. And I just want to just let you guys know and let everybody at home know, apparently we just officially passed last year's total in 3 hours.
Yay!
So, wow.
That's great.
Unbelievable. That's such an exciting thing. We're just crushing this right now. The momentum is huge, and I hope you guys are benefiting from that as well. Like, what's it like for you, connecting with the community, leveraging a platform like this, and just, taking advantage of that for you guys and to be able to continue to make the impact you're making?
Well, I love this platform because honestly, being that we're just starting out, it's a great way to kind of increase our learning curve per se.
Yeah.
And to get out there and just put ourselves out there and also see what others are doing, some of the wonderful nonprofits that are also participating, learning from them, and just, it's just a great start. This is our first large scale fundraising that we have done. So
yeah, it was kind of great, actually. Like I said, being part of a community of different individuals and of organizations who are doing things to help out in the community. It's really impactful for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really important thing, right? I mean, because we shouldn't all be on our own island having to figure it all out for ourselves. We can learn from each other. We can push each other. We can inspire each other. And that's just such a beautiful thing. And I think we're so much stronger together, right?
Absolutely.
So it's just, it seems silly that we would not do something like this, right? And this just feels so good. And I mean, just look at the results right now. I mean, it's just the action that's happening just proves the power in numbers when you collectively come together, how much you can make happen. And I think this is just a perfect testament to that.
Do More 24 is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Do more. It says it right there. Do more, right?
Yes.
We're not here to do less.
And that's what we're trying to do. We want to do more. So we need your help. And similar to what was said previously, we are a organization right now fueled by volunteers. So we would love to build relationships. If you have similar interests, if you have gifts, talents that you would like to share with our youth in our after school program or our parent learning communities. We've developed some parent learning communities where parents come together and talk about some of the different things that affect their students and their schooling.
And how they, how they overcome some things. So they actually, parents sharing with one another how to deal with these challenges.
Yeah.
It's been great. One of the things that we love, one of our programs that we offer that I love so much is what we call our inspirational coaching, a mentoring program. So we have to actually help students set goals and develop a schedule and explore their interests and, just following up with them. And it's been amazing.
It's been amazing because some parents have told us, oh, I didn't even know my child was talented in A, B, C, D, E. So it's really about exposure and exploring and really just pulling those unique gifts out of individuals and families.
Yeah, that's amazing. And before we, let you guys go for right now and get back to your fundraising, what's the best way for people to reach you guys? Is it the website? Is it social media? What would you say that they should do?
So there's a couple different ways you can reach us. You can find us on Facebook, the Family Focused Development Center. You can also find us on our website, which is www.familyfocuseddevelopmentcenter, or you can email us at the familyfocusedcenter@gmail.com. So I think those are the best ways, and we would love to hear from you and love for you to join in with us as we try to support this cause.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. We, just applaud you guys for the effort and the work that you guys are doing. Keep up that, and just know that it's appreciated and that it's needed, and it's an amazing thing. So keep it up. And we appreciate you for coming on. Good luck again with the rest of the campaign. Have fun promoting and sharing and fundraising. And we're going to keep this thing moving. And I guess we'll see you around. If you need anything, let us know. But we appreciate you guys being a part of this.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Chris.
you so
Have
much.
a great night.
All right. Absolutely. Take care. So there it is. We're keeping things moving. We actually have our next guest is bringing a great video for us. And that, again, is our Planned Parenthood of Delaware group. So I'm going to cue that up now. So enjoy this message from another amazing organization, one that, is doing great work in the community and one that we should all be looking to support. Here it is. Enjoy.
Welcome to the month of March and Do More 24. My name's Elise Resnick, and I have the privilege of being the board chair of Planned Parenthood of Delaware. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for participating in Do More 24 over the next 24 hours. Planned Parenthood of Delaware really relies on our supporters to keep our doors open, especially the past 12 months during the pandemic. Many of our patients have lost their jobs and lost their health insurance, but we don't turn anyone away. We are still giving the best birth control advice, prenatal care, STI testing, gender-affirming care, and other medical services that you'll hear more about from others during the next 24 hours. I really appreciate all of our supporters, and I hope that you will give generously during Do More 24 to Planned Parenthood of Delaware. We appreciate you. We need your support, and hopefully in the near future we'll be able to gather again together in person so that we can truly thank you for all that you do for Planned Parenthood of Delaware. Be well, take care, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Dr. Martha Simmons, and I'm the medical director here at Planned Parenthood of Delaware. We have had a lot of really exciting things happen over the past 2 years since I've been here, but one of the most exciting things that has happened recently is our expansion into telehealth. So we are now offering telehealth to our patients over 2 different ways, one of which is an app called PP Direct, where the patient schedules in a video visit online, fills out an online questionnaire, and then is able to get birth control. So that's for the pill, the patch, and the ring, either mailed to their house or at their pharmacy, and also for treatment of urinary tract infections. We're also providing telehealth for an expanded number of services through a more traditional platform where the patient schedules and then meets with one of our healthcare assistants and one of our clinicians. And that we can do for pretty much every visit type that doesn't require a physical exam. So we're finding that a lot of our patients who come in frequently but live far away are loving that service, especially our gender-affirming care patients and those who were prescribing pre-exposure prophylaxis for HIV or PrEP. So thank you so much for your support has made this possible, and your continued support will help us continue to expand the service and make this even better.
My name's Kelly Nichols, and I have been a clinician at Planned Parenthood of Delaware for the past 3 years. I am also the program director of our gender-affirming hormone therapy program. Since November 2019, Planned Parenthood of Delaware has offered gender-affirming hormone therapy services for our patients age 18 and over using an informed consent model. Taking feminizing or masculinizing hormones can be a part of gender transition and affirmation for transgender and non-binary patients. Discrimination, access issues, and lack of provider competence are all common barriers that are faced by transgender people. And at Planned Parenthood of Delaware, we work very hard to ensure that our clinics are safe and inclusive spaces for people of all genders. Since the expansion of the telehealth services, we have actually been able to even increase access more by offering gender-affirming care through virtual services where we can actually meet people where they're at in their homes, which can be an even more comfortable environment. So overall, I'm proud to offer this service as part of the many sexual and reproductive health services we offer at Planned Parenthood of Delaware, and I thank all of our supporters, donors, and volunteers for everything you do to help ensure that this vital service continues.
My name is Allison Kincaid, and I am one of the nurse practitioners that work at the Planned Parenthood of Delaware. I decided to work at Planned Parenthood because it gave me the privilege to serve the patients that are in my community that are underinsured and uninsured. So knowing that I was a catalyst in helping patients take control over their reproductive and sexual health is just an honor. So I would like to thank all the Planned Parenthood donors, the supporters, the staff, and even the volunteers. Your donations, your support, your efforts, your time allows us to continue to provide affordable and excellent health care to the patients in our community.
So there you go. That is an amazing message. We appreciate you guys sharing that. And again, that's the Planned Parenthood of Delaware organization, just one of many taking part in our Do More 24 campaign. I know that we've got some more people lined up, and we're expecting a number of guests to join us on the program. We've got this live stream rocking and rolling. And just to give you guys an update, this hour, we have another power hour going. This is our 9 p.m. power hour, which goes, well, you guessed it, from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. And that is thanks to Bloom Energy. So thank you, Bloom Energy, for that. This time, we're going to have 4 $500 supersized golden tickets that'll be awarded during this hour. So 2 nonprofits in the small division receiving donations this hour will be drawn at random and awarded with a $500 golden ticket bonus. So as long as your organization has a donation in this hour, you will be eligible for one of those golden ticket bonuses. There will also be 2 nonprofits in the large division as well. And all these nonprofits that are a part of us tonight are eligible for the Bloom Energy 9 p.m. Power Hour golden tickets. So thanks to Bloom Energy for that. We really appreciate you guys doing that. That is awesome. So hopefully you guys get in on the action. All you got to do is get a donation. It's that simple, not too tough. And also, there's a lot of things to promote. Again, we got to remind you guys of this Jimmy Allen experience. $50 is all it takes. Get a donation of $50 or spread $50 among a number of organizations, and you're going to get invited to this virtual concert experience with Delaware's own Jimmy Allen. It's going to be a lot of fun. Do not want to miss that. That's for sure. You're going to be real excited to be a part of it. It's going to be awesome. And beyond that, just a lot to promote. We've got all kinds of organizations coming up. We are scheduled to talk to Stephanie Whitby from Indoor Track Delaware. As soon as Stephanie joins us, we'll pop her on. And then we've got some great content from Get Well, MAP Foundation. We've got Winterthur, DCRAC. We've got Friends of CASA Association and so on and so forth. And it looks like Sarah is popping in, maybe wanting to just say hi real quick. we're just going to say hi to Sarah, maybe checking on our totals. I know we're just crushing it right now. What's going on?
I am just over the moon. I heard you mention it, but like, I can't believe that we passed last year's total in we hadn't even started hour 4 yet. By the time we raised as much money as we raised, all of Do More 24 last year. Crazy.
And last year we were like, wow, that was amazing.
Here
we are 3.5 hours in, and we're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Next, let's go. Keep it moving.
Well, and that's the craziest thing, Chris, is like we talk to nonprofits who intentionally are going to like these later hours to kind of get their network. So like we know that this isn't just everyone's getting it out of the way and we're gonna have like this job. Like we know that there are organizations who are, scheming in the 11 o'clock hour, in the 3 o'clock hour, right? Like we know that there are organizations who haven't even really pressed go on the gas yet, which is crazy to think about. No, it's really wild, and it's going to be fun. I mean, we've got the studio is kind of spread out but full. Like I said earlier, we're celebrating a birthday. I want a little shout out to, well, it's not my wife's birthday, but my wife made this amazing cupcake. Guess what this is filled with? Guess what kind of cupcake this is? I think it'll blow your mind. It's an amazing idea. It's a banana jalapeno cupcake with a like chili powder, cayenne pepper, cream cheese frosting. And it's so savory yet sweet and really well balanced. It's moist, it's delicious, it's incredible. I'm telling you, they're amazing. So we got made for, Victoria, who's one of our team members. If you don't know Victoria, you should. She's awesome. She's part of the King Creative team over here. Well, she's with King Creative and the Fun Department. She's here every day making big things happen, along with Jono, who is over there doing something probably super productive and making things happen as well. So we're just cranking away here. We're having fun being a part of this whole thing. And I'm just still like, I can't even believe these numbers. Yeah. Circling back though, because I feel like this is important. If you had given me 100 guesses on what flavor of cupcake you were holding, never in a million years would I have come up with that comment.
Yeah, which is kind of why I didn't leave you hanging for too long, because I was like, you're not going to guess. I'm just going to tell you. And it's delicious. Yeah, it's really, they're amazing. We got a few of them here at the studio. If you or Charlie want to sneak away and maybe try one, just throwing it out there.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm just right up the road, and I was thinking you guys might need like a midnight coffee run. So
you know what? I'm gonna say yes to that, and let's just do it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we're gonna get you a hot cup of coffee at 12 o'clock in the morning here in Wilmington, but we'll figure it out.
I'm not sure where that I guess that's what Keurigs are for, unfortunately. We'll have to settle, but it'll keep us going.
It sure will.
That's okay. So yeah, we're just kind of moving. It looks like Stephanie might have gotten tied up, so no worries. But check out Indoor Track Delaware. They're an amazing organization, so you can support them and you can learn more about them right on the website. So that's great, and you can do that, of course, at domore24delaware.org. And that rate or that money total is just kind of climbing away. It's amazing to see it. It's just awesome. And again, you can support them. So we'll get Stephanie into the program if she happens to pop in. No worries there. So if anybody's listening and knows her,
I hear you keep plugging, those later hours that you've got.
Actually, this is a great time, Stephanie. If you are somebody is listening, I've got a great spot open. Let me see here. It looks like I could squeeze you in. Let's say 4:15. How's 4:15 in the morning sound? Is that good? Yeah, maybe. We'll see how that goes. Anyway,
I don't know if you're near your homepage, but we just hit a pretty cool milestone.
Oh man, let me check this out. Let me check it out. And I'm wondering if we have the same number here. Let me see if mine pops to what yours is. You've got. I feel like maybe yours. I got to refresh again. I don't know. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing $402,000.
402,279, perhaps.
Sure is.
Oh man! All right, so we are the same. I wanted to check. That was a good test. Amazing. Over $400,000. I mean, should I say it slower? Over $400,000.
Love it.
And that's crazy because it's like we're only just getting started.
I love it. Cool. Well, thanks, Chris. Thanks for hanging out with us this whole time.
Yeah, no, you know it, and we're gonna kind of keep it rocking. I think we're gonna queue up a nice video from Get Well Map Foundation next. So enjoy that, Sarah. I'll see you soon. Look forward to that coffee run coming up here in a few hours. And don't forget, we have a couple fun ones coming up, actually, just to keep you in mind. We got a wine time event coming at midnight with a buddy of mine from out in California. He's going to be tuning in from Napa with a wine time experience. And then Ivan from DTV is going to be checking in around 10, little after 10 o'clock. And we're going to be talking about some great work they're doing in the community that we've been working with them on. So that's exciting as well. But again, right now, we're going to queue up a video with a little message from our friends at the Get Well Map Foundation. So enjoy that, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Hi, my name is Christina Connors, and thank you so much for taking a few minutes to learn about Child Inspired. We are very excited about the products that we are creating to help ease anxiety during childhood hospitalization. Our son, Andrew, when he was 5 years old, he was hospitalized and faced a serious medical illness that required a lengthy stay in the hospital. And we were looking for a way to communicate to our son that he would get home. And we wanted to basically visually illustrate to our child that he would get home and we would get to that goal. So I'm going to show you our original Get Well map. Basically, I asked my friend to create a symbol of the hospital at one end, a picture of our home at the other, and because our son absolutely loves cars and trucks, that seemed very fitting to attach a little monster truck in his case to this road, and we were just going to basically try to visually depict when we would get home. One of the most difficult things, I think, to answer for a child is, when can I go home? You don't know the answer to that. Sometimes the medical team doesn't quite know the answer to that, because during a medical course, time is really not the factor. It's more based on milestones and progression and improvement in condition. So we were looking for a way to depict that for children. What we've developed at this point is a series of illustrations. We call them Get Well maps, and we have a wonderful illustrator named John Donato who does so many wonderful projects with youth and school districts, collaborative muraling, just absolutely wonderful projects that really help to enhance meaningful communication using art as a catalyst for that.
I am honored to be involved with Child Inspired. Specifically, I'm really honored that the set of tools that I have can help them understand and cope with things that are going on during that process. So it brings excitement, it brings fun, it helps the caregivers communicate with the children, it helps the family communicate with the caregivers and the children. I couldn't see a better cause for some of the work that I do as a visual artist in helping with Child Inspired to achieve those goals.
This is our road home based on our original road map with Andrew, but we also have different themes tailored towards different kids with different interests. We have a princess theme, a superhero. Right now we are working on a deep sea theme. So we encourage the family to place a photograph of their child in the left corner and then a picture of their goal. Maybe their goal is going home. Maybe that's not feasible yet and it needs to be a series of short-term goals. Maybe it's a pair of sneakers and they're going to walk with therapy, or it's an ice cream cone and they're allowed down to the cafeteria with their family. We encourage there to be another little photo attached under this sticker so that the child helps to make the connection that this represents the child in their medical journey. And then this sticker kind of moves along in correspondence with the child's medical progress. Now, all too often during any medical event, unexpected things arise, whether it's an additional surgery or treatment procedure. So we have created what we call neutral zones. In this one, it's themed as a pit stop. But basically, this is an opportunity, instead of moving the child backwards on the road, it's basically an area to come to and a way to soften some of the medical jargon. Just like cars need new tires, just like princesses, they get tears in their ball gowns, superheroes need extra strength and power. This is an opportunity to kind of soften some of that medical jargon until they're ready to resume their road.
The whole concept is really encouraging, and it's something concrete that
patients of all ages and families can benefit from. And I always give families the option at the end to take their board because it's theirs and they certainly can. And sometimes families don't want to take things from the hospital because it's a lot of memories and baggage that's, concrete. It's a physical thing that they have with them that they maybe don't want to remember. But every single family has wanted to take their board and they've been excited. They've been proud, like they earned it because it's a visual representation of the journey that they've been on. It's really powerful for them to be able to feel proud and to look back on their journey and to be able to know that they were able to accomplish all the things they needed to do to get home.
Child Inspired is looking to get these Get Well maps in the hands of children and families. So thank you very, very much for taking the time to learn about Child Inspired. Please take a second to look at our website to learn more about our products, and we look forward to any opportunity to speak in greater detail with you or your staff about the potential to utilize this tool to help ease anxieties during childhood hospitalizations and enhance medical communication with children and families and your medical teams. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. That was a great message from our friends at Get Well Map Foundation. And real quick, it looks like Tiara is kind of stalking on the side there. She's checking in. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? How have you been?
We're doing well. We're cruising along. We've got some amazing things happening on the portal. Have you seen these numbers?
Yes, I've seen these numbers. This is crazy, right?
Like, what?
I'm so excited.
Oh my goodness.
I had to jump on and just say how thankful I am for all of the donors. If you haven't gotten a thank you yet from your nonprofit, I'm just telling you, thank you. Thank you. They're gonna say thank you, but I'm telling you thank you. And then the nonprofits, they are impressive. Like even listening, I've been kind of stalking the live stream. You've probably seen my comments.
Yeah.
And I've been listening to all of the amazing nonprofits that we have. It's probably impossible to know each and every one of them, but I'm getting closer and closer every Do More 24. And just to hear their stories, to hear their missions, it's been, oh my God, it's so awesome. So awesome.
It is. And it's really cool. And just to get lost, like I said, lost in their worlds. I mean, that's one of the things we love to do with King Creative. We say it all the time. It's like getting lost in their world, and just to really kind of understand who they are, who their audience is. And in this case, their mission and their purpose. And to really just kind of get a window into that is really inspiring. And it's been fun to chat with everybody and just learn more about it.
Absolutely. Like I said, I'm so jealous because you are going to have the time of your life. You get to talk for 24 hours and people are going to listen to you for 24 hours. That's pretty impressive,
Well,
right?
I'm going to keep, moving my mouth, and words are hopefully going to be formed. And then we're going to keep saying things vocally and verbally outward. So we'll see how it works. We'll see what happens. We're only a few hours in. So 24 hours.
3.5.
I feel pretty good about it. We're having fun, and we've got, more people lining up. I know we've got, Dennis Halleck is queuing himself up. We're going to be getting over to him here real soon. So we're going to just keep cranking. Tiara, it's really good to see you. Thanks for checking in.
I'll be checking in again. Thank you to everyone. We are almost, it's crazy. We are almost at $400,000. That's absolutely, keep going. Keep going. Keep asking.
Have you not looked? Because we're over $400,000.
Oh my God, I haven't. I'm talking to you.
We're almost at $415,000 actually.
Yeah. Even more. Keep going. That's all I want to say. Keep going. Don't stop. You're not profit species.
All you got to say is do more. Just keep going.
More.
Do more.
Yes, do more.
Do more. All right.
I always say do better, but I'll see y'all later. I'll come back.
All right. Do more better.
Do more better. I'll see you.
All right. We'll see you soon. Thanks.
I'll see you soon.
All right.
Bye.
You bet. All right. We'll see you. All right. So with that, I'm going to be shooting over to check in with our friend Dennis Halleck Sr. with Friends of CASA Association. So Dennis, I'm going to bring you in now. What's going on? How's it going?
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing very well. We're just, having fun on the live stream. We're really enjoying our chats with all the nonprofits. So welcome to the program. Love to learn a little bit about you and the organization. Share with us.
So Friends of CASA is CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. I have myself been an advocate here in Delaware for over 12 years. and we advocate in family court for Delaware's abused and neglected children.
Well, that's really important work. So thank you for doing that. That's actually really amazing. And what what are some of the things that you guys are really focused on specifically, and maybe what are some of the more recent success stories you guys have had?
So Friends of CASA really helps the volunteers because it is a volunteer job. A lot of our volunteers have retired, don't have extra money, and so we help with travel to courts. We help our court system in Sussex County doesn't have parking, so we help our CASAs. Sometimes they're in court for several hours, and so we help pay for that. We also help with gifts for the children that are in care if the Office of Child Advocate is not able to, or it doesn't meet the guidelines that they have. We are able to look at what funding we have and possibly pick up where other grants aren't able to for the actual children in care. So it's not just for our volunteers. Our group has been hit hard, as many have since COVID happened. We get a lot of our donations from functions that we do throughout the year, including some from sororities. And since a lot of them didn't do their fundraising this year, we sort of have to pick up where we can. You've been saying it throughout the night, and I'm sure we'll continue to say it throughout the night. For us, every dollar, every penny counts, because they all add up for us to be able to do what we can do for our volunteers and also for the children in care. I think you're muted.
I got you. I appreciate that. It's true. Every dollar does count, right? It really makes a difference. And I think that's something we want to make sure people understand is that if you're worried about not having enough, just shake that right out of your head and just don't worry about that at all. You got to throw that idea away and just instead give what you can. If it's $1, if it's 5, it's 10, 20, whatever it is, it makes a difference and it all adds up. So
and we say the same thing. We have a lot of the people that help support us, they can't necessarily give. Some of them donate their birthday on Facebook and ask others to donate. In addition to that, if people can't donate financially, we do ask that they donate their time. If people are interested in becoming a child advocate, they can call the office at 302-255-1730 or email us at casaprogram@delaware.gov. We are always looking for CASA volunteers in all 3 counties. We do operate throughout the entire state. So we do understand that some people can't financially donate, but they are able to help with their time, and we're looking for either.
Yeah, and that time is valuable. I mean, call it what it is, right? So, a volunteer hour is worth a lot as well. And if that's what you have to give, don't feel bad about that either. I mean, that's super important. You guys can't operate without your volunteers. And that's, I think, a really important thing to share as well. So, I just think what you guys are doing is amazing. So keep up the great work with that. Thank you so much for being a part of the live stream, sharing your story, sharing a little bit about the organization. What's the best way if somebody wants to support you right now? How do they find you? What's the best way to do that?
Well, they can certainly do it through here. They can reach out to us at FOC, Friends of CASA, so FOC Delaware @gmail.com. We are on Facebook. We do accept donations through there. We're located here in Dover. They're able to call that number, the 302-255-1730 number, and talk to a member of the team at the Office of Child Advocate in the CASA program. you know, we will come out to your events to talk. For those people that have bank accounts through TD Bank, there's a program through there where they offer for so much that is deposited. They have a program, so reach out to your representative at TD Bank. We're also on Amazon Smile, Friends of Casa.
Nice.
If you're an Amazon buyer like I am, then a percentage of your money that you spend, Amazon will donate to us. And also flipgive.com is another organization that's online where if you shop at a host of different places, Walmart, Nike, Under Armour, they will also donate a percentage of your total dollar to our organization.
Well, that's great. We appreciate it. And, you know, we do need to keep moving. We've got some other folks in the wings, but we appreciate you coming on. Dennis, really great to talk to you. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for that. And, you know, good luck with the rest of your campaign here, all part of Do More 24. This is exciting.
Thanks very much, Chris. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care. We'll talk soon.
All righty. Thank you.
So we're going to move along, and we've got Julie Wanger coming up here in a second with Keep Delaware Beautiful. But Julie, we got a quick message we're going to play, and then right after that, we're coming right to you, all right? So we're going to play this quick video message, and then again, we have Julie from Keep DE Beautiful. So stay tuned for that. We'll be on with her in just a moment. But in the meantime, we've got this quick message from Winterthur that we're going to play for you guys right now.
Winterthur staff wants to tell you why we love Winterthur.
I'm the reference librarian for the Joseph Downs collection of manuscripts and printed ephemera at Winterthur Library. And what I really love about Winterthur is the community of learning and being surrounded by people who are constantly learning about the material world around us.
My name is Brock Job. 50 years ago, I saw Winterthur for the first time. The beauty of the site, the majesty of the towering trees, it took my breath away. As I walked through the museum rooms, I was overwhelmed. I loved early American history and art, and here was the mother lode.
Hi, I'm Tom Geiler, and I'm Assistant Professor of History and Public Humanities at Winterthur. I love Winterthur because of all the amazing people I see and interact with on a daily basis. My favorite people at Winterthur are our research fellows. Winterthur welcomes 30 to 35 people to campus each year to examine all our collections for theses, dissertations, books, articles, exhibits, and even art installations.
My name is Elizabeth Palms, and I am a second-year Lois F. McNeil Fellow in the Winterthur program in American Material Culture. There is nothing like getting to be a student at Winterthur. This treasure trove of a museum is our classroom. We get to handle the collection's objects ourselves and learn firsthand what they have to tell us about the past. And we get to study under this group of incredibly talented curators, professors, and museum professionals.
My name is William Donnelly. I'm Assistant Preventive Conservator with Winterthur Museum and an affiliated faculty member of the Winterthur University of Delaware program in art conservation. One of my favorite job responsibilities is the design and construction of textile mounts for safe display. And one of my favorite aspects of the museum is the garden. I like to take my lunchtime walks. Thank you so much for your support and generosity of the museum.
So there you have it, a great message from Winterthur. And now we're going to be moving along to Julie. Julie, it's good to see you. We're going to bring you in now from Keep Delaware Beautiful. So what's happening in your world? How's it going? Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having us or having me tonight.
No, we're really excited. And just so people at home, in case you're wondering, we've got Scott Mason right behind. He's going to be coming up next in a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. But Julie, yeah, great to have you on. We're just cruising along in this live stream. We're having fun. We're raising money, and we're doing it all for an amazing group of causes. So you're one of those. So tell us all about it.
Absolutely. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity. So Keep Delaware Beautiful is a nonprofit that was formed 5 years ago with the purpose of fostering and promoting Keep America Beautiful programs focused on litter prevention, community beautification, and minimizing the impact of solid waste in the state of Delaware. We've partnered with Governor Carney, and Keep Delaware Beautiful has launched a statewide anti-litter campaign to encourage Delawareans and visitors alike to not litter, to help clean up our outdoor spaces, and to protect our unique natural heritage.
That's awesome. And we, it's a really important thing to kind of keep and preserve our spaces. And, that's great to hear. So how did you get involved with all this? And like, what kind of motivated you or inspired you to take part in this?
To be honest with you, Keep Delaware Beautiful is an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful, which has been around for more than
Nice.
50 years. And really what we're trying to do is to encourage community cleanups and to be the change agent, if you will, to encourage Delawareans to pick up, have a more beautiful, more satisfying environment. Because right now what we recognize is litter is a major problem in our state, along our roadways, along our waterways. And so in order to really combat that, we've got to change behavior. So we're starting with our students and starting with our kids and encouraging clubs within our schools and education that kind of changes behavior.
Yeah, no, that's really smart. I think you have to start young because, old habits are hard to break, right? So you want to start them with good habits so that they're kind of going and not doing some of the things that are causing some of those issues and, piling up that litter that you're talking about. And, what are some of the things that I guess you guys are doing? What are some of the programs specifically that people could get involved in if they wanted to take part in cleaning things up?
Absolutely. So a couple of different ways that people can be involved locally. One is the Great American Cleanup that starts on March the 20th. It runs from March 20th to June 20th, and that's encouraging folks to do community neighborhood cleanups. The second is we are launching a campus service app for our school children, and the purpose is really to be able to help kids track their service hours on their school campuses, trying to do beautification programs as well as litter abatement programs. So they are two ways for folks to get involved. The third is really working with your state legislator and organizing a community cleanup. And we encourage neighborhoods to work together as well as working through the Adopt a Highway program to do our major roadways.
Nice. So it sounds like you guys have a lot of great programs so people can kind of learn more about those, find ways to make an impact. And what's the best way for somebody to do that if they want to get involved? What's the process for that?
Sure. So keepdelawarebeautiful.com is a wealth of information for neighborhood and community cleanups and volunteer opportunities throughout the state. It's a great way to find out about the organization as well as about events that may be happening in your neck of the woods.
Now that's awesome. And we really appreciate it. So thank you for keeping Delaware beautiful. And, we should all kind of take a little more pride maybe in our community. Maybe next time you're thinking about throwing that bottle out the window, perhaps, or maybe when you're walking on the street, you have a wrapper, put it in your pocket and find a proper way to get rid of that the next time. And we just have to be a little more mindful and consider how those little things can go a long way. So I think that's awesome. And, Julie, appreciate you guys coming on. Hopefully you guys are enjoying all of the benefits from the fundraising activities and you're having fun engaging with your social media, outlets and, you're having fun during this Do More 24 campaign.
Thank you so much for having us be a part of it. We couldn't be more thankful for that opportunity. Yep.
Well, very good. So, Julie, thanks for checking in. We're going to keep it moving. We've got Scott in the wings. He's excited to come on with us, and I'm looking forward to chatting with him as well. But, Julie, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, and keep up the great work. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. So there you have it. So like I said, we've got now Scott Mason. He's coming in, another one of our theater friends down there at the Chapel Street Players. So Scott, I'm going to bring you in now. You're no stranger to the stage, that's for sure. So good to see you, sir. How's it going?
Oh my God, Chris. This is such an example of the small world that is Delaware.
Yes.
Both you and your lovely wife, Ashley, have been on our stage, and
True.
I had no idea who was going to be emceeing tonight. So it's great to see you. And hopefully both you and Ashley will be back at Chapel Street. Of course, you're now raising an adorable baby. So
we are. You're right. I'm not going to lie to you. No way around it. She's absolutely perfect. She's just my little nugget, and I can't get enough. It's amazing. It's just such an incredible journey that we've been on with her. But thank you. And maybe she'll be on the stage before you know it. Who knows? Like, I think it runs in the family a little bit.
You think, genetics, nature versus nurture. I think she's got a career in theater based on you and Ash.
Yeah, well, it was fun. We had a good time. Like, the last show I did with you guys was a while ago, but it was quite a riot. It was the Shakespeare Abridged, I believe, was the last one I did with you guys.
Yes. Well,
Yeah, great
again,
show.
I had no idea, signing up for tonight for the Do More in 24 campaign, which we at Chapel Street Players are so thankful for. This is our first time in this venture, Chris, and it has been so successful so far. We did at 7:30 tonight, we did a virtual variety show, and we met our goal and exceeded our goal. And we keep telling people to keep giving and giving and giving. It's hard because, Chris, the reality is there's so many nonprofits in the arts alone, and community service, especially this last year of COVID. So it's hard, people are unemployed. So we are eternally grateful at Chapel Street Players, not just for any donations that are made during the 24 campaign for us, for other arts organizations, but just for every single nonprofit in our proud little state of Delaware. We're so excited. And if you missed our variety show tonight that we had, it was lovely. It was 14 different acts, even from a patron, a subscriber who's come to Chapel Street for many a year. It's an adorable act. She plays the accordion. I've never seen someone play the accordion.
That's awesome.
Chris,
that is so fun.
I got to tell you, Chris, it is, if you can't watch it tonight because you're hosting this for God knows how long, but if you
it's
can't
24
watch
straight hours, nobody's counting.
Okay, but God bless you, Chris. But if you can't watch tonight, you have to watch. She's like the second act in.
Okay.
She's adorable playing the accordion, and she's the president of the Delaware Accordion Club, which I had no idea.
Well, of course that exists. Why wouldn't it?
Of course, right? Exactly. And but if you want to check it out, or other of the viewers tonight want to check it out, you can go to www.chapelstreetplayers.org, and our donation information is up there. Our virtual variety show from tonight is up there. And again, we cannot be more than so thankful for this campaign and your part of it.
No, I appreciate that. And I know that this is what it's all about. This is the reason why it was created in the first place, so that organizations like yours and others could take advantage of it and benefit, right? We're here to support one another. It is a community after all, and that's what it's all about. I mean, communities are supposed to look out for one another. We're supposed to help lift each other up. We're here to help our lives be better, be richer, be fuller. And what better way than the arts, obviously, to do that? And, I just think it's really great. It's great to see you guys plugging away in a tough time right now and sticking with it and being creative. And, we're all looking for a future where we can all get back into the theater and enjoy a show and maybe even take part in a show, right? So that's exciting. We are definitely looking forward to that.
Well, it's therapeutic. Our slogan this year during our 86th season, virtual season, is art goes on, and art can bring happiness and joy despite all the pains of COVID and this pandemic. And again, we are such a small world, a small community in Delaware. As all of a sudden you popped up, I'm like, oh, it's Chris Bruce.
Wow. What a blast from the past that is, right? It's fun.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's awesome. And you know, we're having fun with this. You know, it's a 24-hour live stream, of course, which is, you know, it's maybe some would say, wow, that's a lot. Why would you do all that? Well, we do it because it matters, right? We do it because we're here to support you and all these organizations. And it's one day. So yeah, I don't sleep for one night. I'll be okay. We'll make it through. I'll get rest tomorrow. And, you know, at the end, we'll be able to look back and say, look at what we've all accomplished together. And it's amazing.
Chris, you have a newborn. You haven't slept for ages.
It's just another night. And I can't say that. My wife has definitely taken a lot more of the burden there than I have. So if I were to say that, I would just get myself in trouble. It's not 100% true. I've slept pretty well because did I tell you she's perfect? Knock on wood. Yeah. I don't want to ruin it, but just in case you didn't hear that before, we have an amazing little baby. She's incredible. And, yeah, she does pretty well at the whole sleep thing. Knock on wood. I'm not going to try to ruin that, but we're lucky. So anyway, someday soon, hopefully we can all get back down to Chapel Street in the live theater scenario. I look forward to that. In the meantime, stay creative. I'm looking forward to, going back and watching that performance and what you guys put together.
You definitely need to watch it, Chris. You will love it.
And again, it's right there at chapelstreetplayers.org, correct?
Yep.
All right. So there it is. You can find them. Scott, it's been a pleasure. Good to see you. Good to catch up a little bit. And hopefully we'll catch up in person at some point soon.
All right. God bless.
All right. All right. Take care. We'll talk to you. We're going to be moving along. We've got another friend of ours joining the program, and that is none other than Diana from Meet Me at the Well Foundation. So come on down. What's going on? How you feeling?
Pretty good. I'm actually just glad that you're here with me because I was afraid that in the beginning when we started this, I was like, oh my gosh, by myself for 5 minutes? That's insane. There's no way. No way. And I started panicking.
Yeah, well, it's funny, and I obviously, I'm coming from a host perspective, but you had a couple of people freaking out. I was like, how am I going to fill 5 minutes? I'm like, how do I fill 24 hours? But, 5 minutes is good. And, don't worry, I'm here for you, and we're just going to have some fun. So say hi to everybody at home, share a little bit about your story and a little bit about your organization. It's great to have you on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for providing this platform. This is amazing. We're a very small organization. We have a board of 4, and we're a completely volunteer organization. So all of the funding goes towards survivor services, 100%. We are looking to change that so that we can bring on and strengthen our staff. But just a little bit of history about where we started. In 2015, Amy Day, our founder, was doing some pretty heavy lifting in the social service world. She began her academic journey in counseling and social work in response to witnessing victims of sexual exploitation within our own community. She worked at a diner on 13, and she started to see the same face over and over that would come in and just, sit in the corner, stayed quiet to herself. And they began to have conversations. She realized one day that this person wasn't showing up, and she made the connection from the conversations that she had and other things that were happening in the environment that this person was actually a victim of trafficking, and it broke her heart. So yeah, so this completely motivated her to change her focus from I think she began her journey in social work, and she said, who is doing services? What are we doing here in Delaware? And she would show up to the courts and say, how are these women being served in our system? Why are they being criminalized? Can we change this perception? And with Amy Day and a few other very amazing women in Delaware, they started to change that shift in perception. And started to see, instead of being criminals, that these women were actually being victimized. So with that, Amy began Meet Me at the Well Foundation. And through her work, we've learned to really meet survivors where they are, guide them through complicated and often impossible system-based processes while providing them with life-sustaining necessities. We are sad to share that Amy Day did lose her battle with brain cancer about a year and a half, 2 years into creating the foundation. So we're here really to carry that torch and to keep going with her mission, with Amy's focus. we work to sustain a stable and safe trauma-informed environment, provide essential support services for survivors. We fill in the gaps for a lot of the bigger organizations. There's very strict, we call them barriers in the funding, where some of the women that we work with don't have access to those services. So we fill in the gaps. We provide groceries, we provide transportation. We will walk with them into a court, just being with them in court. Just all these things, these nuances that really help build relationships and help them to feel supported in the community in a way that may not necessarily have existed for them before.
Yeah. And isn't that what it's all about? I mean, these nonprofits you included, it's all about filling in those gaps, right? It's about finding a way to support people where it's needed most. And that right there, when you said that, it just sort of struck me in a way. I was like, yeah, it's simple, but that's kind of it, right? We're here to fill the gaps and we're here to make the impacts. And you guys are obviously doing that in a big way. It's really, really cool to hear the mission and the story that you guys are after. And obviously there's a huge need there. So I just want to say thank you for what you guys are doing in the community. And if you had to share one thing, like what's the one thing that you think, wow, or was there a moment you've had while working with this organization that just sort of blew you away and you think maybe that's the one that's going to live with you forever?
I have a special story that there was someone that I was working with, and in that person's most fearful moment in her life, she looked at me and said, "But how are you? How are your kids? How is your family?" And that blew me away. Like this is someone that is afraid for their lives, literally in the moment, and they're worried about me. And this is who we get to work with every day. And I wish and I hope that that anyone that works with us, any of our partners out there, they know what I'm talking about. But this is a special group of people. Just to know that level of depth of empathy and emotion with the people that we're working with. Yeah, they're real people.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And that is amazing. And obviously I can just see, how passionate you are, how connected you are to this cause. It means a lot to you, but I can only imagine what it means to those that you're helping. So again, thank you so very much for that. And just keep it up, keep up that work. Know it matters, know it's important, and know that it's appreciated. And just want to say thanks again for coming on today to talk a little bit about that, to share that. And, good luck with the rest of the way. Good luck fundraising. Good luck raising awareness. And we just, wish you all the best. And, stay connected. Let us know what's going on. And,
absolutely,
this amazing community, right? Do more.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is our first year doing this. This is so exciting. And you're right. Is it really 5 months? It's up. That's it. It's gone. It's done.
Yeah, I was like, you were worried about filling 5 minutes. I was like, I'm gonna have to cut her off. I don't even know. Like, what am I gonna do? I got Dan from Candlelight Theater and the Wings itching to get on. How do I handle this?
I was waiting for the music.
Yeah, I didn't have a hook long enough to reach across the internet, but I think we're doing great. All kidding aside, thank you so much for sharing.
You.
That was amazing. And I wasn't worried about you. See, you did fine.
Congratulations with your baby.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're having fun for sure. So we'll take care and keep watching. Thanks for being a part of it, and we'll see you around.
Absolutely. Good night. Thank you, everybody.
You bet. We'll see you. All right. And with that, as promised, we have Dan Healy from the Candlelight Theater joining us now. Dan, what's happening, man?
Well, I don't want you promising things.
Oh, well, there's true. Anything could happen with Dan. So here we are.
Oh, good, buddy. How are you?
I'm great. I'm just, living one moment to the next in this 24-hour live stream. That was a good idea at some point. And just sharing these stories, amazing. Just amazing stuff.
Well, if I'm going to get, have to wait, which I don't mind doing, but Diana's story, I mean, that's wow, exactly. So
that was cool.
Take your time, please.
Yeah, no, I know you wouldn't mind, and I appreciate that. But and had fun actually. Talking to Mo and Lindsay a little bit earlier, we were sharing some stuff that you guys are up to. So, theater
They
these
set it up
days,
for me, which is nice.
yeah, it's tough, right? Theater.
It is, but you know,
You're making it go.
We just did, we kicked the whole thing off with online Quizzo for a couple hours. So,
Yeah.
you know, I feel your pain. I had to talk again for about 2 hours straight on the thing, but you know, you got a ways to go, brother.
Yeah,
So
well, listen, we're 4 hours in. That's almost a dent.
yeah, well,
That's almost a dent.
I've been with you plenty of times, so we had to talk on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, we find our way through it. You know, you just kind of keep going, but it's
You
all
got to
good.
get your buddy Reggie to come down and take some of the time off your hands.
Yeah, well, that'll help my voice.
Yeah,
But so yeah, tell us a little bit about, obviously theaters are reinventing themselves. We're gearing, things are loosening up a little bit. Like I was talking to Mo and Lindsay, you know, Broadway's starting to stir a little bit. There's some traction there. It looks like there might be some windows opening and maybe some lights shining at the end of these tunnels. So,
you know, as much as we want to get everything open, you kind of look to Broadway to take the lead. Everyone that relaxes everyone a little bit. So, you know, like they said, our season's going to open this spring. Look to the website for further details. It'll all be coming soon. March is filled up with individual events happening on the weekends. We've got a Real Rhythm Irish and tap dance thing this weekend. We've got Sean Riley doing Sinatra. He does a great Sinatra.
Oh, he's amazing.
It's not just the song. Yeah, you know Sean. It's not just
he tells you the stories and I love the stories. It's really he's an incredible performer and he does it so well and he's in the style and that's all great. But for me, it's the personality that he brings that makes it work. It's so
that's
good.
Why he's not an impersonator.
No, and he's very clear about that. He does. I'm impressed by how he draws that line because most people are like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Frank Sinatra impersonator," and he's like, "No," because he has respect for the art. He has respect for the artist in this case, and he's like, "No, this is an honor of in a way, right? This is just I'm embodying this so I can share and we can be in this moment together, and it's awesome. And he's funny. He's a funny guy. He's got a great personality, and he does a great job. So that's awesome.
He's a great dude.
When is that, by the way?
So that's going to be the next. Sorry, it's split up between weekends.
Okay.
That is God. Now I got to think. March 13th.
Okay.
So it's Saturday the 13th at 8, and then Friday the 19th. So it flips.
Gotcha. And how do people take part in that? Is that an online streaming type of thing?
No. That's going to be live. So we've got limited seating, social distance, the whole deal. We just literally sprayed the place again.
Okay.
I mean, like I said on the thing, that place has never been cleaner in the 150 years. That barn.
I can't I can tell you that if you did, it wouldn't take much to get there, but yeah, I'm sure you got there. Now you guys have done so much over the years. Honestly, talk about the renovations you took place a couple years ago.
The stage was renovated 4 years ago.
Yep.
At this point, we literally just we've put in steel beams to reinforce the roof, and like I said, honestly, with the HEPA filters and the UV lights that got put into the HVAC system and honestly all the portable filters, which it's amazing that we have this technology. Literally, even when the theater was normal, just being an old theater that was around in the 1800s, the air is cleaner in there for just normal, everyday actors, singers, and their voices. Not the dampness, you know what I mean? So it's
a barn at the end of the day, right?
So at the end of the day, it's the hayloft is you can see where everything used to be. I mean, and that's the charm of it.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's for anybody that's watching that's never been, it's a great experience, and I'm looking forward. And it's great to see you guys are doing some live shows. Obviously, you're playing it safe. You're spreading people out. You're limiting the audiences. But as it continues to kind of come back, and you can maybe start to get back to a more normal quote unquote capacity. Check it out, but make sure you take part in that. Support local theater, support the arts, and you're really supporting yourself by going because it's a getaway, it's an escape, it's an experience, and our lives. Well, we need more of that, right? So
Scott mentioned it earlier, and we were talking all this past year and stuff. And as much as the theaters around here support each other, they really supported each other during COVID and just kind of talking and sharing ideas and stuff like that. So, I'd say hopefully, but I really want to make sure that everyone kind of stays with that. I mean, having Zoom sessions, talks, meetings, whatever, but just kind of keeping together because the community needs it. And honestly, I think the overall community surrounding all the way up to Philadelphia, it's good for everyone.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
it's like you said. So
yeah, no, it is.
But even the other stuff, and I do want to plug one more thing too. The comedy nights are intermixed between Sean's Sinatra nights, and then the end of the month. I know they mentioned earlier, but we do have Dull Space, which is an original piece written by Brian McCole, who's been the Candlelight before. Rebecca Shaw and myself are in the show, and what's really neat about it, we did it at Philly Fringe a couple of years ago. We're doing it live again, but it's going to be made into an independent film later this year. So the cool thing about this, it's literally gone from Brian's brain to paper to stage to film. It's just the process of seeing the whole thing happen is really cool. And there's a lot of people didn't get a chance to see it at Philly Fringe. Now you get your chance at the end of the month.
That's pretty awesome. And it's cool to see the process, right? I mean, that's one of the greatest things about being in a creative field is the process. You know, you come up with an idea, you sort of figure out a way to make it happen. You work through that, you develop it, you get it out there, you get reactions. And, you know, that's a beautiful thing. And, you know, to be able to be a part of, like you said, you were able to see that go through all those iterations and to take so many different forms and shapes. And that's awesome. And what a feeling that must be for him to be able to create something that's had that kind of success so far. And that's all you could ask for, really.
Right. It's great. And I'm very excited. I'm really excited to bring it to the stage. And like I said, I think it's gonna be a great year for everyone. And, you know, I'm looking excited, hopefully get you out there to a show, man. But I did want to say one thing before I tell you my surprise for you. I want to thank everyone. I mean, it's going great so far. I know everyone's doing great. I know we're setting record numbers, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Our donors have been fantastic. We are well on our way. I know they told you before we were past halfway. We're past 3/4.
Oh my God, that's awesome. And we're only little over 4 hours into this.
I know, it's very exciting. Like that stretch you're talking about, that stretch.
Yeah, stretch it out, man.
Goal's coming. So that's awesome. But my surprise for you, my brother, is this. Thank you for showing the air in this video we're about to put on. This is about 9 minutes and 30 seconds. It's a 50th anniversary compilation that we did in 2019. And since we really haven't done anything since at the end of 2019, except for Cabaret, which was amazing.
Yeah.
This is going to just kind of a goodest, mix up of 50 years of Candlelight. But Chris, you had a chance to take a 9 minute and 30-second break. So I want you to go enjoy yourself.
Wait a minute. I'm not even sure I'm ready for that much of a break, to be honest with you. I got Ivan, finishing dinner, getting ready to come on. I've got, a whole night ahead of me. So, well, hold on. So we had 2 videos from you, right? We had the 5-minute version and we had a 9-minute version, right?
So they're now together. The 2 videos are now together to give you a break.
Oh my goodness. Well, I was going to use that for sure again later, but let me see if I can get that queued up. But Dan, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate just having some time to chat with you and to catch up a little bit.
Always a pleasure.
It's awesome. And we're gonna queue that up now. We've got this video. Hopefully, Ivan, just stick around. You got a few more minutes, just kind of chill. And after this video is done, you are on next. But Dan, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And good luck with everything you guys are doing. I can't wait to see that stretch goal get beat as well.
I'll talk to you soon, my man. Take care.
All right, man. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
river as it rushes to the sea. You can try to stop the hands of time, but you know it just can't be. And if they try to stop us, seaweed, I'll call the end of can't stop my happiness, 'cause I like the way I am. And you just can't stop my knife and fork when I see a Christmas ham. So if you don't like the way I look, well, I just don't give a damn. 'Cause the world keeps spinning round and round, and my heart's keeping time to the speed of sound. I was lost till I heard the drums, till I found my way. 'Cause you can't stop the beat ever since this old world began. A woman found out if she shook it, she could shake up a man. And so I'm gonna shake and shimmy it the best that I can today. 'Cause you can't stop the motion of the ocean or the sun in the sky. You can wonder if you wanna, but I never ask why. And if you try to pull me down, I'm gonna spit in your eye and say that you can't stop the beat.
Well, there you have it. That was awesome, Dan. Appreciate the break there. That was cool. And we're just cruising along here with the program. Lots going on. We've got a few people coming on now. We're going to be bringing them on, but hopefully you guys are all doing well. Dan, are you still there? I can't tell. Yep, you are. It looks like it. So what do you think of that video? I might have did that cut short a little bit?
No, you played the first one. Remember, I sent you a second one.
Yeah, I had it queued up. That's why I thought it, but it's
Yeah.
10 minutes in front of it, so that's no worries.
Nah, play it. Take time later. Play it later. Take another break.
I will.
Remember, that one's 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, good. Well, it's still 5 minutes is nice. That was beautiful.
Live it up, brother.
I just had like 3 French fries, so I'm going to be good for at least the next 25 minutes.
Yourself.
Yeah, you gotta hook yourself up every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yes. So very good. Well, I appreciate you being on. Like I said, if you want to hang for a couple minutes, we can until Ivan shows up. It's up to you.
Yeah, sure.
Talk a little bit more about what's going on, and really just let me see current totals. I think we're almost at $436,000 total, which is craziness. Absolute insanity for sure, and kind of an amazing thing. So you guys over the theater for one thing. I think the arts are such an important thing, especially in a time like now where people are struggling. You need an outlet, right? You need an escape. You need, kind of something that gives you some hope. And I think art is a really beautiful way to do that, and theater and, in general is a way to transform yourself into another place, maybe to kind of have an experience and take a trip without having to really go so far from home. So the value of theater, talk a little bit about that. You've been involved in theater since forever. So talk about that. I love that, the value of theater.
I mean, my family's been involved in theater most of my life. I mean, my brother did it first. My sister took it to another level, and I've kind of just hung out there and and done things. But, after a while, you wind up being in charge of the building, and it's like, it's not just a theater, it's a building. It's and theater's not just obviously not just a building, it's the people, it's all that stuff. And you really didn't know that more than last year when everyone who works there calls, what can I do? What can I do? I'd love to share a memory. I'd love to spread the word. I'd love to get some help out there. And really today, we've all done fundraisers before, and this is our first year doing this too. And you're always surprised and happy and wow, this is amazing when you do a fundraiser and the people that give, but the people that were just ready to go and jumped on and are still doing it. Yeah. It really, it is. It's wow. And the most we had, and I don't want to drop names, but I mean, we have people that, instead of taking their relief check last year, they gave it to us, or instead of Christmas presents. I mean, they're like the kids would rather get you back open because we enjoy coming there so much. And
I mean, that's what a great thing for you. I mean, especially as somebody who's working now there and taking such a vital role in making that place run and operate and work. And it just gives you the validation you need to know that it matters. Right. And then, it's worth the extra work, and, the hours you're putting in are appreciated. And I think that's just a really great reminder that that's the case. And, I think people don't realize how much they appreciate something until it's gone. And right now, without having live theater, I think a lot of people are realizing how much they did miss it and how much they did value those experiences. And maybe they took it for granted a little bit before, but now they're like, I just need it back.
I don't know about taking it for granted so much as they'll be the next show.
That's what I mean by it. That's what I mean. I don't mean take it for granted. No, I know what I'm saying. But like you just, there isn't a guaranteed tomorw, right? And I think that's the difference.
You know that now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think more than ever, it's like the ultimate wake up call for humanity. And not everybody's taking it, not everybody's recognizing it per se, but hopefully enough of us are that we can make a difference, and we can kind of make some really great steps and strides forward. And I think that's a good example of what this is about, right? This whole effort in Do More 24 is showing what is possible. And that alone is an amazing thing.
It's totally amazing. I just want to shout out there too, like, yes, it's a lot of hard work, but I certainly can't do it alone. I mean, Max Redman is with me every day there. Bob Kelly, Dennis Mahoney's been in the box office this whole time. Yep. And you got Jody there, and you got Betsy working, and Mo and Lindsay and Cody, and Tori, Anthony. It's people been helping out. Hallie, and we've had those outdoor. We did a bunch of outdoor stuff last year. Nobody got paid. It was just let's get people here and let's bring people together, and it's great. And that's going to become something that's annual now. The parking lot, the parking lot concerts.
That is, and that's one of the things that's kind of cool. I think for those that were able to make some adjustments and to make some moves, you developed some new opportunities that you wouldn't have had otherwise, and that are going to stick around, moving forward. So that's really great to hear, and it's something for people to look forward to. So now you're going to be able to do what you've always done, as well as some of these new things that you've been forced to imagine, right? Or been forced to create, which is a beautiful
more work.
Sure. It's awesome. Yeah, that's
not going to get used to working those hours again. We got to retrain our bodies.
Oh, well, sure. That's a wake-up call ready to happen. But
and
you know what?
Then there's running the bar too. So,
well, you're a man of many, many talents. So,
oh yes. So
so I actually, I'm going to be moving along. We got Ivan's in the wings from DETV, and we're going to be talking about a lot of the work they're doing in the community, as well as some of the work we're doing with them with their DETV Kids programming. So that's a lot of fun.
Great.
And Dan, dude, pleasure talking as always. Great having you on.
Bro.
And yeah, we'll be sharing some of that other content you put together for us later in the evening as well. And when I need that break, maybe more.
Take
so.
it. Give me a shout if you want to talk again. I'm around.
All right. Sounds good, Dan. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Take care.
Right,
Bye-bye.
talk soon. Yep. All right. So now I am going to be bringing my man, Big Ive. What's up, brother? I'm going to bring you into the program, and then we're going to talk about some of these things that are happening with this Do More 24 campaign. What's shaking, man? How's it going?
It's going good, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm a little jealous of that, depth you have behind you. I love a good diffused background. So I will say that I appreciate that, and it looks great.
Thank you, sir.
I expected nothing else.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, let me give a shout out to Dan for doing the amazing things that he's doing. I was just listening. So shout out to you, Dan, and shout out to everyone else out there. But most of all, bro, shout out to you.
What for?
Man, I mean, you're doing amazing things, man. Come on.
Well, listen, we've only been on for 4.5 straight hours.
That's all it takes. Shoot.
We're just getting started. No big deal.
You got 20 left, bro.
Oh man, actually, not that I'm counting, but it's 19 and a half. But the point is, we're doing an amazing thing, and it's really great to see this collective effort, right? It's great to see a community coming together. And, we've seen that, I think, a lot lately, working on some of these projects we've been working on together. And, and you saw some things, firsthand, which you really were at the heat of when the pandemic was in full swing and some of the social unrest was on, like kind of just like evolving and happening in your front of your face, right? You were out there, and I would say the rallies that came there was such an interesting mix of things that was going on all at the same time. And as we were all trying to just figure it out, and our community has responded in a way that's been really amazing. And I think that's the most important part of that story. It's not so much maybe what happened, it's more about what happened next.
Right.
And where we're going, and hopefully where we can get to.
Right.
And that's kind of what I was hoping to talk to you a little bit about. And, I know we have some things that I've got to promote. So I don't know if you knew this, but this is a big deal for the charities that are taking part in this program. There's a lot of these golden tickets. We got some bonuses. So, and you guys are one of those, right? You're,
yeah, we got a bonus. Yeah, we got it.
You are a part of this campaign. You're taking part. You can be one of the. Do you not hear me?
Illusion.
Oh, I hear you. Hopefully you hear me. How about now? Can you hear me?
I got you. I'm back.
Oh, man. All right. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, what I was saying is there's these golden tickets. So there's 6 of those that are going to be given out. Is a total of $1,500 up for the line. They got $250 per golden ticket awarded. And that's during this hour right now between 10 and 11. And the way to get involved in that is 3 nonprofits in the small division are going to be receiving. If you receive a donation this hour, you will be entered into a chance for one of those golden tickets. They're going to draw it at random, but you have to get a donation made during this hour to be entered into that. So there's 6 of them given out, 3 to the small nonprofits, 3 to the large, and that's pretty cool. So there's a lot of these bonuses going on, and there's a lot of incentives throughout, and you can find those all on the website. Just had to throw that out there for the people at home there, Ivan. You know how that is.
Yeah.
So take advantage of that if you can. And talk to me a little bit about what you guys have been doing, because there's a lot of great things. It's been cool to see the evolution of DETV, and you just shared a picture the other day, and that was related to the van, which I actually thought that was really cool. And you've been doing a lot of that kind of looking back stuff, right?
Yeah.
And that I think is really powerful to see that evolution. So talk a little bit about where you are now versus where you came from, and why why that matters, not just to you, but just it should matter to our community.
No, one thing that I want to say, and it's with DETV was created for the community, right? I saw the void between the Black and brown audience that wasn't getting any press or any information, right? So I decided back about 7 years ago to create something, an avenue that will allow that to happen. In that, right, I said, you know what? Why don't I just create this avenue that will bring people together? There's a lot of main media companies that were just ripping us apart silently. And I said, why don't I create something that can show people and a Black community, an Asian community, a white community that are working together, right? Or just doing amazing stuff. And so I hooked up with a whole bunch of friends, creative friends. My homegirl Shoshana, Jewish girl, right? Big Black guy. We running around town, and we're just showing people that we can have a good time, right? In Wilmington, without mentioning race, without mentioning religion, without mentioning, sex or anything. And we would hope that, in our hopes that we believe people would see that and say, yo, let me go eat there and take my friend that doesn't look like me, or meet up with someone, or just drink and toast with someone that didn't, grow up in the same neighborhood. So we focused on that, and it actually worked. We started doing a lot of like real life experiments, man, trying to bring people together, while telling, 200% positive news 100% of the time. So like the TV station wasn't even the look. The look was to fill a void in Delaware and to just bring people together out of love. And this is what happened after it, and now we have a bigger stage and a bigger audience. We're now in overtime with it. I want to make sure that like everyone, and you were talking about the community after the riot, right?
Yeah.
After the riot, I was so happy to see how Wilmingtonians came together, right? The day after, like the night I was down there covering the entire riot, the day after, people were down there cleaning up. The next morning at 7:30 in the morning, white, Black, Hispanic, Asian, Indian, it didn't matter. People didn't care, right? And that's the Wilmington that I seen, right? So
Absolutely.
Bro,
that was crazy, because the meeting place for that, if you remember, was right at 8th and Market.
Right.
And that was literally right where we're at right now, is our corner. And and being right in the middle of all of that was pretty intense. But that next morning, it was exactly what we needed it to be. And it was so impressive to see everybody come out. And I remember getting this feeling like, wow, okay, now that's what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah. It was, see, I'm from South Bridge, right?
Yeah.
And growing up in Wilmington, I've seen an invisible line between 6th Street, not 6th Street, 6th Street, and the rest of Wilmington, of Market, right?
Yeah.
But in 2015, I've seen people come together. I've seen people try to make an effort of color doesn't matter.
Right.
Right. And that's the thing. And I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I hated Wilmington so much. Right. Because I saw that divide. I lived that divide. I lived that with the police department pulling me out of a car and dragging me on the floor, on the ground when I was 16 and 17. But in 2015, I began to see, white people and Black people try to work on changing Wilmington.
Yeah.
Right. So that was the catalyst of DETV. That is the foundation of people coming together, trying to make a hell of a difference. So it is my civic duty, my job now to continue media on a higher level of, again, bringing those people together, giving information to the communities that are underserved and not getting information at all, and using, and I call it a Robin Hood technique, using finances from, companies and giving it back to my community, back to the people that need it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, look, Chris, let me be honest with you, man. The Black and brown community, they don't have a WDEL. So that's information that we're not getting. We don't have a WJBR. That's information we're not getting. But what we do have now is a DETV that everyone can get the information. You know what I mean? So I mean, I am privileged. I am ecstatic. I am overwhelmed with the support that hold on, my camera just went out. You know, the daggone timers.
Oh man, that's all right. We hear you great though, no matter what. Your signal, and partly because you're pushing out that high def signal, trying to make it look all fancy. But we hear you great. At least I can hear you loud and clear. So even if the camera's freezing up or you're cutting out, it's all good. We got you.
You know, I got 20 minutes on the sensor.
it happens.
No, I'm happy with the support that we received. You know, from Wilmingtonians and the people, the council members that voted that DET would be the TPO of this station, and hopefully, you know, we continue to make Wilmington proud of being a Wilmingtonian, of living here in this beautiful state, and making change that we can make, man.
Well, you know what, and it's an honor to be able to be in a position to do just that. To make that change, to, you know, effectively make a difference. And that's what I've been excited about. I know you and I, you know, and your whole team, Leslie down the line, have been working really closely in developing some of your other verticals. And you've been, you know, introducing a number of them as of late, but the DETV Kids vertical in particular. And that's been a journey in itself, right? Having to figure out, okay, if we're going to do this programming thing, how do we find a way to push that forward? How do we fund it? How do we program it? How do we develop it? And it's all original. Like, we're starting from scratch. This is a scratch kitchen, right? It's not like we're bringing stuff off the shelf and we're just throwing it in a mix and there you have it. You know, we're literally coming up with concepts. We're writing scripts. We're developing everything, and we're presenting something of value. And we're doing, you know, everything we can to hit the mark with making sure it's on point from an educational standard standpoint. You know, hitting STEM and hitting this and hitting that. And that's not as easy as maybe some people might think. And, you know, we respect the process. I know you respect it. I respect it. And, you know, we've been able to come out with some pretty cool things despite, you know, all the challenges and the realities of putting something like that together. And the sky's the limit. So talk a little bit about your vision for that. What you think, you know, I know we're just scratching the surface, but some of the potential for what we have there when it comes to the DETV Kids vertical.
DETV Kids was created. Madison, my daughter Madison, was 7 years old, where I had the idea, right? She's 7 now. 3 years old, I took Madison to a reading camp that we paid a significant amount of money for at University of Delaware, right? We were the only Black family there. And it hit me like, wow, what if I can create something? And again, the TV station wasn't in the play, right?
Right.
And I was like, what if I can create something that can get certified teachers, right?
Okay. Yeah.
To create some lesson plans or whatever that we can give to the Black and brown community, right? For absolutely free. So that was the idea of it. When we got the TV station, awarded the TV station 2 years ago, we immediately started working on the logo, right? Last year, COVID hit. And when COVID hit, we had to pivot like everyone else. And in that pivot, we had to figure out a way to still create, but create something in necessity that we can give to not just the Black and brown community, but the community in a whole. So we sat down, Les, Dennis, and I, and the rest of my team sat down, and it hit us, light bulb went off. DETV Kids, right?
Yeah, that's a big moment, right? You're like, wait, now.
Yeah, right now, like out of necessity, great things are born, right? And I called a couple people, said, hey, let's work together. I need your help. I got an idea, and you were one of them. And you were like, "Yep, I love it, Ive." So we started creating. So Leslie and I sat down, and Leslie came up with this thing called Storybook Corner, right? Yeah. And she came up, and we created these entire verticals, right?
Yeah.
Someone said, Leslie, you know, what were we influenced by growing up? And it was Zoom, Electric Company, Sesame Street, Schoolhouse Rock,
Yeah,
and
Mr. Rogers, exactly.
Yeah.
All the classics.
All the classics, right?
Yeah.
And then we actually went back and we started looking at them. And we started looking at the camera angles and we started looking at the camera techniques and the editing. And we was like, yo, now you remember Mr. Rogers, right?
Sure.
And Mr. Rogers had a one shot, like, when we went to go visit someone in the community. It was a one shot. Now, today's kids programming, it's different cuts.
Yep.
So attention spans started to shrink, right? So we started focusing more on let's create that one shot thing, So we come up with Madison's Park. We come up with homeschooled.
Right.
Homeschooled was Leslie's brainchild, where she said, let's get in contact. Let's talk to get some teachers and have their curriculum, like shrink it down to like 10 minutes, make these interstitials. It's a perfect soup, right?
Yeah.
And we all came in and did it. And we did it in a short amount of time, because that's what happens when you have creatives and you have some dope people working for you, right? And we just put it together. And I think we were more shocked than anything that we put out a quality piece and we like, oh my God, we did it. And now what I found out 2 days ago, Chris, is that one, it made it to Harvard.
Yep.
It made it across the United States, California, New York, New Jersey, Texas, and they're using it. But most of all, I found out that they're using it in Paris to teach students English.
Well, I mean, it's exactly what we imagined, right? When we wrote it, produced, and edited. When I was thinking, well, this is going to obviously be used to teach English in Paris. That's obvious. And
it's going to be in Paris. Yeah, right,
no doubt.
right. And it's just fabulous. So now, with the help of the community and Do More 24, we can continue to just keep on putting out some great hits. Like Motown, baby.
Well, that's it. We got to keep it spinning, keep that vinyl ripping. And with the Do More 24 campaign, obviously, it is a great platform for nonprofits like yourselves to take advantage of that, to tap into the community, to really connect in a way that's meaningful, that hopefully is lasting, and really push your programs, your initiatives forward. And that's what it's all about, because none of it works without fuel. And at the end of the day, even if we had all the greatest ideas and the greatest minds and the greatest people in one room, which we do right over there as we're making this stuff happen, but we got to have the fuel, because it can't sustain itself for the long run without it. Because we can all give our time, energy, and talent, but that only for so long, realistically, without it.
Look, check this out. Likes only get us so far.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It only gets us so far. It's one of those things that if you don't need to donate. It'd be great if someone could donate $5,000, $6,000.
Sure.
But it's the $3 wins, it's the $5 wins, it's the $10 wins that collectively will help create change. I mean, look, let's look at the Obama campaign, right?
Yeah.
The $1, the $2, whatever you can give. It adds up. And when you're building Battleship Galactica, right? Every little bit helps, man. And so, even to these other nonprofits out here, like, they need help. Yeah. They have great ideas. They have great plans to help the community. And again, if you got $10 and that's all you got, give $1 to everyone. You know what I mean? I promise the creator will give it back to you. Because
they're going to give it back to you tenfold, right? And they're going to do it in their own way, but it's in a way that is going to bring some value to your life that is worth more than money.
Right.
And that's
agreed.
That's something that I think is true when it comes to this. And, that's why you find stuff that resonates with you. That's why you support an organization you believe in, and it'll fill your heart by doing so. And that's important. And, there's so many great organizations that, 400 plus involved in this campaign. If you go onto the DoMore24Delaware.org website, you can learn all about them. DETV, obviously, just one of those. So learn more about these organizations, support them any way you can, whether it's donating your time, your energy, or your money. It all makes a difference. It all makes a difference.
There you go. You don't have, if you don't have the money, you got the time. And also I want to give a special shout out to Spur Impact. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
I want to. I remember when this first happened, when Charlie came up with this, and to see where it is today, I think is freaking amazing, man. That what's doing. How much? Where you at now?
Now I'm gonna give it a refresh, but we are officially we're almost at $450,000 right now.
Gosh, you guys, they just ran through what they did last year.
Oh yeah,
the first 4 hours.
We're actually, I think we beat last year's total at around the 3 hour mark.
All right, well that's great. So if you need someone to donate to the nonprofit DETV.
There you go.
Positive media throughout Delaware, broadcast local television station. I mean, shoot, I had to throw a plug in there.
Well, obviously, I mean, why? Listen, I can't blame you for it. That's how it works, right? You gotta breathe the life into your organization as the head of that. Your board, I know, is expecting you to do so, needs you to do so, appreciates you doing so, and it's ultimately what keeps it moving. So it's all good. That's why we're doing these conversations. That's why we're highlighting all these organizations so that they can, have that moment to be showcased, to be celebrated. Right. And that's what it's all about. I mean, and not only you guys at DETV, but all of them are worth celebrating, and they're worthy of that moment. And that's what it's about. That is what about all day. Like you said. So we got some fun stuff planned tonight. I got a wine experience coming up here at midnight.
No,
buddy of mine tuning in at midnight from Napa, and we're gonna be talking about some wine. He's got some stuff.
Are you drinking?
It's part of the segment. I might have to have just a little bit. I'm gonna keep it. I got to stay awake, so I can't have too much.
I was going to say I can see what this 2 o'clock hour gonna be.
Yeah, no doubt. Like all of a sudden things were great until that wine segment. I don't know what happened. It's weird how that nobody saw that coming, huh?
Right.
Yeah. Well,
thanks for having me on, man. I really appreciate it.
No, Ivan, it's my pleasure, and always good talking to you. And looking forward to keeping at it with DETV Kids. We got a lot of great work to do. We're just getting started. So if you guys haven't checked it out, look that up on Facebook. You can look. There's a YouTube channel as well, and DETV is crushing it in so many ways. You got the cooking channel. You got so many other things. Well, of course, the kitchen. I see it in the background. It's it's looking good, and I can only imagine the meals that are coming out of there with Chef Dana and all the others you're bringing in, and so many other great concepts and content with the community conversations, and the blue coats. You guys are streaming on ESPN at this point. I mean, so much has happened. Come on now.
Yeah. Hey, let me talk about that real quick. So,
all right.
And shout out to the Delaware Blue Coats. We are the home station of the Delaware Blue Coats, and for the last month, we've been streaming. We've been getting the stream from ESPN to play throughout Delaware on DETV. So it's crazy, like walking in a bar and you're in a bar, right? And you're like we was at the bar the other night. Oh no, excuse me. We were meeting at Darcy
talking about our state's future in terms of enriching our youth through programming. And happened to be at Dorothea because that's a great spot to meet and support our community in another way. And your programming was right there on the television.
Right, it was ESPN, the hockey game, and DETV. And shout out to the Blue Coats for making the playoffs.
I was just about to say it if you didn't. I knew you would. They just made it, and that's a big deal. Really a big deal.
First time in franchise history, bro. They made it to the playoffs.
And you can only imagine that the coverage probably.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, we got coverage coming in, commentary coming in from D. Lionel, Matt Murphy. Like, it's freaking crazy, man.
Yeah, I think it gives them a little extra incentive to play well, right? People are watching.
Yeah, and then every month, and I got to throw this plug in for Chef Dana. We send a signal to Fox News, and they do an 8:30 Cooking with the Chef from DETV. So
it's awesome.
It's great.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The one thing I would say is, you guys, you got to stop being so lazy over there, not putting out anything. You can be doing so much more with your station, and you should really think about creating some new programming.
You're right.
Yeah, maybe sometime soon.
Well, I'll tell you what, with the partnership that we got with Christiana Care and Franklin Institute, you might see something new.
I have a feeling, right? And Ivan, we're here to help, and it's just great to have you on. So thanks for sharing that, and I'm going to keep things rolling. Sounds like you probably have a relatively normal night ahead of you. Maybe you'll even get 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So who knows?
Get 2 hours, an hour and a half.
Well, there you go. Hey, that
Get
sounds like a pretty
car
nice nap. Yeah, there you go. You get a wolf nap.
Right.
That's
Well,
right.
look, you have a great night, bro. Thanks again for having me on, man.
No,
Really
absolutely. My
appreciate you.
pleasure.
All right.
Ivan, stay awesome. We'll talk soon.
All right, bro.
All right. See you, man.
Later.
All right. So there it was, Ivan from over there at DETV. And we're just kind of cruising along here. We are now almost 5 hours in to the program. And again, it'll check in on the total. It looks like we are currently over $450,000, effectively at $452,168 collectively raised, which is just incredible. We're a little over 19 hours to go in the broadcast, and we are just cruising along. So here we are now, and we're going to be just continuing to give you guys some updates. I'm going to remind you of some of the stuff that's coming up. Again, if you guys are taking part in Do More 24, then you might as well push yourselves to make sure you get in the running for the Jimmy Allen live concert experience at the end of this. It'll be 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's going to air. And the way to get that ticket, outside of purchasing one, if you'd like, is to donate $50 or more. And with that, you will get invited to take part in that experience. That's going to be a lot of fun. Delaware's own Jimmy Allen, #1 hits, just had some recent nominations as well. So Jimmy's doing big things, and he's going to be joining us with a special concert experience. So that's exciting. And as you can see down there, you can donate at domore24delaware.org. So make sure you do that. Check in on the website. There's a lot of great information on the site as well. If you go through the pages, you'll see that you can not only see the running totals for what's happening on the page, get some live updates, and check in with what's happening. If you see right here, you can see that currently we are at $452,168. That number continues to come up, and it's only going to get larger. So we will be staying tuned with that. And of course, you can click here. You got this Find Your Cause button right there. You search the nonprofit, you find the one you want to support, and you can look at our leaderboard. And it looks like our overall leader right now is Shepherd's Office at $22,672. The Sanford School not too far behind at $21,715. And in third place right now, we have Family Promise of Northern Newcastle at almost $16,000. That's just incredible. That is amazing. And with that, we also have individual donation leaderboard, Shepherd's Office, again at the top there. A lot of great nonprofits doing big things. Candlelight Dinner Theater, almost at $8,000. I know they were happy about where they were at, and they were crushing their totals, looking for their stretch goal to see what they can pull off. And a lot of amazing things. You just look at these numbers. These are real numbers, and they're going to make real impacts in this community and for these nonprofits. And this is what Delaware's Giving Day is all about. That is what Do More 24 is all about. So there you have it. We are going to keep things rocking. I'm going to be on with you guys for, well, just another 19 hours. So we're just cruising along, and we've got a great experience coming up in about an hour with a great friend of mine, Ryan Hughes. He was actually the former mascot, believe it or not of the University of Delaware, but also the Philadelphia Eagles, did that for 12 seasons, and is now out there in Napa working in the wine industry, and he's going to share some tricks and a little bit of insight into that. Having a little wine time with Ryan, so that'll be fun. And that, again, is coming up around midnight, so stay tuned and be sure to check that out if you're into wine, maybe want to get a little nightcap in. That'll be a lot of fun. That'll be good. So that is that for now. And let me just kind of remind you guys, I guess we can go back if you want. We can kind of bring the web page back into the mix. Let me do that now. And I'm going to kind of scroll around and kind of take a look at the different sections. We got the leaderboard, like I talked about. A lot of action happening on social media, which is really amazing. And if you go to the prizes tab, you'll see that obviously we have our stretch pool, current value $75,000, which is incredible. So donations will be stretched thanks to the stretch pool sponsors, which are the Longwood Foundation, Welfare Foundation Incorporated, the Laffy McHugh Foundation, Delaware Community Foundation, Spur Impact, and of course, United Way of Delaware, helping make that possible. And Ultimately, thank you to our most generous supporters. Every eligible organization that raises $5 or more on Do More 24 will receive matching dollars on a proportionate basis from the stretch pool. So that's really awesome. And everybody's going to be benefiting from that. And we also have some prizes. We've got the Delaware Division of the Arts stretch pool and grant incentive. The way that one works, it looks like we have all the nonprofits receiving general operating support funding through the DDOA in the fiscal year 2021 will be eligible for the DDOA stretch pool and donation-based bonus grants as described. And there's a whole paragraph. You guys can check out that. So look at those incentives. Think about how you can support your nonprofit. Do that today, do that tomorrow, do that tonight, but make sure you're just getting involved and checking in with that. So we have a little bit more. Actually, I believe I have a video here that we are going to play now from DCRAC. So I'm going to check in and give you guys a look at that now. So here we go. A great message from our friends at DCRAC. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Quinn from the Delaware Community Reinvestment Action Council, and I wanted to take a moment to tell you about what we do and how you can help us do more. At DCRAC, we transform financial lives, and we've been doing it since 1987. One of the ways that we work with our community is through the Money School. So at the Money School, we have a lot of volunteers who teach classes on all topics relating to money. So from basic credit report, budgeting, savings, all the way to choosing the right insurance plan or estate planning, what type of prescription coverage you have. All of those things affect your finances deeply. And we have classes that occur monthly on all of these topics. So we encourage you to check it out and let us know what you think. We're also always open to volunteers as well if one of these areas is your field of expertise. DCRAC Law is our nonprofit law firm. So our law firm is designed to offer free and low-cost legal services. And through our representation, we are able to work with clients to meet their legal needs and also prepare for the future. One of the things that we offer at a very low rate is basic estate planning. So usually we're talking about doing wills, healthcare directive, power of attorney, sometimes a trust. But for the most part, we need to make sure that everything is in order for our clients and that they are leaving their gifts to the right people in their lives. We find that a lot of people own homes and don't have wills, and it can really affect the transfer of property without the documents in place. So, anyone can give us a call. We offer consultations over the phone, and we can get started right away. We also help with small business formation, document review, legal consultations on a variety of topics. And of course, our low-income tax clinic representation is available free of charge. And with that tax clinic, we represent taxpayers who may find themselves in a dispute with the IRS or even the state of Delaware. So we are available and ready to assist. If you've heard of DCRAC before, you may have heard of Stepping Stones Community Federal Credit Union. Stepping Stones is located in the East Side neighborhood of Wilmington, and our goal is to bank the unbanked. Right now, our slogan that you may have seen on our van is "Don't pay to get paid." So we offer direct deposit, ways to access that money, and all of it is without overcharging our members. So it's important that everyone has access to safe and responsible banking, and that's exactly what we're here for. With your donations, we will be able to make some investments in technology. We're looking at ways to streamline our data collection and reporting methods and getting our story out there and told using our data. So, we always are grateful for the support. And Do More 24 is an awesome opportunity for us to highlight our work, celebrate everything the nonprofit sector here in Delaware has been able to accomplish over the last year, and look forward to planning for the future. So thank you, Delaware, and let's do more 24.
Well, there you go. That's exactly the message, right? Do more 24, and that's what we're doing. We are doing more in this 24-hour stretch than really most are doing at all. So it's amazing to see the traction. These numbers are unbelievable, and I'm going to keep checking in on it because I just can't get enough of the numbers and the amount raised. We have got now officially, we're over $450,000, which is unbelievable. Yeah, and that's just really cool to look at. So we're going to keep, checking in on the totals and seeing how that all shakes out. But yeah, we are on our 24-hour live stream experience. We are a little over 5 hours in, and we're going strong. And we, again, have this wine experience coming up with a buddy of mine who's coming in from California, a local guy originally. Was really involved at the University of Delaware. He was the mascot there for 4 years while in college. And he was also swoop at the Philadelphia Eagles for 12 seasons during a lot of Andy Reid's years, and was at the Super Bowl in Jacksonville along with myself, and had an interesting experience there. But that was a lot of fun. He's going to be joining the program in a little bit, so stay tuned for that. We also have the 11 o'clock Power Hour that is happening right now. So I'll give you a little feedback on that, or a little insight, and that is ultimately going to be brought to us by Arthur Hall Insurance. So big thanks to Arthur Hall Insurance for sponsoring this hour's Power Hour. And that's going all the way to 12 a.m. And those there's going to be six $250 super-sized golden tickets that will be awarded during this hour. 3 nonprofits, of course, in the small division will be receiving donations this hour. And those will be drawn at random and awarded with a $250 golden ticket bonus. We'll also be giving out 3 nonprofits in the large division receiving donations this hour. Will also be drawn at random, and they'll be getting that $250 golden ticket bonus as well. So all nonprofits in the event are eligible. You just have to make sure you get a donation in this hour, and then you'll be in the mix for those $250 golden ticket bonuses. So again, thanks to Arthur Hall Insurance for that. And we'll be kind of highlighting those throughout the program. We got a bunch of these golden tickets going on every hour, and those are great opportunities for the organizations to catch a little extra funding as we go through our Do More 24 Delaware experience. And what an experience it's been so far. We are cruising along, and we are going to be going strong all the way to 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. That's right, not the morning, 6 p.m. tomorrow. And then 2 hours after that, we're going to be celebrating with our Jimmy Allen virtual exclusive concert experience. For anybody that donated $50 or more, you'll be getting a link. You'll be taking part in that. That's going to be a lot of fun. So we are going to be checking back in. Let's kind of take a look at the site, see how we're doing. And yeah, it just kind of continues to climb. It's an amazing thing. And I know that we're going to have some people joining us here in a little bit. I think Sarah from Spur Impact's going to be jumping on for a little bit to say hi and kind of check in on their side. And we will just be here kind of streaming away. Let me see. I've got a couple things we can share. I think I'm going to queue up one of our videos to give you guys a look at some of the great work that is ultimately happening. And we'll do that now. So let's see. We'll go for one of our bonus videos. And with that, we cue this up right here. So
you
enjoy.
and I might just see
Little
as a
something from
house
Delmarva Life.
is actually so much more than that to dozens of women here on Delmarva. This is the Barbara K. Brooks Transition House in Georgetown. It's a home where so many who are struggling find hope for brighter days. Here with us this afternoon to tell us more about it is Debbie Shore. Debbie is the president of the Barbara K. Brooks Transition House, joining us via Zoom. How are you, Debbie?
I'm doing well, Jimmy. Thank you. How are you today?
Wonderful. Thank you. It's good to see you and talk to you. Now, this particular program is something that's really close to your heart. Tell me, what is the Barbara K. Brooks Transition House?
Well, Jimmy, it's a home for women who are struggling with life controlling circumstances. So it may be addiction, it may be many things that are controlling their lives. And the home is is a safe haven for them to come to rebuild their lives. So sometimes ladies are coming to us out of incarceration. Sometimes ladies are coming to us from release from a drug or alcohol treatment program. And what the home provides them is a safe environment for them to learn how to re-enter society, learn how to manage their finances, learn how to get back on their feet again.
So there are actually skills that they can learn as well as getting out of whatever bad circumstances they may be in.
Correct. They're learning about working and how work is such a integral part of your identity, and how work is so important to your recovery from these life controlling addictions. Not only does it provide you with financial support, but it gives you a sense of well-being.
Now, I know that you can't reveal any identities, and of course we wouldn't want that, but I'm guessing that you have probably seen some lives change. Is there a story that you can kind of anonymously share with us?
Sure, I can share a story that maybe isn't so anonymous. It may be anonymous. We have a lady in our house who's a house manager who takes care of the ladies in the evening when I'm not available to take care of them. She's a lady in recovery herself, and she's been at the house for just over 3 years. And in January, got herself together and rebuilt her finances to where she could buy her own home. So she is now a first-time homeowner, and she attributes it to the care that she received at the Barbara K. Brooks house.
Oh my goodness, that is absolutely incredible, Debbie. Is there something that Delmarva can do to help?
Yes, you absolutely can. On March 4th and 5th, we're entering our annual fundraiser. I do one fundraiser a year, and it's through the United Way and Spur Impact of Delaware. And it's a 24 hours of giving called Do More 24. And last year, we participated and we did really well. We raised the funds necessary to help keep the house going. Maintenance, insurance, all the items that a business has, expenses, we are able to cover through a lot of our donations. So that is coming up. Anybody can donate, and the way to do that is to go to Do More 24 Delaware, search for the Barbara K. Brooks Transition House, click on the link, and make whatever donation you feel necessary.
Listen, thank you for what you're doing.
Well, thank you for speaking with me about it and giving me the vehicle. When you go to that website I was just telling you about, you'll see some testimonials or stories from some of the ladies who have lived in the house and how the house has impacted them, to give you a little more information about the work that we are doing.
Oh, good. I'll tell you what, we're going to make sure that we put the links to your website on delmarvalife.com. So if you want to find out more about the Barbara K. Brooks Transition House, you can go to delmarvalife.com. You'll find the information there. And thank you so much to Debbie Short for talking to us this afternoon.
Jimmy, thank you, and Delmarva Life for giving me the opportunity this afternoon to talk to you.
You betcha. Take care. We'll talk to you again soon. Delmarva Life. We'll be right back.
All right. Well, there you have it. That was a great little segment, and glad we could share that with you guys. So it looks like now we have our good friend Sarah coming in. We're going to bring her in now, and we're just going to kind of chat some more about what's going on here. Sarah, what's shaking? It's amazing. Just amazing.
It's absolutely amazing, Chris. I have just been blown away by not just the amount of money we're raising, but like what we're seeing on social media. I mean, you can't open, pick a thing, right? Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you can't open it without being bombarded by pictures and videos and people going on Facebook Live, and just like there's so much buzz right now, and I'm excited, and we're just now starting to see it kind of quiet down a little bit. I know you've been kind of joking about like preparing for the late night hours and what that means. We have a lot of organizations who they haven't even really put their foot on the gas yet because they're kind of planning for these later hours. And, it's really cool to see just how many organizations kind of like went for the 6 o'clock hour, some who are being a little bit more strategic and kind of waiting to see when their time to strike is. So it's been really cool to kind of watch and sit back and see what organizations are doing today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It really is. And, here we are, a little over 5 hours into the campaign so far, which is amazing. It feels like we just started right now. Now we're actually got a little bit of a chunk of this thing behind us, and we're seeing the traction. And you look at the site, you see the totals. And again,
I just wanted to pull up the total. So it just updated since I looked at it last.
Yeah, almost 458,000. Like what is that? Like, oh my goodness. Like, what was the total last year again? Let's talk about where we're at now compared to what we did in entirety last year. Like, what's the difference?
No, great point. So last year we used the $400,000 number, but let me be honest with you, we actually didn't hit $400,000 last year.
Yeah.
The total was right around 390.
Yeah.
And that was once we added in all the prize dollars. So Chris, I don't know, like I think Tiara was on, Michelle Taylor was on. You've had a number of people on kind of talking about some of the nuts and bolts of the day, but I don't actually know if we've talked a lot about the prizes.
We've been mentioning them a little bit here and there, but I'd love to get a little more context, a little more insight to the prizes, how they came about, how they work, and let's go through it. Let's talk about it.
So, the premise of the day is like, there's a lot of opportunities to give to nonprofits, right? I mean, there's Giving Tuesday, there's the holiday season. Some organizations are part of like national affiliates. So they'll have, for example, I know that the Delaware Alliance Against Sexual Violence, they were talking about how April is their awareness month. I think February, we just had Heart Awareness Month. So the American Heart Association, a number of organizations, like you've got your awareness months. All that to say that, in the nonprofit world, when dollars are always tight and we feel like we're always coming with our hands out saying like, please help us, we're a really worthy mission. It feels like nonprofits are always asking for money. And therefore we have to kind of get creative and think of like new ways to ask for that money so that we don't sound like a broken record. Totally get it. Delaware Gives Day, Do More 24, is kind of this special time for Delaware organizations to shine a light on themselves. And I think in kind of trying to pitch to nonprofits to say, hey, we know you have your awareness days. We know you have this, that, and the other thing that you're trying to juggle. You should come do our day. We couldn't just make that pitch. We had to like incentivize it for them. And so that's where the prizes come in. So we
gotcha.
kind of
That makes sense.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, it's competitive, right? Like it's, back pre-COVID, nonprofits are really good at like, there's what we call like the 5K season. And I know you do a lot of work like with like the mascots world. I don't know if you've gotten to talk about that at all tonight. So maybe this
I haven't talked too much about it, but it's a great organization that, Mascots for a Cure, which is what you're referring to, is an organization that helps kids and families battling childhood cancer and other serious illness. And they ultimately help them by arming them with the courage and the strength they need to take on their fights. And it's really amazing. They leverage a lot of creative ideas, but in a lot of ways, most importantly, they leverage characters. They bring relationships that, I have a lot of relationships in the professional sports world when it comes to mascot performers at all levels, and we get them involved. So we'll get maybe the Philly Fanatic or Gritty or Franklin or UD or Wildy Cat from Villanova or, maybe Rocky Bluewinkle to come in or be a part of some kind of experience just to make it a little more fun, to allow them to be kids, to allow them to be families, and to just kind of encourage them, make sure they know that they're strong enough, that they're brave enough, that they're courageous enough, and that they're not alone. And that's really at the heart of what the organization's about. And we do a lot of fun things, and we even do these knighting ceremonies that we created. And that ultimately kind of brings them into the Mascots for a Cure family. And through that process, we, by knighting them, you can imagine how that connects to a lot of those words I just used. And it's really meaningful. And, it's something that we've had a lot of fun doing. We've done some national tours. We went to 36 children's hospitals in 8 weeks, where we drove across the country and literally on the road for 8 weeks. And that was pretty wild. And that was a coast to coast kind of thing. And we've done a lot of big initiatives, but we're really rooting that organization, which started in Oregon, actually in Delaware, and developing some ongoing programs here at AI DuPont Children's, Hospital, of course. So that's an amazing thing. So, if you want to learn more about that, it's simple. It's mascotsforacure.org, and happy to talk about it. But, it's about all of these organizations, right? That's what's beautiful. And everybody coming together and just making their impact in
Yeah.
the community, and it all adds up to something that's really amazing.
Absolutely. No, that's right. And I mentioned that just because, the tie there is athletics, right? Like a lot
Yeah.
of, like these professional sports teams and things. So, I mentioned 5K season. So,
Yeah.
pre-COVID, starting like the nice season, I guess like late March, kind of all the way through the fall,
Yeah.
any Saturday, you could feasibly in the state of Delaware alone, you could probably find like 5 different 5K races to run.
Yeah, you
right?
could run 25K a day if you'd wanted with all the races available.
Right. And so, things get competitive, right? Like it's a small state, small market of people who are kind of plugged in. Like if you're a 5K runner, you probably know all the races.
Yeah.
Similarly, like if you're someone who's plugged into the philanthropy community, you're probably not just a donor to one organization. You probably donate to a lot of different organizations. And so a lot of the design behind Do More 24 is to build the pool of donors, right? Like the goal is not to lean on the people who have historically written the big checks, who you can count on. It's about growing this person who's maybe in their mid-20s, doesn't have a lot of money to give, but say like, hey Sarah, can you give us $20? That's all we're asking for, just $20. And here's our mission, and here's what we're doing. So, we wanted to give a platform for organizations to do something kind of different. But so circling back, here's why I think we're a really competitive fundraiser. There are so many prize dollars on the table for this 24-hour event. So they're kind of bucketed 2 ways.
Okay.
The first are we have like a bunch of, and you've been talking about these, Chris, like hourly prizes. So we had those 20 organizations who received 25 individual donors starting at that 6 o'clock hour. I think we locked those in by like 7:05 or 7:10 tonight. We had 20 organizations who got 25 unique donors, which was awesome. They got awarded a cash prize. There are some golden tickets. I think there's an early bird prize for like the early hours of tomorrow morning. So there's different things going on throughout the day. We have some wonderful sponsors who, have put their names on these prizes. Barclays Bank, Discover Bank. There's like a whole host of awesome people who.
Yeah, and we can even look at that while we talk a little bit. If
Oh
I
my
can,
God.
actually do this properly. I'm all
Yeah.
over the place. Let's do this right. Okay, hold on. We got to find the right one of these that makes sense. That'll work, I guess. Let me take this off, and we can bring up. So, what section you want to talk about? We can go into the prizes.
Well, so let's go into the prizes. Perfect. So that's the other one. So right there. So I wonder if I hold up a piece of paper, will you be able to see what I'm talking about? Yeah, we can do it this way. So that top prize is our stretch pool. And let me tell you, the stretch pool is a little confusing.
Make that a little bit bigger so they can see it. How about that?
Go ahead. Yeah. So our stretch pool is basically, we call it the cherry on top. I think a lot of people, they see all the different prizes that we have between these hourly prizes, and then we have this thing called the stretch pool, and I'll get into that in a minute. But I think people see this and they're like, holy crap, I don't really understand how I'm supposed to keep track of all of this, because there's a few $100s here on the table, but then you're telling me there's this big pot of $75,000, but wait, maybe I'm an arts organization, so am I qualifying for something else? So we understand that the prize dollars are a little confusing.
Yeah.
We've done our best on this page that you are on the website to kind of outline it as clearly as possible. But the thing that I'll mention is the stretch pool. So this concept of a stretch pool, you can really think of it like a pie chart. So we've got, thanks to these awesome sponsors, and you'll notice, Chris, that these are actually a lot of our local foundations. So the Longwood Foundation, we're all probably really familiar with the work that they do. The Welfare Foundation, Laughing the Q. These guys are a lot of the heart and soul behind the nonprofit community. Now, something that this isn't a particularly flattering statistic, but I'm going to say it anyways because I think it's important. So Delaware actually ranks, I think, about 48th out of 50 when it comes to individual giving, meaning that we are really bad as a state when it comes to, all the different places that we can find funding. Individuals represent like some of the lowest percentage of like where we get our money. And something that's interesting here is that our foundations and our corporate philanthropy partners subsidize pretty like disproportionately heavy amounts of the Delaware nonprofit sector. And if you think about it, this makes a lot of sense, right? You know, for example, the DuPont family has been around for a long time. They've got a lot of, they've got a really incredible history of philanthropy, and they've done a lot to sustain different nonprofits. And, you know, I can't think of a nonprofit organization out there that hasn't considered going to the Longwood Foundation for support. Similarly, you know, Wilmington is kind of a corporate headquarters in this part of the country, if not the whole country. So we have some really wonderful corporations, Capital One, Discover, Barclays, like a lot of these organizations that, you know, are headquartered downtown. They've got a footprint in the city of Wilmington, and they really give back to a lot of these organizations that serve Delaware. Let me take a quick pause to say you'll notice them in my house. There are many dogs and a cat here, and I apologize if you hear them along the way.
Well, we heard about a few organizations that obviously support animals, and I think that they're just, you know, in the background cheering them on. Is what it sounds like.
They sure are. They're like, we can't donate, but we are reminding you that you should donate to these awesome animal welfare.
Absolutely, and they're also reminding us to tell everybody a little bit about this Delaware Division of the Arts, you know, incentive that we also have. So I've got that queued up for us. So if we can, let's chat on that a little bit.
Absolutely. So this is something that's pretty unique. And honestly, you know, so you heard from Charlie, our executive director, a little while ago. So Charlie keeps an eye on a lot of these giving days that happen across the country. He'll, for lack of a better word, I don't want to say spy, that sounds really dramatic, but he keeps tabs on how other states, how other cities, how other counties are doing, because the idea of having a regionally specific giving day isn't particularly unique. It's just something that we haven't done in Delaware. Right. Up until Do More 24 was founded in 2016. So anyways, so the Delaware Division of the Arts is actually a part of our state government. So they are housed under the Delaware Department of State. And this year, this is their first time, and we believe the first time that a state government has really participated in this way in one of these giving days, at least as far as we know. But really kind of endorsing it and putting some matching funds behind it. So, you know, obviously COVID was really everyone felt the effects of COVID, but in particular, the arts organizations who relied on performances, relied on, you know, in-person ticketed events for a lot of their revenue, really took a hit. So in conversations with Paul Wiegraff from the Delaware Division of the Arts, they thought that, you know, Delaware's Giving Day, Do More 24 was a really great opportunity to use some funds that they had available. So this year we've got some really cool prizes. So anyone who is a grantee of the Delaware Division of the Arts, which is about 60 organizations that serve the state of Delaware, are eligible for 2 different prize pools. So we've broken them into small arts organizations and large arts organizations. And we're really excited. So it's not really a sponsorship in the same way as some of our corporate partners, but it's matching dollars. So if these organizations go out and raise, the Delaware Division of the Arts can match their contributions up to a certain amount, percent, you know, proportionate to what they raise in a stretch pool. And again, that stretch pool is kind of like a pie chart. So we set aside a predetermined amount of money. So for example, these, we've got two $200,000 stretch pools. So basically, depending on what the arts organizations raise total, you know, the same kind of percentage of what they raise in comparison to everyone else is the same slice of that pie of the prize pool that they'll receive. It's a little complicated. If I had a whiteboard, I'd map it out for everyone. But hopefully we've sent enough emails and have had enough explainer webinars for some of these folks that they understand kind of how the calculations work. But really the calculations, while they're important and we'll keep track of them on the back end, almost don't matter, because the incentive, I think the logic is pretty simple. The more you raise, the more prize dollars you'll get on top of what you raise at the end of the day. I think that's what's cool.
Yeah, no question. And so if we were to simplify it, just raise more, get more donations, do it more often, and you'll end up in a better position to get even more. So it's just do more. That's it.
You know, a number of our participating nonprofits are looking for development directors, and I think you've cracked the code to really, nonprofit fundraising. So, you know,
yeah, it's actually it's a patented formula. And it's one that I've trademarked, and it's until now was top secret. But yeah, I've leaked it out.
Raise more, That's all.
Do it more often. You're welcome.
And
It's I think I mean, listen, you're like I said, you're welcome. I'm here for you. And, you should at least write that down, if nothing else, and think about how you can make that happen for you. And if it was only that simple, right? If it was only that simple, but the reality is we have to inspire people to act. And you do that by doing great work and doing it consistently and doing it well. And a lot of times that's really what it takes. And you start to build a following and you start to grow as an organization because you're making a change happen that is positive.
Absolutely. And when inspiring falls short, and sometimes it does, right? I mean, sometimes you can get out there with the best message possible, and times are tough. Everyone's feeling the strain of COVID. So when inspiration falls short, incentives tend to cover the gaps. And so, one of the things that a lot of our organizations are doing, and I heard you reference this earlier, but a lot of organizations went to their board members, went to their alumni. My fiance, he's on the board of a local school, the Newark Center for Creative Learning. And so he secured between some of their alumni, like an alumni match for their organization. And so we've had a number of, I think, dozens, like probably closer to 50 organizations have taken advantage of this match function. And that's a really cool way to say, hey, listen, some of our supporters have skin in the game on this. So for every dollar you give, there's automatically a mechanism to double that impact. And I think that that's really cool. And I think people, it's like when you go shopping and you see that something's buy one, get one, and you're like, oh, I wasn't going to buy this, but now it's on sale.
Well, we used to call that spaving, right? It's like you're spending so that you can save. So you're really not saving at all. You're just spending money you weren't planning to spend, but you're getting it for less than you would if you were.
Exactly.
But anyway, the point is,
spave a lot. I'm definitely with you on that. So no, there's a lot of people, I think, kind of taking on the work smarter, not harder. Mantra. Not to say that it's not hard work, but there are some ways to really kind of, increase the bang for your buck when it comes to nonprofit fundraising.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I love that though. And it's you got to use some different, tactics. Incentives are in essence just what lead to being inspired, because you're trying to inspire them to still act, but you need to give them some incentive to be inspired. And sometimes just being awesome isn't enough, right? You got to give them a little extra, dangle a little, maybe a fresher carrot at the end of that, stick, and kind of keep it moving. And that's what it is. You get creative, you try different things, and the Delaware, Giving Day and Do More 24 is just a great example of something that's kind of proven itself to work. And just look at what we're doing here and the kind of impact we're having. It's really special. And I don't want to get away from that. I don't want to miss just that. I think sometimes you just have to appreciate being part of something that is genuinely unique and really special. And the fact that we're almost at $460,000 raised, and it's not even midnight on our first little go here, with a lot of this campaign obviously yet to go, is just incredible. And we should appreciate that. We should let that sink in for a second. And but obviously we're not complacent. We're not anywhere near done. We're just getting started, and that's what's really cool about it. Absolutely. And I'm excited to see us maybe nudge towards a bigger number that we can all be like incredibly proud of. Not that we're not this, but listen, add zeros, it all works.
There's a nice round number that I'm keeping my eye on, that nice round number. So
yeah, I agree with you. I think we're referring to the same number, and that would be an amazing effort and something that we should scream from the rooftops on when it happens. And I'm ready to do that. So I'm hopeful that we can get there, and that's exciting. So what do you have planned? I know you guys are monitoring the progress. There's a lot going on with all of the activity on social, with just making sure everybody's supported and that things are moving forward. But, as we get into some of the later hours, and I do have a guest coming on here in about 25 minutes or so. Cool. So that's exciting. Thank goodness for that. But it'll be fun. It'll like, I don't know if you heard me, but it's a wine experience. We're going to be talking about that, and something unique, something a little bit different, and somebody that's tied into the community and had been for a number of years. at the University of Delaware, and then again with the Eagles, speaking of professional sports.
Oh, cool.
And transitioned from being a professional mascot to somebody working in the wine industry. So a unique path for sure. And, you know, when you think about people that understand community events, I don't think there's anybody that does more than a professional mascot, because more often than not, they're out in the community working, doing something, being a part of events like that. And it's something that maybe a lot of people don't realize, but as a professional mascot, you're doing a lot more than games. And especially football's case, where they only have so many games, you're doing way more community events than you are doing anything related to the game itself.
Oh yeah. No, I'm a proud blue hen myself, and I can't tell you how many times, like, they pull out UD, they'll like come, to this, that, and the other. I feel like that person, well, I know it's a team of people, or am I spilling the secrets?
Well, it depends. Like there was times, I mean, I was UD for 4 years in college. You knew that. And it was a great way to burn a lot of calories, and to stay busy. And there were times where we had a few people, but then there was times where I was holding down the ship myself. But it was a lot of fun. It was a unique experience for sure. And we were in the community all the time. So yeah, we did a lot of games. We did a lot of football and basketball, and we would make spontaneous appearances at all the other sports here and there. But a lot of it was being just in the community, doing all kinds of events and being a part of all kinds of moments, and adding some fun and some value, and just making those things a little bit more memorable. And that was cool. So definitely something that, Ryan, who's coming on, and myself, shared. I've also got a buddy of mine coming on tomorrow in the afternoon who was actually the original University of Delaware mascot performer when they created the character back in '93, and then went on to be the Houston Rockets mascot performer for 21 years with Clutch the Bear, if you look that up. Wow. And he has a really great story and related to organ donation and through his parents, and it's really great. So he's a very passionate individual, really full, colorful character. So he'll be on in the afternoon tomorrow as well, sharing some of his story and helping mix it up a little bit as we go through this 24-hour live stream.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's incredible. I really appreciate that. So let me ask you this. When was the last time you masked up, had on a uniform?
Well, I mean, it was only a few years ago. I was the mascot for the University of Delaware, or not the University, sorry, for the Washington Wizards. And I was doing that at the NBA level. And that was just a few years ago. But yeah, obviously got my own business and focused on that. And, it's something that I've been able to do for a long time. I had my own touring act for 20 years. We went all over the country doing all kinds of fun stuff and being able to entertain people all over, really the world, having really amazing experience and getting to do that. So cool. Every once in a while they pull me into some events and I'll help out. But, these days I'm doing a lot more of this stuff and more producing and creating and writing and directing and all that. But it was a good 20 plus years of nonstop, consistent abuse of my body, but, sharing some joy and some fun to those that I was, entertaining. So it's good.
Awesome. I love it. Well, cool. Well, so I know you've got about 20 minutes until your buddy comes on. You got stuff in between now and then, or?
Well, we've got, we have a really good friend of ours that just popped in, and her name is Tiara. So what's up? Your mic is super low. I don't know if you can turn that up.
Is it better now or no?
You know what? It's actually much better now. So that's great.
Oh,
Get a little echo though. I don't know if that's fixable. Sarah, we got to talk to her about this. This is embarrassing.
I know, it's horrible. I'll do better.
We already talked about it earlier today. It's not her fault.
I'm trying to do better. We're in a nonprofit budget.
That's all we can do is we just do better, do more, better.
Do better.
Do better more.
We just talked about this.
More better.
More. That's all.
Love it.
EBITDA, do more, period.
Do more, period.
Y'all know
period.
So we get Nike to sponsor. It'll be just
do more. Period.
Yes.
I love it.
I think that's good. So yeah, I mean, amazing. We're coming up on almost 6 hours so far of the campaign. We're crushing it. Things are rocking and rolling, and we are. You've seen the latest totals, right?
Yes, you know what's insane to me is that if we get to 500,000 over, like, I think in the next hour or two, we could.
It's right now we're at 462, 145. So we're over $462,000. It is 1140 at the moment. So yeah, we're kind of creeping our way towards $500,000, and it's going to be a big deal when that happens. That's a big moment. We'll definitely need to celebrate it. Hey, maybe I'll be sharing some wine with my my buddy Ryan during the wine time experience, which would be a appropriate time to raise a glass and celebrate that achievement.
That would be an amazing time to do that. So we'll be keeping an eye on it. I think overnight, this always happens. Like overnight, everyone starts to go to sleep.
Well, some of us at least. And
Yeah.
maybe there might be a point where I just like put a pillow down and you'll be watching me sleep for a few hours, but we won't go anywhere. I'll be here, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Well, I told Sarah, that I was going to try to stay up with you, but I said, you might be watching me sleep. Like Chris will be talking, and all of a sudden I'll be
Well, we should just
snoring.
switch it to a slumber party for
pajamas.
a few hours. Well, yeah, we'll throw the pajamas on. We'll hang out. And we'll just camp it out. We'll just embrace it. Let it be. They're sleeping at home. There's no reason why we can't have a couple hours. I got to keep this thing going strong. So I've got a few pieces of content we're going to be sharing throughout the night. So that's going to help us a little bit, and some great content there. So maybe we'll be able to get a couple wolf naps in, or at least, just chill for a bit. But we're going to do our best to keep it going. And I know that at some point we're going to be switching links just to keep it rocking. So we are doing that, but that's going to be a slight switch over somewhere in the middle of the night to do that. So if we are technically maybe down for a few minutes, it's only because of that. So don't worry. We have another stream that'll be coming up immediately after we end this one. And that's somewhere in the middle of the night. I forget exactly when we're scheduled to do that. Somewhere between 1 and 3. I don't remember. We'll figure it out. But
I don't remember either. I can pull it up, but
yeah. We
won't bore them with the details. Like
yeah,
they
it's fine.
know,
Just know that we're rocking, we're streaming, we're going, and we're raising money for over 400 amazing organizations. It just feels good. It's what's keeping us going, right? We are watching these dollars come in. We are just knowing the impact that those dollars are having, and just feeling amazing that we're helping everyone make that possible. And it really is all about you guys at home watching, sharing, liking, donating, and getting us to that point. Because without it, none of it happens, right? So it's awesome. We should just appreciate that and thank the donors. I think we should take a moment now just to thank everybody that's really gone out of their way to make some of that happen and get us that much closer.
Exactly. We've had some amazing donors. And what's even more amazing is, have you seen the leaderboard?
Yeah,
Stanford
actually, I
School.
was checking that out in the leaderboard right now. Yeah, I mean, that's
Shepherd's
really,
office is kicking butt.
yep,
Shepherd's
they're doing
office,
well, but
they
Stanford
always
School
do.
right there behind them, like kind of a 1-2 punch. That's going to be an interesting race to see how that shakes out. Shepherd's office in first, still coming up on $22,700, which is amazing. Stanford School at $21,715, and a bunch of other great nonprofits doing well, right? You got Family Promise is
in the mix.
Yep, Newcastle County. You got the Grand Opera House supporting kids, Ministry of Caring, Easter Seals, Delaware and Maryland Eastern Shore, Opera Delaware, the Candlelight Theater, and First State Montessori Academy. They're all on the overall leaderboard in terms of the donations coming in. And that's just cool. It's great to see. And I know a lot of them are just amazed by how well they're doing so far, which just goes to show you how much of an impact they're having. To, I think that this is reflective of that. I think if, people are obviously reacting to what they've been getting from them, and they're giving back.
Absolutely. And what I love about watching the leaderboards is how diverse the nonprofits are. We have Paws for People and the Delaware Humane Society. So we have the animals, we have the arts, we have Shepherd's office is helping them feeding the homeless every single day. We have just so many amazing nonprofits, but so a good variety. So you can tell that not only do we care, our donors are really care in Delaware, but they care about a variety of different issues and causes. And so it has been just tremendous to watch. I'm really excited about this leaderboard because I love a little bit of a healthy competition. So Sanford, Family Promise, Shepherd's Office, they're all battling it out. The Grand Opera House promised to, give them a run for their money and blow everyone out of the water. They have an amazing, big goal. So I'm just excited to see who's it's anybody's game, right?
I know it's going to be fun to watch. It's definitely going to be cool to see how it all shakes itself out. And, we're going to kind of keep tabs of that. And, in the meantime, I know that, we're all very excited about the Jimmy Allen experience. So I know a lot of people are punching their tickets essentially by making those donations. So that's going to be awesome.
I have to tell you,
yeah,
my favorite. So I like Jimmy Allen's music.
Sure.
I've been listening to his music ever since I found out that he was doing a virtual concert.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Allen is cute. He is I was like, oh,
it's the dimples, right? Is it the dimples?
It is. All of it. And I'm just like, okay, this is the reason why we should watch this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you hear me right now, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I know that looks like I might be a little frozen. Am I frozen on your side? It happens.
You are. You're just a little frozen.
I'm just in awe of Jimmy's talent, and I was I'm stuck in place. And,
I love it.
And that's just really what it is. So I'm going to flip myself over here. I'm going to bring you forward for a second, and
no problem.
Just let you do that, and then see if I can't mess around with that for a sec.
No problem. Take your time. That's what I'm here for. While we're waiting, we definitely want to thank Jimmy Allen because Jimmy, he has really gone above and beyond to help us make this day successful. I know so many people that are excited about the concert. So if you haven't already, give $50 or more to any nonprofit throughout Do More 24, and you will get a virtual concert ticket for tomorrow night at 8:00. It's going to be an awesome, awesome show. So you don't want to miss it. There are a million different prizes, a million reasons why you should give to Do More 24. And so if the million that we already had aren't enough, then this Jimmy Allen concert should kind of push you over the edge and make sure that you're giving.
No doubt about it. And it happens. You hit a couple buttons, you do a thing, and you hope for the best. And
Bada bing.
Here we are. So yeah, Jimmy's that's a great experience, and I'm excited for it. We've been listening to the music ourselves, and he does. He's got a really great sound. I don't think he's some people are like, well, maybe I'm not a country music fan, but I don't think of him and a lot of the current country music as being so classic. Like a lot of people think of like old school country, and that's not what this is at all.
Like Garth Brooks
really,
country.
We're not talking about dogs burying bones and all this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Good music, period. And he's got a great sound. He's got a great voice, and it's fresh and it's good. You're gonna love it. So and maybe this is a great chance to get introduced to it. How about that? So you're gonna be able to sit back, relax, and now at the end of the day, tell us what you think. But I think you're gonna like it. I love it. I think it's great music. He's got some #1 hits. He's gonna be playing those for us. He was just nominated, so he's on top of his game. A lot of big things happening in his career. It's fun to watch him kind of continue to ride his waves and go for it. Just Milton, Delaware, a little boy from Milton, Delaware, making it big.
That's what's so amazing about it. He's a Delawarean, so he's one of us, and coming back to give back to his community. That's a beautiful thing.
It absolutely is, and it's really cool. So we are cruising along. It's 11:48 on the eastern side of the United States. That's right, Eastern Standard Time. For those of you guys who are tuning in, we got somebody coming in from all the way on the other side of the country. Here's going to be joining us here shortly. Checking in a second, but yeah, he's not in yet. He's not ready. I'm just making sure you guys know the wine experience coming up. Ryan's
so what will the wine experience look like?
Well,
Explain this to me.
Well, we were trying to do a couple things. He actually, funny enough, he shipped a bottle over, and he was gonna. There's a very specific style of opener for especially older wines that if like corks get a little tougher. I don't know if you've ever opened up a bottle and the cork kind of broke. That happens, and there's a certain kind of opener you can use that's not a corkscrew to get those corks out of a bottle effectively. So it's actually kind of a cool thing. And then, of course, we'll just kind of chat a little bit about different types of wines and maybe explain some nuances and things for people to look at and think about. And, we'll just sort of, kind of go with it. And as well as talk a little bit about his background, working as a professional mascot and doing a ton of community events himself. And he was a University of Delaware performer and a Philadelphia Eagles mascot and all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot of great ties there and plenty for us to chat on. But yeah, Ryan's a great personality. And it looks like, oh yeah, we're winding down. It looks, our 11 p.m. power hour. So we don't want to forget to re-mention that.
Yeah,
And it's all thanks to Arthur Hall Insurance. So thanks to Arthur Hall Insurance for helping us out with that. 6 organizations are going to be walking away with a $250 supersized golden ticket, 3 in the small category, 3 in the large. And the only way that they're eligible is if you make a donation. So if you want your organization to have a chance at one of these supersized golden tickets, just give a little bit right now. You can do that in the next 10 minutes. You can add to that and give them a shot at making a little extra something happen for their organization with those $250 supersized tickets. So that's pretty cool. And again, thanks to Arthur Hall. You guys are awesome. Arthur Hall Insurance. It's all these corporations coming together, really digging in and showing their commitment to the community. That's one of the extra bonuses. I just love seeing that. It's great to see companies caring, companies giving back.
I am blown away by the number of corporations that are excited about this, that are getting behind this, that are doing, again, above and beyond what they would normally do, above and beyond the call of duty to really help Delaware nonprofits. I especially love when there's local corporations because, local businesses, they were hit by a pandemic too. And so the fact that we have some local businesses that are still getting involved is, again, it's something that we can't say thank you enough. It's similar to our donors and our nonprofits. We just keep saying thank you, all the thank yous to everybody. Most definitely.
That is super important. And I'm getting a note here. It looks like he's gonna be getting himself together here in a minute. So that's good. He actually going through their bedtime routine with the family. So is this kind of timing things out on their end, which is fun. And obviously they're being 3 hours behind us. So that's
so I have to tell you though, so you mentioned you're a mascot. So I'm also a blue hen. So shout out to blue hens. But then the best mascot in the world, it has to be from my undergraduate, Sebastian the ibis from the University of Miami.
Yeah, no, I got you. Now you know why that Miami Hurricanes have an ibis for a mascot, Sebastian?
Yeah, so the ibis is because during hurricanes, the ibis is the last to leave and the first to come back.
Right.
So
which you could argue it might be why are you sticking around so late? I'm just saying, like, get out early. Now, I get coming back early, but why you get out of there early? You should have better sense.
Because he loves his city so much that he's staying.
He's like, no, I'm going anywhere. Ibis has to stay and make sure everybody else is okay before they leave. Right? That's it. They're selfishly holding their ground and making sure that everyone's
okay.
Yeah, I get that. So you can do, get there, you bring it up. I got you.
All about you.
All about it. So yeah, no, Sebastian is a great character. We actually, I've worked with a number of performers over the years down there at the U, and we've had some fun with that. And that's always good. So had fun touring the campus, and I even have a couple jerseys that are through some content pieces we've done that they traded out. So I have a Sebastian jersey. Funny enough.
Oh, that's dope. That's really cool.
Kind of random.
I don't even have one of those.
Well, you got to know people. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know enough people, obviously.
I know that we, sent this link, and I'm going to I just want to make sure our next guest has it.
Make sure they have it. And
let's see here. So actually, tell you what, I'm going to compose. You have it with you, right?
Yes, I do.
Sure. I'm going to do this then real quick. And you want which one's good for you? Team at Do More? Is that the one you want?
That's fine. No problem.
Is that all right? Or would you rather the UWD?
Either one works.
Right,
I will send whatever you need.
All right. Let's see here. So that's going now. So I'm going to send it. I'm going to connect you with, his name is Ryan, and then you can just follow it up with the link to make sure we have the right one. Just because it seems like maybe he's not seeing it because I sent it earlier, but he might need it now. All right.
No problem. I'm
Here's
right.
what happens. We are live. It is a 24-hour broadcast, so we're going to just share with you. We're just going to let you in, show you some
On
of the
all the
process.
secrets.
It is what it is. And again, we're crossing the entire United States of America to bring in this next guest. So it takes a little longer for those messages maybe to reach them. So that's okay. And hopefully, did you get that?
I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm gonna send you a message really quickly just to make sure.
Okay. It's all good. And hopefully he'll be on in a second. That'll be fun. And then I don't know, are you a wine drinker? Do you enjoy red wine, white wines, rosés, bubbles? Like what's your thing?
So I have expanded my wine palette. I was a very heavy Merlot drinker for the
Okay.
longest. A
Gotcha.
glass of Merlot was my favorite, but I've just realized that I guess I'm getting older and I'm getting tired. So if I drink a glass of Merlot today, right now, I would be asleep in the next 10 minutes.
Well, that's fair. That is fair.
So I've tried lighter wines. Now I'm more of a Riesling, something light, but still
Yeah,
robust.
no worries. You
flavor.
got to mix it up a little bit. And I think, the red wine might make you a little sleepier, but that's all right. Ryan's in the waiting room now, so we got him. And that's
Awesome.
awesome.
I will be back to see you guys later.
Yeah,
so I'm
no
gonna let you guys
worries.
go.
Take care, enjoy yourself, and we will definitely see you later. Again, we got lots of time to fill in the middle of the night, so don't worry. Don't.
I
go
got
too
you. So I will see you at maybe like 3. You looking
Oh
at 3
man,
a.m.?
don't tease me. That's not even that far away. That'll be good. All right.
Okay.
Well, hey, take care of yourself. Thanks again, and look at us.
Bye.
We're gonna get one quick last look at the total. We're
Yes.
at
Are
so
we at? Did we
far.
make it to 500,000 yet?
Whoa, we're actually at $514,234 raised so far. So
Oh
yes, we
my
broke
god.
500,000.
Wait, where's our wine? We're
I
supposed to
know.
be.
We're going to be cheersing in a second. Don't worry. We're going to celebrate that just now. So I'm going to bring Ryan in, and just so you can say hi to him real quick.
Hey,
There's
Ryan.
Ryan
I forgot so much
out
about
there
you.
in California, which is super exciting. And we're going to be talking about some wine. Get that graphic off you. But yeah, Tara, tune in. Maybe you'll learn a few things about wine and expand that palate a little bit. Who knows?
Awesome. Very nice to meet you, Ryan.
Likewise.
I'll see you, Chris. I'll see you at 3 a.m.
Oh man, I look forward to it. Sounds good. All right, cool. All right. Hey, Ryan, welcome to the program. We've got a 24-hour live stream thing happening. We're actually almost 6 hours in so far, which is kind of crazy. It feels like we just started somehow, but we only have 18 hours to go. So there you go. Yeah.
You were 1/4 done. But now, did I hear what's the grand total right now?
So yeah, we're actually right now in total with all the nonprofits involved, we've raised over $500,000 in the last 6 hours.
That's
and
awesome.
that's pretty amazing. So we're just cranking. We already beat last year's total, so that's exciting. And we're aiming at a bigger number, of course. But we got over 500. That's a huge milestone. So that's we're celebrating for sure.
That's so very cool. How you doing? I mean,
I'm doing well.
It's only 9 o'clock here.
Yeah.
I'm just, my night's just started. The kids are finally in bed. Very little drama, but you're hanging in there. You look good.
Well, thanks for lying. I appreciate that. And we're doing our best. We're hanging in there. I feel pretty good right now. And actually, this will help because I'll actually we'll have some fun. That'll keep me going. I'm not sure what's going to happen when you hang up. Might have a lag that kind of sweeps in, but we're going to do our best to power through. So
we're going to open a bottle of wine so you can drink the wine until the next test. If that happens.
No, that is true. And actually, I'm going to need the key, the regular one, just to kind of cut this here, I guess, in my office. So grab that if you can find it. So tell us a little bit about, obviously, Ryan, I was teasing you were coming on, and I was telling people that, obviously we've known each other a long time. You were at the University of Delaware, and you were a mascot there, and really involved in, I got involved with the University of Delaware as well, and you were a senior when I was a freshman, and kind of handed off the torch a little bit. And then you went on to become the mascot for the Philadelphia Eagles and did that for 12 seasons before switching gears and getting involved in the wine industry. So a pretty typical path, right? I mean, most people could say that's probably what they've done professionally, professional mascot, wine, done. Makes sense.
Luckily, there's like a whole library section of like pro mascot to professional wine sales. I mean, there's like a whole Dewey Decimal System card thing. So all I had to do was read a couple books and I figured it out. So step one, have spiky hair.
Yeah, well, there you go. I got mine's laying a little flatter tonight, but we've been going here for a while, so that's okay. I was trying to get it cut, but I ran out of time.
Something about these quasi Zoom calls makes my hair spikier, so I'm going to just go for it. There we go.
Yeah, well, it's all right as long as you fit in the frame for the most part, it'll work. So you got speaking of mascots, you've got all the bobbleheads behind you, so that's a fun little backdrop. And just talk a little bit about, just so we can introduce you to everybody here. Yeah, you spent a lot of time in the Delaware, Philadelphia area, obviously. And we were talking about some of the community impacts that mascots have just a little bit because we were kind of teeing you up. And I think a lot of people don't realize that the character's role, and I would think, especially in the NFL, and remembering what you were involved with, the amount of appearances you did in the community was like crazy compared to the amount of games you performed, right? So it's like game days were awesome and they were big, but a much larger part of your job in a lot of ways was really just being out in the community. So talk about that, because that's what this is all about. It's all about nonprofits and helping out.
Yeah, I mean, and that came from, when we were, dancing around as UD and University of Delaware always had such a good community-based theory, and always were, we were doing AI DuPont all the time, community festivals, you name it. And I took that to the Philadelphia Eagles. And, the one thing about the NFL is you have a lot less games than all other professional sports.
Right.
So you have more time to dedicate to the community. Not to say that, the Phillies don't, and the Sixers don't, and the Flyers don't. But, for the character, it is easier to, spend more time out in the community because you're not doing 81 games at home a year. You're only doing, 10, 12 games a year. So yeah, you're out and about a whole lot more. And just, maybe I'm biased, but the football season seems so much shorter than others. So there was so much, quote unquote, downtime to be able to be a part of the community all the time.
Yeah, no, it was great. And you were able to make a great impact, and you were able to get yourself very engrossed in the community and to support these organizations. And that's what we're seeing. We have 400 plus nonprofits. They're all Delaware nonprofits, whether they're based or they support Delaware. And you're looking at an effort, which is really cool to see a group of people coming together on one day. And again, the total, we're already over $500,000 raised, which is really amazing. It's just a really cool thing. And this initiative came together in partnership with, again, Spur Impact and the United Way of Delaware, and so many others have kind of jumped on board, and you've seen the success we have. So one of the things we were thinking about in sharing with your world, obviously being now in the wine industry and working, as the estate manager for the Spire Collection and so many other things, and you can tell me more as that your role has evolved. But we are going to have some fun with wine, and we have a couple different things. I know we had an original plan that maybe got sidetracked a bit thanks to our friends in the delivery service. If you know anything about Memphis, Tennessee, and the NBA team, their arena may be named after this team, or this organization. But we're going to improvise, and we'll have some fun anyway.
Yeah. No, things happen when you try to make deliveries, especially with wine. But luckily, you and I've given you one of these before, but we won't be sharing the same wine. But we will, for everybody who is, at some point has a wine kit or something to open wine, you've got this thing that you've always looked at by your corkscrew and say, okay, what do I do?
Yeah, what is that exactly? So it's kind of a wild looking thing.
Yeah, it's called ASO. So ASO is a two-prong device that allows you to open up corks that are older, because obviously older corks are a little more brittle. And then sometimes you use the corkscrew within the cork. Sometimes it'll break up. So this ASO allows you to just kind of grab the cork on the outside and kind of pull it up. But a lot of times people have no idea how to use this. And in the first time they use it, they think they just kind of push it down, and that actually can push the cork in and into the wine. So, this is just kind of ASO 101, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, well, so it's our awesome also experience led by Ryan. And so first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to actually kind of clear my way to it by taking some of the foil off the top.
All right. And everybody watching at home, I'm going to shame Christopher Bruce because of where he cut that foil.
Well, I would have done it. I did it on top. Where do you want it? Underneath?
So I always recommend do it. If there's an indent, cut underneath. Cut underneath because it helps you grab a little bit better, right? So you can kind of go around it. And it's always that little section of the bottle. It's a little thicker. And you kind of go around 2 times.
I tend to use the other groove. So there's a lip on the top, and I kind of use that to leverage, and I run that line. So I don't just.
And then you just kind of.
Yeah, same thing I just did. So it's okay. You didn't shame me at all.
But why? Why, you ask, Chris? That's a fantastic question.
And I figured there was more information, so I'm excited to hear again what. It's nice to learn these things.
So this corkscrew of mine gets a lot of use, and it's probably about 5 or 6 years old, so it's a little dull right now. But in theory, this should just kind of come off real nice and quick. But as I mentioned, my corkscrew is a little dull at this point. The foil cutter, as we say. And the reason, Chris, that you cut underneath, kind of underneath that part there, is you want to keep some of the aluminum from going into your wine when you're pouring. So if you cut underneath, you're gonna have
you give it a little more space there and you clear it. That makes sense.
Right. So I'm gonna
as far as I know, doctors have said that aluminum is one of the biggest things that you want to add to your diet, right? Like more aluminum. Right.
So
the opposite.
I went and stripped the whole thing because my foil cutter is dull and it wasn't giving me a good cut. So I just figured.
All right, I'll make you feel better, and I'll just join you. I'll just take mine. So there you go. We got no foil. We're foilless, and we're ready to go.
Good. So the wine that Chris and I are supposed to share is one of our Cabernets off of Howell Mountain, La Joda. But this is a 2004. So this particular wine, I picked this wine not necessarily because it's great wine. It is, but what I wanted to show is it's got some age to it. So you have, wine that is now, if I'm doing my math correctly, 17 years. And the corks after that point, they can get a little brittle on you. So that's where the osso comes in. That's when the osso comes into play. So, Chris, what you're going to do,
all right,
you're going to take your, all right?
Yep.
You got the long end and you got the short end, right?
You got it's all right. So we've got, like you said, you got the long end and you got the short. I got the long end here. I got the short end on this side.
So this is going to be a 50-50 chance. What side do you think you put in first?
Well, I mean, it's harder to put the short end in first. So let's go with the long one.
Perfect. So well done. Well done. So you're going to put the long one in first there and just kind of just the side.
Yep.
Just a little bit, not too hard.
Okay.
By the time the short end gets in there, that's when you're going to kind of start wiggling. You're going to start shimmying back, forth.
Shimmy like this.
That's the key. This is where everybody just wants to push. Don't do that.
You got to kind of slowly
Dance
work. You got to work it in.
Wiggle it just a little.
Now, how far do you go? Do you go all the way?
Typically, yeah. I mean, you'll want a little bit of, a little bit there, because the next thing that you need to do, if you have it too tight, it may make it a little bit harder. So just, a little breathing room, not too bad, is you need to now break the seal of the cork with the bottle. And by that, I mean, you're going to spin it, right?
Okay.
So spin it a couple times. It just kind of, and Chris, you can probably put your osso a little bit more in.
I started to go in further and it wanted to go down on me. So I didn't want to go too.
Okay. So what in that situation, Chris, so start wiggling, you know what? Yeah. Wiggle leg to leg.
Yeah. And that's what I started to do. And that worked.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. I got you.
And if it's giving you trouble,
I got it now.
You can pull it up a little bit.
Yep. We're good now.
You got it? Okay. There you go. All right, cool. You got a good spin, it looks like. So
yeah, it's moving. I broke
from
that
here.
Yep.
You're gonna spin and pull up. and just keep spinning and pulling up. And you're going to pull and spin up till about, I'd say, a little more than halfway out. All right.
It's probably about there.
Right. Okay. And then from here is where you pitch the legs to the cork. So boom.
All right. So you pinch the legs to the where?
To the cork.
Okay, gotcha. So you kind of grip it.
So the legs hold the cork. So you're just basically now holding the legs in the cork.
And then that kind of sort of, there it is. Oh, that's cool, right? Check it out.
So and you know, for people who like to collect their corks too, these tend to make the corks stay nice and pretty. But you know, these some old corks. These even the Ossos can make the, you know, pulling out a cork a little tough.
Yeah.
You know, you and I kind of touched base about like what we're talking about. I said it was going to go from the beginning to end. Yeah. So the next, of course, we got the cork out.
Yep.
Well, now we got to pour some wine. That's the fun part of this gig.
Logical. Yeah. So we got a, glass that's
E minor. Yeah. Okay.
Not a bad sound.
All right. You got the alto, I got the bass.
There it is.
And
we're in harmony here. It's good. We got, we'll harmonize in our wine flicking here in a second. So how much you kind of put it in first? Don't do a big pour, right?
I have a pretty significant size glass. It's almost like a Somm series glass. So this seems like a very little, but this is probably close to 4 to 5 ounces, which is what is considered a glass of wine. Yep. So what we want to next do before we swirl is just to detect any issues with the wine. And the I want to swirl it is because it can kind of, mask it and things like that. So we're going to literally just kind of give it a quick smell.
Now, and just for those at home, there's people, different things you smell. You got nose on the front of the glass, back of the glass, those kind of things, little tricks. So would you recommend we're for a wine, and a red wine in particular, where's the proper place to do that?
Down below. So you basically want to stay at the bottom of the rim.
Yeah.
And you are doing like whiskeys and things like that, you want to actually be at the top.
Gotcha.
So,
what's the reason for that?
Higher alcohol. So it just allows you to get more of what, the liquid as opposed to the alcohol. And a lot of people will favor a nostril, like a right, left nostril, you name it. I do tend to lean a little too much to my right. And what you're detecting is, let's say a flaw. And with wines,
nostril I like better.
I've always been right.
Yeah. I'm pretty centered on my nostril placement.
Yeah.
Equal opportunity nostril, this thing here.
And that's fine too. I always find that my right just picks up different things. So really to kind of boil it down to some simple, how do I know there may be a flaw in my wine? And this thing is what's called a corked wine. And a corked wine, you have a corked wine if you pick up that musty basement smell.
Gotcha.
So, a damp basement or even kind of like wet cardboard or newspaper.
Well, I will say when I'm thirsty, there's not much more I want more than a damp basement. That's one of those things. I think it's a normal human desire is like, what I could go for right now is a nice a glass of wet basement. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. Wet
so that's
dog.
That's an indication that your wine is corked though, right? So that's ultimately a bad thing. We don't want a wet basement. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, and that does. I mean, even a great wine, a fantastic wine, a wine that people spend a lot of money on. If it's corked, it'll taste like that. So it's not necessarily bad winemaking.
Right.
It's just a flaw. The cork flawed the wine, and that's where it gets its name. It's right.
Yeah, and is that because the cork leaked in too much air? Like, what is it? What ultimately is happening when a wine is corked? Like, what exactly is happening to the cork? Why did it fail?
It's actually a natural chemical imbalance, organic chemical imbalance, natural process really in cork. So a cork, of course, is just bark from a tree, from a cork tree.
Gotcha.
So, you know, the other thing that people don't realize is, you know, cork trees aren't cut down. Cork trees are literally shaved. The bark is shaved off the tree, and then they actually put like a thermal blanket over the tree so it can grow more bark back. So it's not like deforestation at all when it comes to corks. It's just kind of like a haircut for a tree. And they're
Sometimes
really
the tree needs a trim, Ryan. Sometimes
every once in a while.
trim.
Every once in a while, they're really gnarly bark. They're very, very cool bark. You'll see some around Napa. They're just kind of very, very cool trees. Most of them are in France, most of the cork forests. And it's really, you know, if anyone ever thought, you know, oh, I only buy screw cap because, you know, I don't want to kill trees. Good to know that corks, we don't cut down trees. It's just, you know, a tree haircut.
There you go. That's good to know. And that's, you know, for all those people at home that were worried about the tree, well, there you go. You never know. We're helping out Mother Nature. We're keeping them going. So that's good. So all right. So we learned a little bit about that. That's exciting. So some people at home maybe learned a few things about the cork and what that means. So that's not a good thing. So bad, wet basement bad, corked wine bad. What's good?
Right. And then there's other things. If you smell like toenail polish remover, that's a volatile acid. It's not.
Well, I mean, it could just be because you just cleared your nails, but I mean, that's different. Yeah.
Well, don't do that while you're having wine.
Yeah. How long do you go before you replace the French tips? That's the big question there, I think.
Me, usually every other week. I like fresh.
You're keeping pretty on top of it with that. Then that's pretty impressive. All right, so you've got a wine, you got a cat. Wait, so what are you rocking? I've got this. Mascota Vineyard, which is a pretty popular vineyard now. They've got huge distribution, obviously, and but it's a cab, and it's a 2016. So I figured that would be decent. It wasn't going to be as good as what we were planning on, but that's okay. And
this wine is horrible.
I'm sure. I'm not jealous at all of that splendor.
What and it's Argentina or it's Southern Hemisphere, right?
Yeah, so it's Argentinian wine. That is true, and Mendoza, Argentina is what we're labeling this as. And
so another fun fact about wine. So it's 2016.
Yep.
The Southern Hemisphere harvest actually goes 2 calendar years, and by that I mean it starts late in that particular wine you have there. Starts late 2015.
Okay.
And then is in 2016, usually around like February, March, give or take.
Okay.
So that is a lot of times when somebody's looking at a Southern Hemisphere wine, they're like, oh gosh, this is a 17 already. They don't realize that it's so much further back than what we have up here in the North Hemisphere. Northern Hemisphere, you start around, April, with bud break and things like that. And then, a lot of grapes are picked August through almost November. So we're on the same calendar year when it comes to harvest on the Northern Hemisphere.
Gotcha.
So I always like to joke with somebody like, oh, you have a 2016 Southern Hemisphere. It's like the old cars, like you had like a 2015 and a half, So
gotcha. Well, I mean, that's good to know, though. I mean, because that's interesting little side note, right? Something to consider when you're thinking about it. Because, we talk about it a little bit. We're like, oh, that wine's a little young or, this, that, and the other thing. And so that's something that can come into play when it comes to wines from the Southern Hemisphere, because obviously they're going to have that half a year or so ahead that will make a difference.
Yep. No, they have that much more time in bottle. Bottle is what happens. So
no, that's awesome. No, that's really interesting. So with this then, so we got a 2016, it's really a 2015 and a half or something.
Yeah,
and perfect. So what are you getting there? I know you're really into your the notes that you're pulling from it, and I'm sure you got all kinds of cool stuff you're explaining. So what are you smelling and tasting over there?
So let me, I guess, talk about your question there, because a lot of times people ask me that while they're trying their wines in my tasting room.
Right.
And they'll ask, what am I tasting? And you actually, there's no wrong answer, because a lot of times people will be embarrassed to think to themselves, oh my gosh, I am tasting literally fresh cut grass, and I don't eat fresh cut grass and things.
Right.
So you can actually have, senses and smells that you don't actually taste. So people get embarrassed when they can't either describe it, which is fine. That's that's there's nothing wrong with that. But people also get embarrassed when they literally try something, think about something completely.
They're like, oh, I think this is like it's like a berry with some fresh morning dew, and it's all like a little bit of oak. Wait, am I getting leather? And it's like the answer could be yes, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, and it's
there's no wrong answers.
Everybody's taste buds are a little bit different, and the way that we experience it is different. So it's like that's why if you look at a lot of these sites, and if you're looking up a wine, the range of notes that are listed is kind of crazy. It's like, well, all those things clearly aren't in this wine, obviously, but that's what people are getting from it, and that's what's listed, and that's what's kind of being recorded, which is interesting.
That and people pick up different nuances.
Yeah.
For me, I love to taste the acidity in wines.
Sure.
I'm always focused on what we say the minerality of it, like the dirt, the fruit's there, but I also like to focus on the ground floor stuff. So for me, and you said leather, a Cabernet with some age to it is definitely going to get kind of a leather kind of cherry tobacco thing, which is exactly what this is doing.
Nice.
But I am still getting kind of a dusty finish, great as well. In fact, I was reading, a wine just recently where the descriptor was dusty roses. And I was like, I've never thought about a rose being dusty, but okay. It's people put things weirdly together like that. And, when I know I'm talking to somebody who is really good with, cooking, they'll pick up really random spices.
Right.
It's just because wine will bring back memories of, foods and experiences and things like that.
So that's true. And they'll just associate it with something, and that's kind of what triggers.
Right.
And that's interesting. And I will say that I'm not getting all of those notes here. I don't know. It's hard. It is hard. I think it's one of those things, you do it all the time, right? So you and you're also at this point really in tune with it. But somebody that's not, it's a new thing to kind of try to figure out what is that I'm getting, right? And it's just like any kind of sense, you have to develop it. Any kind of, skill, you have to develop it. And to be able to pick out the differences between this and that, and really what that is versus what, something else might be. And I love I always call it like a mouth feel. Like some of those wines are, they really sit those drier, acidic, it's just, I love that. I really enjoy when a wine gives you that feel like that. That's really kind of something I like.
Well, mouthfeel is important. I mean, it breaks down to, as I was mentioning, I like the acidity. Some people really like what we call the tannin. And the tannin is what's, when you try wine, it kind of dries out in your mouth.
Yeah, I like that.
That's the so I mean, you've always been kind of more of a tannin wine drinker, and the basics if you're breaking it down, and when it comes to it too, it is, to your point, wine is just with experience, right? You just try a little bit more, you start taking notes with it, you try it with different foods, I mean it's you may not ever get this insane palate memory or get all these layers, but the important thing is to down to, do I like it? And if you do, then you're good.
That's a great
wine
start,
is good
right?
to you. That's all
Yeah. And for me, even recently, we've been trying. We even talked about this. Is white wines for me? I definitely lean towards red wines. I know you are pretty diverse, so you kind of drink a little bit of everything. And I like, when I'm with you, I get white wines that, well, one, that, okay, this one's going to be good for this, and it's going to have these qualities. And what I think the problem for me is not knowing how to pick a good white wine. I know more about red wine. I know what I like. It's easier for me to grasp something I know I'm going to enjoy. And with whites, it's just a little bit more of a roll of the dice. So I tend not to kind of lean that way. And I just, I like red wine. So it's like, okay, I'm happy with that. but it's been fun to kind of experiment a little bit. So because I think that happens a lot. I think people know I'm a all red all the time, but appreciating some really good whites and knowing how to pair them, I think goes a long way. And that's something that I think the average person maybe just needs a little encouragement when it comes to that. And it can go a long way and open up a whole world of wines that you wouldn't have had otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, it is just like people who just say Merlot stinks. It's because they've had a bad Merlot, or Pinot Noir stinks because you've had one bad one.
Right.
And you know, the Merlots, the Pinots, the Chardonnays of the world, if you had a bad one, they're usually pretty bad. So there's, I mean, to your point, Chris, I drink a lot of white wine. I drink
no, for sure. You do. Yeah.
But that, once again, I'm more acid driven wine drinker. So that's
which to be fair, you've opened me up to, and I enjoy like the acidic, crisp, like that to me is great. But those buttery, like that stuff's great. I can't. I'm like, no thanks. I never want to have anything like that ever again. And I think that's the problem. You get a real like that oaky, buttery Chardonnay. It's just like, no thanks. I'm not interested. And you know, but there's so many others that they're crisp, they're light, they're refreshing. They pair well with stuff, and that's enjoyable. And I do think that's the difference. And it's fine, but it's also, like you said, finding what you like. And everybody's different.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And what I recommend is, you know, whether it's a wine professional from California like myself, or somebody at your, you know, the local, there's some great wine shops, obviously in Wilmington, a few of them. And if you're, you know, if you are a regular at that wine shop, get to know somebody at that wine shop so they start learning your palate. And that person can start, you know, we're about to get into the warmer months.
Right.
We're good. I don't know about you guys, but we're about
it was probably pretty cold for you guys today. Did it drop below 75?
Yeah, we got to like 60, 65. Horrible.
Tough. You know, struggle's real.
The breeze, like,
oh no. I mean, the wind chill, what was it, like 54?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Not that low. We put on jackets, but but when we're gonna get, you know, we're getting into rosé season, we're getting into Sauvignon Blanc, we're getting into those kinds of styles of wines where we're, you know, of course, you know, outside we're thinking barbecue, and you know, the wine that you have there, I've never had that wine. I'm guessing that it's a more robust wine when it's coming from Argentinian cabs. I don't have a lot of experience in. Argentina tends to do it's high altitude region. So Malbecs do really great there. Tannat, which is a really off grape, does really well there. So, you know, Argentinian Cabernet is pretty interesting because if you get a Cabernet too cool up in the altitude and get a little green, but I'm guessing that's probably not that style. They're probably picking pretty ripe, and it's still got some.
This one is, in terms of some of the characteristics, I say it's a little more, you know, it's not like hugely bold, but it's more on that side. It's a little bit tannic. It's definitely, you know, it's dry, and it's sort of in the middle on the acidic range. So it's kind of, you know, it sits right about there, and you've got a lot of different, you know, earthy kind of notes going on, and it's sort of, you know, that's what I would say. It's got an earthy kind of feel, a little bit dry, not overly dry. It's not bad. I would
go
say
to Wawa, get somebody to go to Wawa for you.
Yeah.
Go, you know, roast beef hoagie, and you need. I mean, the best part is when you're just having a glass of wine or two during this whole time, you're not going to be sleepy at all in about 2 hours.
No, I know. Which is why I'm like, this is a dangerous move. You know, for sure. I mean, but actually, funny enough is, you know, we're bringing on a Red Bull rep after this, and I'm going to just crank it back up. And followed by that, it'll be Monster. And then we have, so, you know, we're making it work best we can. And then I've got an espresso, you know, experiment that I'm going to play, and we'll see how that goes. Have you ever actually snorted espresso? Have you done that before? That's
do what now? I'm sorry.
Snorted espresso. I'm excited about that.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, these next 3 hours brought to you by caffeine.
By caffeine. Yes. In every form possible. So that's really exciting. Now, I know your preferred method was you used to drink a ton of Mountain Dew back in the day. I never got that. I was, I never.
Yeah.
That,
no, I know. I'm still a child to these days, and I still have to have my like Coke Zero. But we have this very high, posh kind of organic sparkling water that has an insane amount of caffeine in it, and I get that like effervescence.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But there's still something about that like soda feel, and yes, I don't know what it is about me. Excuse me.
You are good, and we're actually you're going to be all right. It's not your time.
No. It's little. I got for Clem. You know what? I'll just have a little bit of my wife's stone balloon.
Oh, stone balloon mug. Look at that. Absolutely. What's the year on that thing? 97.
No, it's a 2000.
Oh, okay, there you go. 2000. There you go.
You and her have the 21st birthday.
Absolutely.
Mine was a glass mug that unfortunately did not make a few moves. So, I did hers from time to time.
Now, where did you lose yours along the way? Like what part of the move? Is it
I think Philly house to Philly house. I think my last Philly house, I don't remember ever having it. So there's a good chance that it perished in the move or something stupid that I did late at night.
Well, it happened. We're not here to judge ultimately, so it's all good. And
1997 mug is what that was.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I was saying. That would have been kind of cool. But yeah, that's one of the mugs. So yeah, those started a little bit later. I've still got a few of those myself, and I would say interesting times. That place was wow. Just amazing. Nowadays,
it became a wine bar. Well,
which still amazes me because I don't even know from a health code perspective how that's even possible. It's kind of like being on a chemical spill site or like some kind of a nuclear reactor, like almost like a Chernobyl type experience. Like there should be a certain amount of time that
definitely had radon
are allowed to be on it. It's amazing that we are even like that's even possible because the things that happen there were not sanitary. I would tell you that back then. That's for sure.
Mug night was the best at Stone Balloon. There's
it was a lot of fun, and then obviously the stroll across the street to Margaritas. That was always a lot of fun and a good time. That was classic. And good memories, good times.
By the way, right now when you said Margaritas, I'm weirdly fiending some grottos too for
Okay. Yeah, that's you've had a little bit, you've sipped on a few things, so that makes sense because that's what when's the last time you've craved grottos sober? I mean, or not having had a drink. Maybe
or when it's not the best $2 lunch that you could have as a college.
Well, that's true. That's different. Yeah. That's a whole different experience. But no, grottos is a Delaware kind of classic thing for sure. And people that aren't, from around here, they have it for the first time. I think a lot of times they're just confused by it. And it's hit or miss, really, because it is very unique. The flavor, the approach, everything about it. So
do you know grotto? Do you know what grotto stands for?
I honestly forget. I do know I knew it at one point, but what is it?
Cave. So it's grotto, and it's.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. No. I get. Yeah.
The name.
I thought you were talking about like grotto, like. In Delaware's perspective, like that it was like somehow an acronym for something. I was like, I don't think I knew this. But
no. I mean, the family name had nothing to do with grotto. They just thought it sounded Italian, and they're like, "Oh, grotto pizza." So
no, and of course, So cave. I got you. I didn't make that connection. I've only been on for 6.5 hours straight.
I was gonna say, would you been online straight for 6.5 hours? Come on, man.
Yeah, no worries. It's we're hanging in there. It's good. So I've got, I feel like you should just bring Kristen in at this point. Is she's sitting right there? She is, right? Oh, this is what happens. I asked for that and you freeze up. All right, we'll see.
Back there.
I hear you. I hear you at least. I hear you.
Hello from Tokyo.
I hear you. I don't know if you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. Oh, there you go. You're moving a little bit. Kristen was like, I'm not coming on. I'm going to freeze your screen. That's how that works.
You hear me? Are we back? Are we back to normal time?
Yeah. No, I think you're good. We should be good. Okay. So yeah, so lots of things. Obviously, that was cool. We used the ASO opener. We learned a little bit about how to look at this weird device and apply it to our world. So if you have a wine that you open, the cork's a little brittle, a little tough to get out, you can switch to this tool here, and you will have a chance to get it out there and enjoy that bottle without putting a bunch of cork in there, because that definitely has happened before.
Yeah, and you know what, Chris, you reminded me, even if you do have a cork that, you weren't paying attention, you put the corkscrew in, on an angle, or you just try to do it too fast and the cork breaks in half, the ASO can also save. Now, when it is broken, it has a chance easier to push, fall in.
Sure.
At that point, you're probably going to have it fall in anyway. So at least give it a chance to potentially grab it and pull. But it is, that is another, use for the ASO if you have a broken cork.
Right. No, that's good to know. And that's actually smart. So yeah. So, listen, because it happens, right? You break a cork and you open up enough bottles, it's going to happen. So it's inevitable. And you've got a tool to help save you. And that's this guy right here. And, that's good to know. So that's pretty simple. You just got to kind of take your time. Just don't jam it in there. Got to be a little bit nicer with it. And you can kind of twist it. You can rock it, whatever works for you. Just kind of work it in there. Once you get it down enough, you can sort of spin it out. Give it break that seal, pull the cork out, and off you go. And then once you get about a little over halfway up, you squeeze it, you pull it the rest of the way, and enjoy that little beautiful sound we love to hear with that cork popping, and you're off and running. So that's beautiful.
So by 2:30, it sounds like you got production behind you. At 2:30, you should show a replay with very white music going on with slow motion. Like make that happen. Like have your people hey, grab that video, make it fun, make it sexy, slow motion.
A little slow motion pop of that. It's
come on. You can probably do that on your phone right now while we're talking.
Well, that would be that'd probably be the easiest way to get that done at the moment, because as nuts as everybody's awesome and I love my team, I'm not saying that they're all going to be awake for much of this, and I'm kind of
a project.
I'm on my own here, so this will be fun. So we're cutting.
I saw arms earlier. I saw arms. Where were those? Who are those arms?
Well, that would be Jana, who's currently sleeping over here on a couch, and he's available if I throw something at him. But that's about as far as that goes. Another one of the teammates, her birthday, so I let her go, and we're good though. So we're hanging in there. We got some stuff to play. We're queuing it up, and we're all good to go. But talk a little bit, because this is the thing. We got the wine side of it. We're talking about that, and I appreciate you sharing some insight about just different things to consider when it comes to that. I think the whites is a really good thing for a lot of people. There's some people that love white wine, there's some people that love red wine, but I think a lot of times there's the crossover, and they kind of know what they know, so they kind of stick to the lane, and they don't venture out as much as they maybe they would enjoy if they actually did. So what do you say to those people? What's the best way to tackle that, other than just trying stuff? Because that's probably one of the best ways. But
I guess look, if you're gonna be I like cab and I don't want anything else, fine. There's so much great cab in the world.
Sure.
So if you're going to be, it's the only wine that I seem to enjoy, and great. You know what? Then start trying as many producers as possible. Go try a cab from, like mine. I have a cab from Howell Mountain, one of the regions in Napa. Yeah. Try a Cabernet from Alexander Valley, Sonoma.
Right.
Try a Cabernet from Mendoza. Try a Cabernet from Australia, Washington State. Venture out on at least the varietal that you'd like, right? So, that, or this particular wine was made by this winemaker, and this winemaker, he made, other wines as well. Follow a winemaker and see what they, made it. Some winemakers work as consultants, and they don't, work at one place, but they'll kind of help work at other, locations. And if you find out that you really like that wine, and that particular winemaker works on other projects, well, follow that winemaker. You may like their style.
Right.
And so that's a good way to do it. But for, you know, my more adventurous people, for my people that are, you know, are trying to expand,
yeah,
I keep it really simple. I'm still trying to expand all the time. And I go to a local wine shop that focuses on, you know, off-varietal California or just, you know, more international wine. And I try to pick up a bottle from a different producer, a bottle I've never tried before. I try to do that once a week, once every other week, and just have a new bottle of wine. And hopefully learn something from that. And sometimes it's an amazing experience. I just had a Grenache from Spain, and it was horrific. You know, it didn't work. I don't like it. You know, I just
it just didn't work. Like you said,
it didn't work. Okay.
Wasn't what you wanted.
No, it wasn't necessarily a bad wine.
Yeah.
It didn't hit my palate. So it's just kind of, which, you know, honestly, I've had enough Grenache from Spain that I was surprised.
Yeah.
A little young. I was a little preoccupied with kids around me and stuff, and I didn't pay attention to the vintage.
Right.
A little young, but whatever. But that is, you know, it's an experience. Like really trying lots of wines is such an experience if you're trying to go down that avenue. But, you know, otherwise, if there's only a couple different types of wines you like, try different regions.
All right. No, that works. I think that's a great way to do it. And just explore, right? Just kind of take a journey. And that's what I love about wine. That's what I love about food, is that it allows you to kind of, in a way, travel and try things from different places and kind of experience things that, you know, that you can if you just stick to what's here. And it's nice to mix it up. It's variety is a beautiful thing. And, you know, pair that with some fresh, you know, I'm not saying obviously we want to support local, that's important. But when it comes to these things, you want to kind of give yourself a richer, fuller experience, and you bring in a nice glass of wine and you pair that with some great local produce and some great local meats, and, you know, you have yourself a great experience, and that's perfect. Yep. And you can find some things that really work for you, and, you know, enjoy that. And that's great. And I think that's a great piece of advice. So just, if you find something you like, nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. You're allowed to like things, but don't stick with the same bottle every time, right? Try to mix it up there at least, and like find another producer or find another, you know, vintage or something that just gives you at least a little variety and experience that you might surprise yourself. And usually if you do that, it'll open you up a little bit too. And I think for those that say they only like one thing, they just haven't tried enough of the others, or maybe, like you said, they had a bad experience with one and like, oh, I don't like Pinots because, man, I had Pinot once and geez, wasn't for me. And that's that's usually just not a good enough sample size.
Okay, so I'm gonna what's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Uh-oh.
But this is the easy one. You know, because I obviously have not, you know, been in Delaware for quite some time.
Sure.
Of course, last time you and I were hanging out, but name some Delaware food staples. Like, for instance, we talked about grotto, right?
Right. Well, like you think of things like scrapple, like that's a local area thing. That's pair wine with some scrapple. Like, what's your wine pairing with? And obviously, there's pork scrapple, there's beef scrapple, but it's a spicy, kind of meat product.
Done.
So you got a zin, nice bold, solid zin, right? There you go. Yeah, and you look at what about, because then you think about, like, you know, blue shell crabs or something. You do some local, like, kind of seafoody kind of vibe. So you would go what, a little bit more acidic white of some sort?
I'll have to ask, because you know me, I grew up, you know, allergic to shellfish and really didn't do a ton of that.
Yeah.
When you do have a soft shell crab, it's usually in Maryland, half of my life was in Maryland. You fried in a sandwich, but like,
what would do Old Bay kind of thing. I'm not thinking Old Bay personally, but you could go that route, and that would change it dramatically, right? But if you did more of like a crab cake, think of like a crab cake. Something like that.
Crab cake to me, you know, thinking about that, you can do a couple different things. I would do like a cool climate Pinot Noir.
Okay.
But you could also do a really, really high acid Chardonnay as well. I'm assuming, of course, you know, we don't fry our crab cakes. We got to broil them, right? I know that, at least from being from Maryland, so you can't fry your crab cake, So I would say something like a higher acid kind of in the Chardonnay Pinot world, but at the same time, as somebody who has never really eaten a crab cake, it depends. I don't know the traditional seasonings that come through it. But shellfish and high acid wine is usually a good pairing. I'll do scallops from time to time. I have like one good scallop and then I'm done. And that's also usually with like a heavier butter. That Chardonnay is a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe a little balsamic reduction. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Getting a little excited.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Like Capriati's, the Bobby, right?
Okay, there you go.
Right. There's another
classic Delaware thing. Yep.
Classic, and that's Thanksgiving. I would tell them go light on the mayo. If you're going to pair it with wine.
Sure. Are you going with a rosé on that? Then what are you doing? Like,
I wasn't even thinking about that, but you know what? If you're having a Bobby in April, rosé, and okay, let's talk about rosé. Okay. A lot of people see rosé and they think, oh, it's this sweet, sticky wine.
No.
And it depends.
That can be, sure. Not the ones I like. Yes, I got you.
Rosé should be dry, high acid, not sticky. It's not white zin, even though
it's not the sugary drink thing.
Right. So a rosé is I was going to go to Pinot, but I think, you know what? I'm going to stick with you and say a rosé with a Bobby now sounds like
perfect. Honestly, a Pinot would probably be my second choice. I think Pinot is super versatile when it comes to that, especially with turkey. I love red wine, so I'll kind of tend to go that route, but I'll usually start with rosés and I'll kind of gravitate to the Pinots and kind of work in that direction. And it's good. That's a good Thanksgiving. You're happy there. That's a good time.
When's the last time you had? They're not doing canned cranberry, right? They're doing like a fresh kind of like.
Well, if they, it's been a little while since I've had one, honestly, but we actually started making our own cranberry. It's like fresh cranberry sauce, and it's super easy to make. And it's awesome. Like you got a marmalade element into it. Like I learned how to make it over the last holiday season. And we're just like, well, that's happening from now on because that was awesome. And super, super solid. And God, it was.
Do you call it your COVID cranberry sauce?
Well, it's a Chris's COVID cranberry craving experience.
With 19 spices.
All the things. So but it's super. It's awesome. And I would say going that route. We're not pulling it out of the can, right? Even though you can, nothing wrong with that. I grew up with it.
Oh, yeah.
And that the noise of it coming out that's one of the coolest things. You shake the can.
It's to me, cranberry's got to be like super fancy.
Yeah.
Or can maybe.
Or you're just crushing that can and that's it. Like whatever.
So here's the irony. Define irony, not like Alanis Morissette, where the song isn't at any point ironic.
Yeah. That's the irony in it all, really.
So, Kristen, my wife, Kristen, who you've known obviously forever, learns how to make sourdough bread during this whole COVID situation.
Sure. Does she have a starter she can send my way?
Actually, a starter that's based off of 40 years. Yes.
No, but for real though, because I actually have, and I'm going to let you go, but I want to add to it for a second because I actually have a real thing to talk about with this.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're gonna let me go? I thought you were gonna say bye.
No, you go. No. I would talk. Yeah, and then I want to add to the sourdough experience. Yeah.
Okay. So, yes. So we had a lady in Napa was selling a starter off of a 40-year-old starter, and right there, it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
And she's selling it for like $5 a starter.
Oh man, awesome.
So it took Kristen, I swear, 6 tries.
Right.
And at that point, she was nailing it, just making the best French loaf. And then as soon as she was getting 2, 3, just boom, 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 she was just like, okay, I'm on an ultra diet, no more sourdough. And I'm like,
what? Why?
But you got so good at it. And so like this thing she perfected in this quarantine.
Well, she just checked it off. She's like, I got that.
It was just like, it's not going to work in this new routine workout I'm going to have now. It's just like,
you're like, but I'm not on that routine. She's
I know.
Like, well, then you can learn how to make sourdough.
No, I think she's still enjoys it, but at the same time, you
Yeah.
make
Well, if you make sourdough, you're going to eat sourdough. That's just the bottom line. And so we were talking the other day about creating a sourdough rye bread. I want to do a combo rye sourdough. I just feel like that'd be really interesting. I don't know. I want to make that happen. So we just got to try it. I feel like there's a few recipes I've seen out there, so it's not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Could be really good.
I mean, if you can like mail a starter, I'll have her do that, but I don't know if that's like a thing or like by the time it gets to you, it's going to be like.
No, I'm not against trying. I need a legit starter. So we're going to have to find this lady apparently from Napa, send her $5 plus postage, and we got to get that puppy our way. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
It's like she'll like every once in a while pull out of the fridge and she's like feeding it, or like, oh, well, and we've learned to like take the, the excess and we'll like make croutons out of it.
Have you named it? That's the question.
I don't know.
We should figure that. That needs a name, I think. Anything you're feeding it. All right, just throwing that out there. You're legitimately feeding it. It's got, I don't know if it's not suddenly Seymour, if nothing. It may be anyway.
Nor is it asking for blood. So we're good.
Or is it?
I don't know, but now I'm feeding fresh sourdough bread is the problem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, you're feeding and feeding sourdough is what you're doing. So we're hitting them all. Oh my goodness.
I will see if mailing you sourdough starter is the thing without knowing if by the time it gets to you,
there's only one way. Send it through FedEx because they deserve it. And whatever happens, happens. And if the sourdough takes over their facility, it'll be something great. We can write the storyline for the next film. It'll be like, instead of like Sharknado, it'll be like some kind of sourdough disaster film.
A time release sugar bomb, and then that's when it starts. That I know would then become a thing. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's it. I mean, movies have been built off of weaker plots.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a fact. But yeah. So anyway,
we're gonna do a cartoon.
What's that?
No, that's a movie. I'm joking. Right.
A sourdough rye. Anyway, that's where it was going with that. I just think a rye sourdough would be kind of cool. I don't know. I'd be about it.
I mean, it sounds like bread, so I'll eat it.
Yeah. I mean, okay, done. Yeah. That's I can chew that. I can eat it. You're cool with it. Awesome. All right, check.
So I've got a question about your shirt. It looks good. The color, I like it. Is it like bamboo? I mean, there's like a cool like.
It's actually it's a treatment. So you print there. It's a blue on the blue, and then it's treated with a bleach like kind of spray. So then that comes out and it kind of separates, and kind of a cool technique that I developed with actually with the guy Space Boy. So Ches, if you're listening, I'm going to talk to him in the morning. Ultimately made this shirt, and it's kind of a cool look. So yeah, it's just the lion, rocking it out. It's comfortable. Limited edition, only a few available. And Ryan, if you're interested, I can sell you one at a hefty price. And it looks like you're frozen. You're just considering this offer I've given you, apparently. So again, we're streaming all the way from California with Ryan. It looks like we might have a little bit of interference on his signal, but that's all right. I'm gonna keep him in there. When he pops back in, we'll get him back. And there he is. It didn't take long at all. Just had to tease him with a huge offer on a limited edition shirt, whether he heard that or not.
I did not hear that.
We'll see. We'll see.
But I dig that. My worry about a blue shirt is you can't wear it with jeans. But I feel like you could wear that one with jeans because you'd be too much.
Yeah, no. And well, obviously it's blue. It's like bright enough blue too. It's like it's blue to the point where you shouldn't have jeans this blue. Quite frankly, those aren't cool anymore. So you need, you got the real blue jeans, like the original. You have
buy new blue jeans. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan you need to definitely up your blue jean game, apparently. But that's all right. No worries. And nowadays with maybe not with FedEx, but other ways you might get that by the morning. some of these Amazon plant, the factories, they're pumping out. They get stuff. We've got a new Amazon factory being built by our house. It's ginormous. And we have another one in town already. And sometimes I've literally ordered things and we've gotten it in hours.
Have you gotten, we've gotten so many free plugs, Grotto, Caparotti's, freaking Amazon, pretty much the same level of companies.
Yeah, they're all the same. I look at them very equally.
Have you gotten a delivery? I'm assuming you are a Prime member. Then again, if you live next to the thing, why bother? Because everything's right there. But like you actually get like where the Amazon truck is, and the delivery is going to happen in like 2.5 minutes. Like have you done that? It's insane to me.
Yeah,
watching in a good way.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I was kind of joking because they're building this plant by us, and I was like, "You're gonna order something, they're just gonna slingshot it to the house. It'll come down in like the little parachute, and it'll be there." And like,
well, I mean, they could totally do like, okay, within the 20-mile radius of where you live in Delaware up to Pennsylvania, your delivery is going to be off of a drone. Like,
yeah, no, they literally drone it over, and that's pretty wild. But we're not that far away. We've seen plenty of films with that concept in play, so it can't be that far off. Come on.
Yeah, you're picking like way of delivery. It's like next day air, ground, pickup. You can actually have a pickup. Like you can go there and just pick it up. I mean, it's just
and that's a whole thing too, right? It's kind of cool. It's crazy, but not a bad thing per se. Not a bad thing. But with like we've ordered stuff for like Katie. We're like, oh, we need these. Oh shoot, we're running out of pants, or she's growing out of these. We got to order some. Literally like within 3 hours. It's crazy. It's awesome.
That is pretty cool. That's for sure. And a little town like Napa, I don't know what.
See, a little town like Napa, apparently their internet signal is struggling. It's getting a little later over there. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Here I am.
Yeah, I got you now. I hear you. And see if you're coming back. There, it looks like you might be back-ish.
I know.
You're seemingly getting closer to the camera, at least. All right, it looks like I think we're good now. So a little tiny town like Napa, you were sort of saying.
Yes. So we have, people think like, okay, it's this place that people visit from around the world and everything. It's small town America. And by that, I mean, like we live by our Target, for the people who live here. Like Target is like the most important store here for if you live here. But Amazon is so important to this little town of Napa because we can get things so quickly because we're not necessarily very close to a lot of things. We're in between mountains and we're in a very good way, very, isolated. So basically I want to say a free plug. Thank you, Amazon Prime. Anyhow, I'm going off on a tangent there, but wrap up this hour that just flew by for me because I could spend 3 more hours with you, but then I'd probably in trouble with my wife because I'd drink.
Yeah, she's like, listen, we only have so much time to relax, and you're cutting into it. And as much as I love Chris, enough's enough.
She's now puppy watching where I should be. It's my turn to puppy watch.
Oh, it's your turn. See, I didn't see. I tell her I didn't realize it was your turn. I thought it was her turn.
I knew what I was up for. Don't worry. But what to me, Delaware, this state that God. 30% of America doesn't even realize it exists is such a great, fun little state, a state that, both you and I grew up in, professionally and whatever. And so this was, when you asked me to be a part of this, it was a no brainer. It really is. I wear that Delaware stamp proudly, and I always think of Delaware fondly and try to like explain to people what this small little state is and what the University of Delaware meant to us. It was just so very cool.
Yeah.
And who would have thought that, dressing up like a big blue chicken would one day make me be here in Napa, work for the Philadelphia Eagles for 12 years, you finding yourself with the studio and doing professional mascot on your own on the side, and just like the power of this community that is the University of Delaware, the power of a small state, small town, and loving their football team and their basketball team. And really, by the way, go Blue Hens, girls. Hell yeah, man. It's really, it's so cool to be a part of a state that most people don't think about twice in their life. So, and I know you've made it home.
Yeah.
I've always been, it's always been something, a state of pride to me. So it's very cool that you are, what I'm trying to say here, not so eloquently, Chris, is, this 24 hours that you're doing is pretty freaking amazing. And, I finally log in and hear how you $500,000. That's incredible. So
it's real stuff, man. And I appreciate that. And it's great to have you on. I obviously reached out and I was like, well, this will be fun, but it's also something that I know that you care about. And, and obviously you don't have to do this, but you're here and we're having a good time and we're sharing some stories. And see you later. Bye. But we're making an impact in a small way that you can. And there it is right there. University of Delaware. You got it. You're rocking it. And you're representing, and you're out there in California living another dream that you've been able to cultivate and develop. And you took your family out there and you made a life for yourselves. But you haven't forgotten where kind of you've come through and where you're from. And that's important. And obviously it means a lot for you to share some time and to be a part of this. So we appreciate you doing that. And it's crazy. Yeah. A whole hour. A little wine hour here. And
I know you have more behind the scenes to deal with, but I mean, God, that hour just danced. So, I hope the rest does for you. If you you're lagging at like my 7, 8 a.m. and you want to do like breakfast and wine, let me know.
That's always, so what pairs with eggs?
Usually mimosas. So,
well, there you go. I guess you can do a little Prosecco or something, right? You go that route. And that totally works. What about thick cut bacon? There's gotta be something I can rock with that. Some kind of red.
It's just like bacon and pizza and great pasta. The answer is really anything, that's the brilliance of that.
If it pours, then it works basically at that point, right? Yeah. I like it. All right. Well, hey, that's cool. And, obviously, you're more than able to stay on, but I know you got to get back to babysitting the dog.
I got to babysit the dog. I got that, and you and I both know in our past profession, leave with people wanting more.
Yeah, that's right. And they do. They want so much more from you, Ryan, which, by the way, we are going to be creating some really great wine experiences if there is anybody, listening, but we're going to be putting that out here real soon, kind of teeing that up and looking forward to kind of cultivating some really great, well thought out experiences that will involve some tasting. It will involve a great experience and a great lesson and education to further your appreciation of wines, and we're doing that. So just be on the lookout for that. That's a little something. We'll just throw that out there. That's coming together. And Ryan, I appreciate you coming on, being a part of this. Do more 24. It's incredible. We're just cruising along, and it's now we're 7 hours into the broadcast, and just chipping away at it. But we're raising money. And it keeps climbing, and we're going to be monitoring that the whole way. So, hey, man, get to that dog, and we'll see you soon. Thanks for checking in.
Virtual? Can you do a virtual? Here's you two.
Oh, my camera is further out, but that's okay. Cheers.
Well, not everybody has a fancy studio.
It's all good. I appreciate it. Cheers. Sweet,
Chris, you're one of the best, man. It was good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for watching us. Just two friends just talk. And thanks for doing more, Delaware.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
That's awesome. All right, buddy. We'll see you around. Thanks, bud. Be good.
Later.
All right, so there it was. That was Ryan Hughes checking in with us and sharing a little bit about his world when it comes to the wine industry out there in Napa, and maybe a little backstory about his time in Philadelphia and beyond. So that was awesome. I appreciate him checking in. And again, we're gonna do a live check-in. We're gonna look at the total, see how we're doing. It is currently over $523,000, which is really amazing. Now I know we're expecting a little bit of a lull overnight here as the evening hours kind of set upon us, which is to be expected. But I know you guys are going to be coming at it with a vengeance tomorrow, and we're going to still be streaming. We've got lots of great content planned for you throughout the night to keep this thing going. And we are just proud of you guys. We appreciate you, everybody out there supporting these charities, the charities themselves, all of these nonprofits supporting Delaware. It's a big deal. You guys are awesome. And we're just cruising along with our Do More 24-hour live stream. And remember, there's a carrot at the end of this. That's right, the Jimmy Allen Experience. That's going to be out there for you. And that's for anybody who donates $50 or more. They're going to be able to take part in that. That's going to be a lot of fun. And you're going to make sure that you get involved in that. You do not want to miss that opportunity. You're just going to basically want to be there. So that's the bottom line. I'm just going to keep it simple. No doubt about it. There you have it. So we're just cruising along. I'm gonna queue up some more content. We've got a lot of messages, a lot of nonprofits, a lot of great folks to share. And right now I got a quick video from the blood bank to get you going for a couple minutes, and enjoy that. Again, Chris Bruce, King Creative.
I have sickle cell disease. Sometimes I can't do the activities that I love to do, and it puts obstacles in front of me, but I don't let that define who I am.
Some days she wake up with her feet hurting or her back hurting. She's not able to play softball. She's not able to play soccer because if she gets hit, it can put her into a crisis.
It's hard to live like this because I see normal kids and sometimes I can't go to school and I just want to be like them.
It's very hurtful to watch your child suffer so badly and you can't even help.
When I get a blood transfusion, it makes me feel 100% better. I am back to my normal self.
You can actually watch her life come back to her. Her color comes back, her strength come back, her ability to be able to walk, feed herself, it all comes back after just that one blood transfusion. I remember the time when Maya had to go in the hospital and the blood was not there, and it was the scariest, most frantic moment in our lives.
I was very sick, but I was mostly worried that the blood wouldn't come in time.
I just tell her, I need you to fight, because we're gonna find it. And they came in finally and said, Mom, we found it. And I cried. I had to go in the restroom and cry.
That blood means a lot to me. Without the American Red Cross donors, I wouldn't be here right now.
I am so grateful for those people that roll up a sleeve, those blood donors that take the time out of their busy schedule to donate blood to the American Red Cross to give my child or any child that's receiving blood another chance at life to be able to grow up.
So just thank you very much.
Story after story, message after message, organization after organization. They're all inspiring. They're all amazing. And they're all a part of our Delaware community. And that includes all of you guys as well. We appreciate you being with us. This is our 24-hour live stream experience. We're going strong. We're kicking it off when we are into our 7th hour. And we have been going here since 6 p.m. And we're going to be going all the way till 6 p.m. today. That's Friday, and that is going to be leading us up into our virtual concert experience at the end to celebrate at 8 o'clock coming at the end of this day. So we're rocking and rolling. We've got a lot more messages to share. And with that, I'm going to queue up a video from the Candlelight Theater. This is a great video that is going to highlight a lot of what they've been doing over the last 50 years in entertaining and enriching all of us here in Delaware. Enjoy.
Hey, yo, friend, let's look back on the crazy clothes we wore. Ain't it fun to look back and to see it's all been done before? All those nights together have a special memory.
And I can't wait for tomorrow, just as long as you're dancing next to me. 'Cause
It's so clear, every year we get stronger. But what's gone is gone, the past is the past.
turn the radio up.
And then hit the gas, 'cause I know we've come so far, but we've got so far to go. can't stop my happiness, 'cause I like the way I am. And you just can't stop my knife and fork when I see a Christmas ham. So if you don't like the way I look, well, I just don't give a damn. 'Cause the world keeps spinning round and round, and my heart's keeping time to the speed of sound. I was lost till I heard the drums, till I found my way. 'Cause you can't stop the beat. Ever since this old world began, a woman found out if she shook it, she could shake up a man. And so I'm gonna shake and shimmy it the best that I can today. 'Cause you can't stop the motion of the ocean or the sun in the sky. You can wonder if you wanna, but I never ask why. And if you try to put me down, I'm gonna spit in your eye and say that you can't stop the beat.
Well, you can't really stop the donations either because they keep rolling in, and that is awesome. Chris Bruce here with King Creative, and we are on our 24-hour live stream adventure as part of Do More 24. And it's an amazing experience we've been having so far. We've talked to a lot of great people from a whole host of different nonprofits serving Delaware and doing amazing things in the community. And we've got a lot of great content for you. Yes, we are going to be continuing to live stream throughout the night and all the way up to 6 p.m. Just keep in mind, we are going to be switching the link. That's going to be happening here probably around 2 o'clock. We're just going to have to refresh and start a new one, but we're not stopping. We're going to keep going, and that's what it's all about. So thanks for you guys who are checking in. And I know it's getting a little bit late, so no worries, but we're committed. We're here for the long haul, and we are going to be rocking all the way through it. So with that, I'm going to continue to queue up some great content. We've got a bunch of messages to share, and there's a conversation that happened among a number of nonprofit leaders, and we're going to queue up one of those right now. Let me make sure I've got the right one here. And actually, you know what? We're going to do that one next. I think we're going to queue up this one here, which is a great conversation that happened, with Spur Impact, and I think it's with the blood bank. But we'll be back in about 20 minutes, so enjoy this video, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
All right, folks, good evening. Hope everyone's doing well on this Thursday evening. Thank you all so much for tuning in and joining our Facebook Live for tonight. We're here with some representatives from the Blood Bank of Delmarva and a person who is a beneficiary of the Blood Bank's wonderful work. My name is Valerie Lane. I am a volunteer on the Mill Summit Planning Committee. One of my favorite aspects of my current life. I know we're all staying inside and it's been sort of a weird last 12 months, but volunteering with the Mill Summit has definitely been a bright spot for me. And getting to do interviews like this with awesome organizations and community members who are keeping life interesting, even in the pandemic. So I just want to thank everyone for being on tonight here with our speakers and also viewing, whether you're viewing live or later on. So I would like to let everyone introduce themselves. You all do so much better introducing yourselves than I could ever do reading a bio. So shameless plugs, whatever you need to do. Let's have everyone introduce themselves. You want to get started from the Blood Bank?
I'm Jessica Campanelli. I'm the supervisor of hospital services.
I'm Tony Prado. I'm the communications specialist with the Blood Bank of Delmarva.
My name is Shane Simmons, and my son Maverick was a recipient.
Wonderful. I actually just finished reading a book where one of the characters' names was Maverick. So that's really unique and interesting and so serendipitous. So Tony, Jessica, Shane, thank you so much for being with us this evening. So I know folks are likely familiar with the Blood Bank. Your name is pretty self-explanatory. But Jessica, why don't you just kick us off by telling us why the Blood Bank is such a critical resource to people, especially now during the pandemic?
So thank you for allowing me to participate in this event. During this difficult time when we're trying to navigate through a pandemic, we at BBD have definitely felt the major effects of inventory hitting us. Even though we communicate with our hospitals and encourage them to be good stewards and watch their usage and expiration dates, emergencies can arise. So it can be an accident on 95, or it could be a child that needs life-saving blood products at the local children's hospital. When emergencies like this arise, I can ship out 100 products within 20 minutes. Serve over 25 local area hospitals, and when events like this occur in multiple hospitals, that's where we can deplete our inventory of certain products within hours. Not to mention the routine surgeries and the procedures that occur daily at hospitals that we are required to serve blood and blood products as well. We've partnered with our hospitals and our communities to allow more people to donate and help us accomplish our goals, to help fill our shelves and with our needed inventory. So when those emergencies do arise, we're able to serve.
Wonderful. Oh my goodness. I can just imagine these crises that pop up. No one's expecting it. And all of a sudden your inventory is depleted. Tony, why don't you tell us a little bit more about the area that the Blood Bank of Delmarva serves? I know Delmarva, but can you explain the regional impact that blood donations in this area have?
Yeah, as Jessica mentioned, we serve Delmarva. That includes the entire state of Delaware, the eastern shore of Maryland, and the eastern shore of Delmarva, hence the amalgamation Delmarva. So it takes 350 people a day to donate blood and allow us to process that blood and manufacture it in the component lab and to store it until it's ready for the hospitals to use. And as Jessica said, we have 25 hospitals that we serve, all 19 in Delmarva, plus about a half a dozen that are just outside our vicinity, but they're still nearby and important customers. And that is a challenge. 350 people a day, we don't always get to that mark. And as long as we consistently get close, we're okay. And when we hit a stretch like we did this past winter, and sometimes during COVID-19, where blood donors weren't coming in as often because of the inclement weather or the pandemic, there were some hairy moments there where, Jessica was stressing about whether we would have orders. And we don't like to be in that predicament. So we're always trying to hustle and get the word out to need for blood so that wonderful people like, Shane Simmons and her son Maverick, Ford Painter, can get the blood they need when they need it. And we're kind of like a warehouse with supplying the grocery stores. You know, the grocery stores like to have the shelves full, so when their customers come in, they can conveniently get their, you know, bread, milk, and eggs when they want it. We're the same way with the blood. We want to make sure the hospitals have it when they need it to serve their patients.
Thank you so much. I know it's such a critical need, and I can imagine that folks could be apprehensive to donate during the pandemic just because of the risk of coronavirus. But it is something that is more important than ever. I imagine my partner recently recovered from COVID-19 and has donated blood plasma twice now because he has the antibodies. So shameless plug for our household that's clearly doing a lot.
No, thank you.
But it can obviously be really life-saving and impactful, and it's sort of this good stewardship of the community. So even if you've had COVID and maybe you're feeling a little guilty about it, you can still, first of all, you shouldn't feel guilty, but second of all, we're in a pandemic, right? You can give blood and potentially blood plasma if you have the antibodies to help save lives. I'd love to hear from our guest, Shane Simmons, and just hear a little bit more about her family story. Just to reiterate the importance of giving blood, it can be sort of an isolating experience, right? You give blood and then you kind of go away and you never know what happens to the blood that you gave. But hearing real stories of people's lives who've been really impacted, I think is important. So Shane, why don't you tell us a little bit about your story?
Sure. Thank you for having me. Most people know me as Maverick's mom. Nobody really knows my name, but our son Maverick was born in September 2018 at 25 weeks. Maverick was a triplet. They were born at Christiana Hospital, like I said, at 25 weeks, so very premature. Within the first 24 hours, we lost his brother and sister, and Maverick was in for the fight of his life. He had an intestinal perforation. He barely weighed over a pound. The surgeries were endless. The procedures were endless. He was transferred to AI DuPont Children's Hospital, where he stayed 105 days in their NICU. And my son wouldn't be here if it weren't for blood donors. Throughout Maverick's entire hospital stays, he received 8 donations of blood. And our children were born with AB negative blood, which is very rare, which that right off the bat scared us because within a couple days of life, he needed platelets. And we were aware how rare it was, and it kind of panicked us as parents. And we did an outreach over the internet, Facebook specifically, pretty much begging anyone that had AB negative blood to donate because our son was going to need it. And little did we know, it like started this domino effect, and we ended up flooding the blood bank, which was a good thing. You know, people were like, I'm not AB negative, but I want to donate. And we were like, please, because there are children everywhere, not just our child. But I'm happy to report that Maverick is a thriving 2-year-old. He beat all the odds. He's had a couple repeat admissions, but nothing too serious. But like I said, without blood donations, we would have lost all 3 of our children. So we are forever grateful. We hold a big blood drive. We're from Cecil County, and we're both members of the fire department, his father and I. And we hold a huge blood drive every year in honor of our babies and for Maverick's birthday. And I just encourage everyone, it's something so small that you can do that completely changes people's lives. I mean, it's a matter of life or death, and it was for our son. So we encourage everyone we know to donate, and we're so, so thankful.
That is incredible, Shane. I have to admit to everyone, this is the first time I'm hearing this story, and it took my breath away. I mean, how incredible. And congratulations to Maverick, right, for fighting and all that. You guys are are so blessed. That's amazing.
We are.
That's really great. And I love the idea of holding this annual blood drive. You know, a lot of people are doing, you know, fundraisers on Facebook around their birthday and they're giving gifts, but what an amazing idea to do a blood drive for your birthday instead, right? Asking people to donate, or the anniversary of, you know, someone's birthday or something like that. So it really makes an impact. So
Yeah, and since then our friends and family have been on board with hosting blood drives, and it just like created this domino effect. We really felt like we needed to give back to the people that gave to us, and the blood bank was a huge part of that. They've become family. I mean, they text us and check in on him all the time. We talk to them. Like, everybody's a big happy family, and I just love seeing people going and donating in honor of Maverick, and it just warms our heart. It really does.
that's so great. Can you, either Jessica or Tony, speak to the importance of things like blood drives? Obviously, folks can make an appointment and go to the blood bank whenever their heart desires, right, and donate blood. But what about blood drives? What makes them so important?
Well, let me just piggyback on what Shane was saying. To say that Shane and Jason have given back would be the understatement of the decade. They have brought in not hundreds, but thousands of people, either through their blood drives at Hacks Point Fire Company, or encouraging people to come into our donor centers, including Christiana and Dover, and also at Jason's place of employment. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, what they have done for us is they've more than given back. I mean, it's incomprehensible, and hats off to them. I mean, with them on our side, that always reminds me that we have a fighting chance. And so Jessica can have her folks in hospital services process those orders that come in from our customers daily. And I was just thinking of a gentleman named Joseph Weimer. We're having a blood drive in his honor on Tuesday in Rehoboth Beach, and it's incredible. His husband, Dwayne, has actually been like another Shane. He has been hustling to get donors, and they are almost full with their 120 appointments for the blood drive being sponsored by Shell Brothers on Tuesday. And it's just really heartwarming, if you'll pardon the pun, and that keeps us going. It's important to get people to go to delmarbablood.org and sign up for our blood drives, or to go to our donor centers, whatever's convenient for you. And I have to say, you mentioned plugs earlier. We're having a blood drive on Sunday. We're going to be at Baltimore M&T Bank Stadium, and it's being co-sponsored by the Baltimore Ravens. We've hit the big time, so we're happy. And the Maryland Stadium Authority is also involved, as well as the Maryland COVID Plasma Initiative, which you were talking about earlier. And it's about half full right now, and so there's plenty of room for people to sign up. If you want to come by, we're going to be there 11 to 5 on Sunday.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. We've all said that, right? At least 5 times this week. Sorry, I was on mute.
Exactly.
What a great way to spend a Sunday. I can think of, I actually can't think of how I used to spend weekends prior to the pandemic. I have no idea how I spent my time or what I did. But a nice long car ride, if you're in Northern Delaware, where I am, down to Baltimore, visiting, where the Ravens play, go Ravens, right? Get a little bit of football preview for spring season, for summer training camp, right? Even though we just had the Super Bowl a few weeks ago, and donate blood, right? What else are you going to do with your Sunday? I can think of no better way. So that's fantastic. You can go online to the website, figure out where a blood drive is happening near them, or make an appointment, of course. So Jessica, I'd love to know from you. I know people can be a little hesitant to give blood because they think, oh, I can't qualify, or I might get sick, or I'm going to be really weak, or just some of those hesitations, right, that folks have. Can you just ease some of that for our listeners on what they can expect if they've never given blood before, and how easy it is?
Well, I would definitely kind of speak to the pros at the front of the house. I tend to be at the back of the house, but I know that from me being a blood blood donor myself. It's a very quick process. They're very, very good at what they do. I mean, literally within 25, 30 minutes max, I'm done. So, and it's just like that, and I go right back to work. But I mean, if Tony wants to jump in with that, I just know from a donor's perspective at the front.
Yeah, Jessica is exactly right. From registration and sign in to the end when you're enjoying your juice and cookies in the canteen, which is the best part, it's going to take about less on a good day. And the finger prick to check your hemoglobin level, that's the worst part. When the needle goes in your arm, a lot of times, you know, our phlebotomists are so fantastic. You don't even feel that going in, but they got to prick your finger in the beginning to check the hemoglobin level. It's got to be a 12.5 minimum and a 13.0 for a man. And yeah, it's really incredible. I have to say, during this pandemic, we've seen a number of first-time donors come in. And I asked them, what brought you in? And they're like, well, I wanted to do something. I didn't want to just sit home. I wanted to do something to give back to the community and try to help out during this pandemic. And it's wonderful to hear that. I can't tell you how many first-time donors I've met that way. And guess what? They came in and they left smiling. They survived. So anyone who's still apprehensive about giving blood, give it a try. I mean, why not? I mean, there's people walking around that are perfectly healthy and have never given blood. And that's always our challenge, because they tell me almost 40% of the US population is eligible to give blood, but significantly less than 10% of them actually do. And so there's a lot of people we can possibly reach, you know, through mediums like this and elsewhere. And it's, you know, hopefully somebody hearing this tonight will give us a shot.
That's amazing. Shane, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I know with the pandemic, a lot of people, a lot of the comments I've heard was, well, you know, we're afraid of getting sick, we're afraid of going out. And just to comment on that, like, I'm a first responder, so I get it. And I have a child at home who is severely immune compromised, so I get it. However, I can promise you that blood bank is 10 times cleaner than your grocery store, than your gas stations, than 90% of the other places you go. So I feel like people are kind of struggling with that a little bit. And we just need to reassure them that, you know, they are safe there. Things are very sanitary. That should not stop anyone from donating blood. And as far as like the first time donors and things like that, even in our situation, you know, Jason would donate blood here and there. And he wouldn't make it a priority to go every, 52 days? What is it, Tony? I forget. Yeah, 52. Like it wasn't necessarily on his priority list until it was our son. And, you know, now religiously, and it's not just him. I mean, it's, I would say probably 80% of all of our family and friends are regular donors now, and friends of friends. But I think until it seriously hits home for you, you don't realize the importance of it. And we need to, because even if it's not one of our children or one of our family members, it's somebody else's, and it's a matter of them living or dying. So for us to do something so selfless that can save somebody, and it takes us 30 minutes, why not? Like in my mind, there's no excuse in my book. So you know, like I said, we're just so appreciative of all the donors, and we just really encourage everybody to just take the hour and, you know, go in there, do it every 52 days.
And by the way, Jason, he not only donates, he gives global red blood cells. Yeah, so he does. That's something you can only do every 112 days. You double the amount of time in between donations, because he's given twice as many red blood cells while we give him back his plasma. Also, say that he's one of those hotshot A negative blood donors. That's one of our core 4 blood types. In addition, O positive, O negative, and B negative, which is my blood type. And I would just say, anyone watching this, do you know your blood type? My challenge to you is, if you don't know your blood type, guess what the easiest way to find out is? Donate at the local blood bank. Good luck trying to find the office, because they're not going to tell you.
Yeah, I'm guilty. I didn't know until the babies were born and they were AB negative. They were like, wait, where did this come from? And I'm like, I don't even know. But then, of course, we found out, because I mean, Maverick was a couple days old in the hospital, and Jason left the NICU went across the street. I can't remember if we met Tony then or not, but he went across the street, and my Maverick was only a couple days old. Jason donated.
Wow.
Because he was like, how can we ask this, of other people, and then we're not doing it ourselves? So even in the NICU, a couple days old with a 1-pound baby, he was across the street in that chair. So
amazing.
Yeah.
The pandemic has really allowed us to shed a light on some of the critical ways that we can be good stewards of our community. Back in September of last year, I was chatting with people about voting. And I got to chat with folks about the importance of volunteering and working with polls. And now we're talking about donating blood, right? There's so many different ways to give back and be good stewards, even during a pandemic. So I just want to remind everyone that if you're bored at home and you use Netflix and you've gotten to the end of it, it's time to donate blood, right? It's time to be active. Voting is over for a hot minute, so why not donate blood instead? Amazing. Well, thank you all so much for joining us tonight. Thank you all to the speakers who were able to carve out some time out of your Thursday night to talk about this really important issue. As Tony mentioned, there is a blood drive going on at MT Stadium in Baltimore this Sunday. Take a ride down. Get yourself a Starbucks on the way back or something, right? Make it a little afternoon. And if you're not available this Sunday, please make it a point to make an appointment, take a friend with you, and donate blood. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight, and we hope to see you at the blood bank soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you have it. We are rocking and rolling. I'm just going to flip to this for now. We had a camera seems to be freezing, so we got our alternative here, and I'm just going to give you a quick update. We've got, it looks like, the midnight power hour that we were sponsoring here at King Creative. The small nonprofit winner is Barbara K. Brooks Transition House fundraiser. You're getting $250 added to your total, so that's awesome. And then the large nonprofit that's going away with the King Creative Midnight Massness Power Hour prize is Family Promise Northern Newcastle County, also getting $250 for that. So that's exciting. And we are going to keep things moving along. We also had the Golden Ticket 12 a.m. small nonprofit, and that is with the Delaware Manufactured Home Owners Association going home with that $100. And we also had a Golden Ticket AM large nonprofit with Christiana Care getting the $100 there. So that's awesome. Nonprofits all getting into action. Those power hours are a lot of fun. It's a great way to add to the totals and add to the cause. Now we are going to be loading up some more content. We've got a conversation here that we've been looking to share. And this one here is with some nonprofit leaders. So enjoy this, and we'll be back with you guys here in about, 14 minutes or so. See you soon.
Hey everyone, my name is Tiara Fair, and today we are talking all about Do More 24 Delaware. It is actually in 1 week, 8 days if you want to be really specific. And it starts on March 4th at 6 p.m. to March 5th at 6 p.m. And today in particular, we've been talking about Do More 24 over and over again, and we've had a lot of amazing people talk about it and bringing on a Facebook Live. But I have some really, really special guests today, and I'm so excited. So I have with me Tanetta Brown from Philanthropy Delaware, Sheila Bravo from Dana, and Michelle Taylor from United Way of Delaware. And honestly, I'm going to let them talk because I'm around like living legends, amazing women in nonprofit today. And, we're really just going to first talk about why you all think that Do More 24 is so important to nonprofits, Delaware nonprofits. And anybody can jump in, whoever.
All right, well, I'll jump in because I'm just so excited about this. When this Do More 24 started a couple of years ago, was really recognizing that there's so many wonderful nonprofits in the state of Delaware doing great work. And sometimes they have trouble getting noticed. And so this opportunity on one day to bring together in one place the opportunity to see the amazing work that is happening in the state of Delaware, and that you can very easily make a contribution to anyone, or quite frankly, into many nonprofits all at once. It's just amazing that this can happen, and it can happen in a very easy way. And so that's why I'm excited. You know, Dana, our role is to really help champion nonprofits. And so we are thrilled that Do More 24 is here, and it's here for another year. And I think this year is going to be an amazing year.
I would echo that, Sheila. You know, we launched Do More 24 6 years ago. Actually, this is our 6th year, 2 years in partnering with Spur Impact, who has helped us to have greater outreach, greater visibility, right? Raise more money. And why I'm super excited this year, right? Every year, I think is an opportunity to highlight the great work of the nonprofit sector. But this year, second to none. You know, given the pandemic, you know, I know that our healthcare workers have been on the front line and have been our local heroes, but we have so many unsung heroes within the nonprofit communities. I want the community to know, right, that your nonprofit sector has been working hard to make sure that the needs still been met, right? So from doing food drives, right, to making sure you've had bottled water, to ensuring that babies have Pampers, to ensuring that we've all had PPE, and, you know, that your assistance with utility bills and your rent bills, and that medication was still being delivered to our seniors. None of that would have happened without this amazing group of caring individuals, which we all here like to call our colleagues, that are working on the front line on your behalf. And so this is our opportunity to go back into those organizations, to highlight them, but also to provide an opportunity for all of you to give. This is your moment to contribute to causes you care about and to organizations that are working tirelessly to make sure that our community is well served.
Sonetta, what would you say to everyone who maybe doesn't really know about Do More 24, but they might want to get involved? Why do you think that they should get involved? Individuals, like your friends and your network.
Yeah, and me coming from the side that brings together those who actually fund the work of the nonprofits and fund work in our state, I think individuals just being able to contribute to that, and as Michelle and Sheila alluded to, the important work that still needs to get done, the need continues to be there, and for individuals to be a part of supporting over 350 nonprofits to continue to deliver services that our government can always deliver, or just our nonprofits are challenged to deliver, but make every effort to continue to do so. I think individuals being able to participate in this very defined 24-hour opportunity, I think it's very, very critical, and it's really a way for the community residents to feel connected to what's happening in their state on behalf of their neighbors.
I completely agree with all of you. And one of the things that I always tell people when we talk about why give on 4th and 5th, because honestly, we can give to nonprofits all throughout the year. But why give on March 4th and 5th during Do More 24? Some of it is the prizes. So we have a crazy prize package. Did you all see all the prizes? And I mean, where all of our organizations are really have contributed in some way, shape, or form to the prizes. But man, we have some really good prizes. And one of them in particular, United Way really spearheaded and sponsored, is the BIPOC Leadership Prize. So basically, the organizations that are led by persons of color will be eligible for this special prize. We'll be giving to the two large organizations, the top 2 large organizations and top 2 small organizations. So we are really just excited about that too, because giving on that day means that you are able to maximize your dollars. You're not just giving $1, but there are a lot of companies that we're matching. You give, and your nonprofit can win an extra $500 if you give during a certain hour, and they win the prize. And that is pretty cool.
It is cool. And also, you know, I just noticed, you know, maybe we don't always talk about it enough, but, you know, even with Delaware Auto Team, the car. So if people give at least $100, right, they are eligible for the drawing for the car. And so on top of helping a worthwhile organization, on top of helping the organization get prizes, you yourself might get a prize. Drive away with an amazing prize.
That is pretty awesome. That is pretty.
And my understanding is, and Tira just confirmed this, that if a nonprofit still wants to participate in the Do More 24, they can. So they still have time to sign up till Friday. Is that correct?
It is up until Friday. So there's actually the domore24delaware.org. If you go there right now, it's on the corner of our screen so everyone can see it. But if you go there right now and you click the Start Here button at the top left corner, you're a new nonprofit, you just start. If you are a nonprofit that participated with us last year, there's a space for you and you can sign in again. And if you need any help, the Do More 24 Delaware team is here to help you. So if there's no question we haven't answered or we haven't heard. I just there are some comments in here. We have a lot of, it's Sarah. So Sarah is listening and she's just saying good afternoon and tagging everybody. That's awesome. That is pretty awesome. Ladies, I just want to say thank you for your leadership with nonprofits across Delaware. We really appreciate you. And we're just gonna last thoughts before we go. Telling people why they should give or telling people they should give now. You can call anybody out if there's any particular nonprofit hasn't signed up yet. But anything you want to say before we wrap up and go?
Well, I just want to say, having been on the other side of Do More 24 when it all started, having worked at United Way, is that thank you all for the energy, the efforts through our sponsors, Barclays, and everyone's, just really the energy and effort poured into creating an easy opportunity for nonprofits to be resourced in a different way by the broader community, individuals that can participate versus feeling you need to be a foundation donor or being a corporate funder. Here's a way for just your average neighbor to participate and see that the work continues to the benefit of our community. So I applaud this effort and giving, just casting that net wide so everyone can contribute and support to fill all the various needs that our neighbors experience across our state. So I just think it's a wonderful, just making it so easy, to be able to promote that your organization is a part of this big giving day and this big giving focus. You can't get anything any easier than that, the way it's been executed. So thank you to everyone that has touched this piece. We certainly support every effort of this as an organization, and being, as I said, on the funder side and a nonprofit as well. We still need to operate it as well, but I really applaud you all for the effort.
My one little tag is to encourage people, when you see the Facebook plug about giving, right, on March 4th and 5th, share it. If all of you listening will not only give, but if you could share it with your own social media, share it with a family member or friend, that's how we're going to surpass our goal from last year. Like, what you can easily do for us is just hit the share button and tell other people why you gave.
And I would echo that. Imagine if every board member of every nonprofit that's participating not only gave themselves, but had 2 friends or 2 family members give as well. And then think about all of the matching dollars that have put into this year to amplify those gifts. This can be a really powerful and transformative set of hours, literally hours, that we can make a difference, not just for the agencies, but more importantly for the impressive work that they do in our local communities. So we hope you'll participate. We hope you'll spread the word. And again, want to thank not only the Do More 24 team, but also the many philanthropy partners and some government partners that have joined in to help make this day a tremendous success.
Awesome. Thank you again, ladies. I can't name every sponsor because undoubtedly I'm going to miss one and I'll be in a lot of trouble. But I do want to give a special shout out to Discover and Barclays, because this year they are our philanthropic champions. And we just want to really say thank you to them and their contribution. We also want to make sure we say thank you to all of our sponsors. We love you all equally, and you're all as important. And make sure you check out our website, because we have our list of all of our sponsors. Very lastly, in addition to a million other, we have a lot of prizes. So I'm really excited for nonprofits this year, because there's so many chances to amplify their gift. So when you give, you could make it easily. Give them $10 and they can make $100 off of it just from, really working hard. We have Jimmy Allen actually agreed to do a benefit concert for us. So at 8:00 on March 5th, there is going to be a Jimmy Allen concert, and every person that gives $50 or more to a nonprofit during Do More 24 will get a ticket to that concert. Oh my goodness. If you guys haven't heard Jimmy Allen, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't listen to country music, but I saw a picture of him and he's cute enough that we might want to make sure that we spend that $50. And so if you're a guy, listen to his music, it's okay if you're like, no, it doesn't matter if he's cute to me. If you're a girl or guy, I'm not really interested. Well, I get it. But if nothing else, he is a good-looking young man, and we should make sure that we spend that $50. I had to have some comic relief. So again, ladies, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone in advance for donating. Make sure you donate on March 4th and 5th to your favorite nonprofits. We need you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, Delaware.
Yes, indeed. Take care.
Well, that message of luck is clearly carried through, because if you look at what's going on, there's a lot of money coming through, and it looks like Sarah's actually popping back in. So that's super exciting. We get to say hi to her again. What's happening in your world? Your eyes are open. So that's something.
They are. They sure are. I am just here. I'm at home. I don't know when sleep is on the horizon for me tonight, but not anytime soon. That's for sure.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Chris?
We're hanging. We're 8 hours in at this point. We're rolling. So that's something. And we're cranking. I mean, we got these totals are going up. We're over $526,000 raised at this point, and we're now kind of easing into those later hours. And we knew things would realistically be slowing up at this point, because normal people sleep about now, and that's expected. We're not going to hate
sleep. Yeah, I live over in Cool Spring in Wilmington, and you would be surprised. So tonight's recycling night. If you're watching, this is your reminder. If you live on the west side of 95, put your recycling bins out, because we always. So they recently swapped it, within the last year, like trash night, recycling night. Anyways, we constantly wake up on Friday morning hearing the recycling and being like, crap, we didn't do it. So anyways, so I'm taking my recycling out in the middle of the night tonight. And there's still people kind of, sprinkled throughout. So, not completely silent. We're no New York City.
And just yet another benefit of the Do More 24 campaign. It helps you remember to recycle. So
public service announcement for all who are watching.
No, it's like, it's nonstop here with Do More 24. The benefits just keep on trickling in. So that's awesome. That's great. Absolutely. And we're actually going to be making a quick shift. So bear with us. Sarah, I know we have the other studio ready to go for the remainder of the broadcast. So we're going to be shutting this one down for a quick moment and firing that one up. And it's about that time. So we're just going to take a quick moment to reset and keep rocking and rolling. So I guess we should just go for it. Do it now. It's 2:00. So we're 8 hours in, which means we've got a good number to go, but we're getting close.
A third of the way.
We're a third of the way there, right? That's pretty exciting. And that's a real number. And that's pretty exciting. And that's more than a dent now. I think that actually counts as a chunk.
I would say so.
That's officially a chunk.
I think that's how Europeans would measure that.
Yeah, that's a European standard form of measurement and chunk. And therefore that's where we're at. So yeah, so just bear with us as we kind of do this little switcheroonie, and we'll go for it. Sarah, thank you obviously checking in, and we're going to be back on here in just a moment as we reset. So thanks a lot for being with us for these last 8 hours. We've got, what is it? I can't even do math now. Just 16 to go, I guess. 16.
It sounds like we should get you a break pretty soon, huh, Chris?
It wouldn't be the worst thing, but that's okay. We'll be okay. We got some content to play, and I think I'm going to try to get a quick maybe a little power. I don't even know if I can call it a nap. It'd probably just be more of a relaxation period.
I like that. Maybe we should do some yoga at some point on this.
Yeah, we can get into the studio nurture space possibly and do some stretching, some yoga.
Yeah, mindfulness to recharge.
Some solid mindful recharging. That'll be nice.
Yeah,
all right. Well, hey, I appreciate you. We're going to do this now. Might as well just go for it. Now's as good a time as any. So,
see ya.
All right. Toodles.